Chapter 55-37. Thus, Hong Xianlei continued to stir up trouble. Patriarch, you might not know this yet, but the Azure Clouds sect has been occupying the Five Elements sect stall for the past 2 days. Today, they've already been caught red-handed by the Five Elements sect. Needless to say, the Five Elements sect will definitely hold the Azure Clouds sect accountable. Our Shengguan family can't be the scapegoat for the Blue Clouds sect. Let's take this opportunity to expel the Blue Clouds sect to avoid any trouble. What do you think, family head? Shengguan Qingyun said expressionlessly. I think Sect Master Hong can go back now. I won't send you off. Hong Xianlei was dumbfounded. Weren't they having a good conversation just now? Why did they suddenly turn hostile? Looking at the teacup in Shengguan Qingyun's hand, he knew that Shengguan Qingyun was sending him off. Family head, this junior is thinking for our Shengguan family. Hong Xianlei felt that something was wrong, so he quickly tried to salvage the situation. Shengguan Qingyun snorted and interrupted him. The Shengguan family is the Shengguan family, and the Xuanji sect is the Xuanji sect. Sect Master Hong, please don't say anything about our Shengguan family. We aren't that close. Why did these words sound so familiar? Although they weren't exactly the same, the meaning seemed to be the same. Hong Xianlei was a little anxious, so he quickly stood up and said, Family head, did this junior say something wrong? Please tell me. Hong Xianlei was completely confused. From Shengguan Qingyun's tone, he seemed to have accepted the Xuanji sect, but now, it seemed like he was rejecting it. What did this mean? You didn't say anything wrong. I was being too tactful. Shengguan Qingyun paused for a moment, then looked at Hong Xianlei and shouted, Get lost. Do you understand now? Hong Xianlei was immediately embarrassed. He understood that Shengguan Qingyun really didn't want to see him anymore. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he could only leave with his tail between his legs. Who do you think you are? You're just one of the 4 weakest clans. Why are you acting so arrogant? You've offended both the Cosmos sect and the Five Elements sect. Just wait for your sect to be annihilated. Your daddy, lowered my status to join your sect, but you still dare to treat me like this. In the future, even if you all kneel down and beg me, I won't go back. Upon leaving the Shengguan clan's gate, Hong Xianlei immediately started cursing in a low voice. His voice was only loud enough for himself to hear. If anyone from the Shengguan clan heard it, the Xuanji sect would be in big trouble. Hong Xianlei's followers were waiting outside, so they didn't know what was going on. They couldn't hear Hong Xianlei's mutterings, but it was obvious that the Xuanji sect had failed. Sect Master, it's fine if the Shengguan clan doesn't want to accept us. After all, they are the weakest of the 4 great clans. Let's just try the Universe sect. The follower took half a step forward and whispered to Hong Xianlei. Hong Xianlei sighed and said, I also want to join the Qinkuan sect, but they didn't even pay attention to us before. Will it make any difference if we go now? Master, did you forget that when we were still in the Five Elements sect, you were friends with a senior disciple who was in charge of the Qinkuan sect? Although you were using the name of the Five Elements sect, you were the one who established the relationship with them. Why don't you go and try? The follower had been following Hong Xianlei for a long time, so he knew who Hong Xianlei had been in contact with, so he immediately reminded him. Hong Xianlei's eyes lit up. That makes sense. If we go alone, the Qinkuan sect might not pay attention to us. But if we have someone we know to introduce us to, then it'll be completely different. Well done. If we succeed, I'll remember your merit. After finding a new way out, Hong Xianlei immediately changed his direction. He went to the Qinkuan sect to look for the manager he was familiar with. However, when the manager heard that Hong Xianlei wanted to join the Qinkuan sect, he immediately rejected him. Even fair-weather friends were considered friends. If it was some trivial matter, then it was fine. But if they accepted the traitor of the Shangguan clan, the Xuanji sect, wasn't that just asking for trouble? What if they attracted Lin Yi's revenge? After Jinhua suffered a loss at the hands of Shangguan Luyun, the Qinkuan sect had already warned all of their disciples that they were forbidden from interfering with anything related to the Shangguan clan or the Blue Cloud sect. Those who violated the rules would be punished severely. How could this be? How could this be? Hong Xianlei muttered to himself in a daze as he walked. 3 of the 4 great sects had already clearly rejected the profound secret sect's offer to join them, so the only choice left was the Heaven Enlightenment faction. Although Hong Xianlei didn't have many acquaintances in the Awakening Heaven faction, and he even had some conflicts with a small sect under the Awakening Heaven faction, he had no other choice but to send a letter to the Awakening Heaven faction. However, he was rejected without a doubt. The Awakening Heaven faction didn't need a sect like the Xuanji sect, which was like a burden. What's the problem? It's impossible that none of the 4 great sects and families want our Xuanji sect. In terms of strength, our Xuanji sect is much stronger than most of the sects and families that aren't part of the 4 big and 10 small sects and families. Hong Xianlei was extremely depressed. If he knew this would happen, he would have just stayed in the North Island Alliance peacefully. Sect Master, don't you still have a spy in your hands? Perhaps it's not a spy from the Blue Cloud sect, but a spy from the Shangguan clan. That's why the Shangguan clan rejected our profound Ji sect's offer to join them. Hong Xianlei's follower could be considered as doing his best. When Hong Xianlei was at a loss of what to do, Hong Xianlei was able to come up with some ideas. That's right. If you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten about it. Hong Xianlei clapped his hands and an excited expression appeared on his face. Let's go back quickly. It doesn't matter if this guy is a spy from the Azure Clouds faction or the Shangguan clan, we can only try to save a dead horse. If we rely on this spy to mediate between us, we might still have a chance. Hong Xianlei was in despair, but it seemed like there was a chance to turn things around. He immediately sped up and returned to the Xuanji sect, bringing out the disciple who had been locked up. Li Yunjia, I don't care if you're a spy from the Shangguan clan or the Azure Clouds faction. From now on, as long as you can complete the mission I've given you, I'll let bygones be bygones. Hong Xianlei sat on a chair, pretending to be amiable as he spoke to the innocent disciple, Li Yunjia. Li Yunjia was still confused. He had only come back to report some information. How did he end up being locked up like a spy? What was going on? Sect Master, disciple isn't a spy, disciple's heart is only for the Xuanji sect. Li Yunjia tried to defend himself. Hong Xianlei raised his hand and made a gesture, then said, Fine, fine, fine. I believe you're not a spy. How about this? I have something that fits your original mission, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear it. Chapter 55-38. Li Yunjia wanted to explain, but he was interrupted again. Now that the Xuanji sect is preparing to return to the North Island Alliance, I need you to contact the Shangguan clan and the Blue Cloud sect. After all, we had some misunderstandings before, and it's not convenient for me to show myself. As long as you can repair the relationship between the Xuanji sect and the 2 clans, and help the Xuanji sect return to the North Island Alliance, it'll be a great achievement for you. Li Yunjia said in a muffled tone, for the sake of the sect, disciple will go through fire and water without hesitation. But Sect Master, this has nothing to do with disciple's original mission. No, disciple didn't have any mission at all. Hong Xianlei sneered in his heart. You've already spilled the beans, and you're still trying to deny it. But, I still need you, the spy, to help me, so I'll let you go for now. Ha ha ha, fine, fine, whatever you say, it's all up to you now. Don't disappoint me. You can go now. Hong Xianlei let out a carefree laugh, then sent Li Yunjia away. Li Yunjia walked out of the Xuanji sect's encampment in a daze, then walked towards the Blue Cloud sect with a sad face. He wasn't a spy, he didn't know anyone from the Blue Cloud sect, let alone the Shengguan clan. Although the Blue Cloud sect status was slightly higher than the Xuanji sects, they were both from the North Island Alliance, so they should be easier to talk to than the Shengguan clan. Therefore, Li Yunjia subconsciously walked towards the Blue Cloud sect. The disciple guarding the entrance of the Jadian encampment saw Li Yunjia dressed in Xuanji sect's uniform. Without waiting for him to come near, he shouted, "Halt, this is already Jadian encampment, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to come near." Li Yunjia quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Fellow disciples, I'm a disciple of the Xuanji sect, and I'd like to see sect master Xianxia. Can you help me inform him of my arrival? Sect master Xian isn't here, please come back tomorrow." The disciple still didn't allow Li Yunjia to come closer, so he sent him away. Li Yunjia tried his best to persuade Qin Yun sect, but the disciples guarding Qin Yun sect only said that Xianxia was not back yet and asked Li Yunjia to leave immediately. Li Yunjia had no choice but to leave Qin Yun sect's encampment. Looks like sect leader Xian really didn't come back. There's no need for these Blue Cloud sect senior brothers to lie to me. I'd better find something to eat first and wait for sect leader Xian to come back. Li Yunjia rubbed his stomach and muttered softly. After being locked up as a spy for the past few days, no one had come to deliver food to Li Yunjia. At this moment, Li Yunjia was really starving. If it wasn't for his sect's mission, he would have gone to find something to eat when he came out. Li Yunjia quickly arrived at an inn's dining hall. He picked an empty seat at the entrance and sat down. He casually ordered some food that could be served immediately and started wolfing down the food. At the same time, he had to pay attention to see if Xianxia would pass by the entrance. Have you heard? The Xuanji sect was expelled by the Five Elemental sect. What a shame. I've never seen anyone being expelled by a sect that relied on their sect before the archaic grand meeting. I wonder how the Xuanji sect offended the Five Elemental sect. A few cultivators who were sitting 2 tables away from Li Yunjia were chatting with each other. Li Yunjia was startled by their conversation. Is that so? I heard that the Xuanji sect wants to return to the Shengguan clan. It's because they were expelled by the Five Elemental sect. What a shame. If I was the Shengguan clan's clan chief, I would never accept a traitor like this. He went to the Five Elemental sect for the sake of his reputation, but now that he's down on his luck, he wants to return to the Shengguan clan. You're right. The Shengguan clan's clan chief didn't accept the Xuanji sect, and guess what happened next? The Xuanji sect actually wanted to join the Cosmos sect, but they were directly expelled. That's not all. I heard that the Xuanji sect wanted to join the Enlightening Heaven faction, but the Enlightening Heaven faction didn't want to bother with them at all. Now, the Xuanji sect is just a joke in the underworld of the immemorial ancient era. The few cultivators sitting at the table were chatting with each other, and their voices weren't low. Not only Li Yunjia could hear them, everyone in the hall could hear them. Li Yunjia was struck dumb. His mouth that was filled with food was wide open, and the food that he didn't swallow fell out from his mouth. The Xuanji sect was already in such a miserable state. It had only been a few days, but how did my sect end up like this? No wonder sect chief Hong asked me to repair my relationship with the Shengguan clan and Blue Cloud sect. Li Yunjia really wanted the best for the Xuanji sect. After learning about the Xuanji sect's predicament, he was determined to complete the mission. No matter what, Li Yunjia was still a senior disciple in charge of the Xuanji sect, and although he was nothing in front of Hong Xianlei, the fact that he was chosen to participate in the immemorial grand meeting already proved how outstanding he was. No, I don't have the time to sit here and eat. I need to find sect chief Xian as soon as possible, or else, the Xuanji sect situation will only get worse. Li Yunjia spat out the food in his mouth and muttered to himself. After that, he quickly stood up and walked out of the hall. Ruin Town wasn't that big anyway, it wouldn't take too much time to run around. Right after leaving the hall, Li Yunjia was pleasantly surprised to see Xianxia, the Blue Cloud sect chief, and Jin Weifeng were accompanying Lin Yi towards him. Li Yunjia wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. While Xianxia and Lin Yi were chatting casually, someone suddenly rushed towards them and knelt down. Xianxia was shocked. Lin Yi had long since noticed that Li Yunjia was acting a little strange. However, Li Yunjia didn't have any hostility towards him, and his cultivation level was only at the Foundation Establishment Great Circle, so Lin Yi didn't pay any attention to Li Yunjia's actions. It was only until Li Yunjia knelt down in front of him that Lin Yi gave him an indifferent glance, then turned his gaze away. Obviously, he didn't want to talk. Xianxia let out a dry cough. Since Grandmaster Xian didn't want to talk, then he had to do it himself. Who are you? What are you trying to do? Li Yunjia knelt on the ground and cried, Sect Chief Xian, I'm a disciple in charge of the Xuanji sect. I heard that our Xuanji sect is in a difficult situation right now, so I hope Sect Chief Xian can put in a good word for us for the sake of the North Island Alliance, so that the Shengguan clan can accept our Xuanji sect again. Xianxia looked troubled. He was very angry at Hong Xianlei, but his heart softened when he heard that the North Island Alliance was of the same lineage. At the end of the day, Xianxia was still a kind-hearted old man. Jin Weifeng sneered when he saw that his master wasn't saying anything. Now you're talking about the North Island Alliance. What were you doing before? It's not like my master didn't go to Hong Xianlei, but what did Hong Xianlei say? Since Hong Xianlei is so capable, let him find a way to deal with it himself. Chapter 55-39. After reaching the nascent soul stage, Jin Weifeng had become a real senior in Green Cloud sect, so he knew a lot of things, such as the whole process of Xianxia looking for Hong Xianlei. Because of this, Jin Weifeng hated Xuanji sect so much. Xianxia was Jin Weifeng's teacher. Who was Hong Xianlei? Li Yunjia burst into tears. Senior, I'm just a disciple of Xuanji sect. I can't interfere with what sect leader Hong does, but I just want Xuanji sect to get through this, that's all. Lin Yi felt that this guy looked a little like Xianxia when he first met him. Seeing that Xianxia was looking at him, his heart softened. He waved his hand and said, let's bring him back first. Don't cry here. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Those who don't know might think that we're ganging up on him. In fact, Lin Yi was not afraid of being laughed at. It was just that it was inconvenient to talk on the street, so he gestured for Xianxia to bring Li Yunjia back to Green Cloud Sect's base. After returning to Green Cloud Sect's base, Li Yunjia was still kneeling on the ground and refused to get up. Lin Yi and the rest could only let him be. Tell me what's going on. Xianxia had an idea of what was going on, but he didn't dare to make the decision himself. He could only let Li Yunjia continue to complain, and maybe Lin Yi would agree to the return of Xuanji sect. Li Yunjia also understood that Hong Xianlei must have severely offended the Blue Cloud sect, so he decided not to mention Hong Xianlei at all. He continued to talk about the Profound Secret sect, hoping that the Blue Cloud sect would help the Profound Secret sect out of consideration for the North Island Alliance. After hearing that, Lin Yi only sneered and said, Hong Xianlei really knows how to put on airs. He didn't even show his face and only sent a disciple in charge. Did he think that he could write off everything? It's not like that, Marshal Uncle Lin. Sect leader Hong had some misunderstandings before, so he was too embarrassed to come here directly. In addition, this junior was mistaken as a spy sent by Jadian sect, so that it would be easier to communicate with Jadian sect, so I was sent to Jadian sect to lobby. Once the words left his mouth, Li Yunjia suddenly felt that he had said the wrong thing. What was the point of mentioning a spy? Wasn't this making Xuanji sect lose face? Sure enough, Lin Yi asked with a strange expression, you are a spy from Qingyun sect. What did you say? Yeah, you sent him over. No, this disciple has never had the habit of sending spies into my brother's sect. Xianxia quickly waved his hand to deny it. Xianxia himself was confused when he heard Li Yunjia talking about a spy. Li Yunjia had no choice but to tell him about how he had seen Jinhua suffer a loss, how he had reported it to Hong Xianlei, and how Hong Xianlei had mistaken him as a spy and locked him up for a few days. After hearing that, Lin Yi was speechless and said, "It's indeed Hong Xianlei's style. This is the typical symptom of eating too many retarded pills. You are quite imaginative." Spy. Ha. Li Yunjia also had an awkward expression. He smiled awkwardly and said, No. It's a critical period now. It's normal for sect leader Hong to be more vigilant and suspicious. Martial Uncle Lin, please don't be offended. There's nothing to be offended about. This matter has nothing to do with you. It was rare for Lin Yi to have a pleasant expression again. The more he looked at this Li Yunjia, the more he looked like Xianxia in the past. They were both passionate for the sect, but were suppressed mercilessly. Hong Xianlei did not know how to cherish such a good disciple. It could only be said that Hong Xianlei was a little too foolish. After thinking for a while, Lin Yi suddenly said, "Go back and tell Hong Xianlei that it's not impossible for the Xuanji sect to return to the North Island Alliance, but there's a condition. Hong Xianlei must abdicate. He is not suitable to be the sect leader. Under his leadership, the Xuanji sect will be finished sooner or later. It's better for someone like you to be the sect leader. Let's put it this way. Hong Xianlei will abdicate, and you will be the sect leader. Then, the Xuanji sect can return." Li Yunjia was shocked. He quickly straightened his back and waved his hands. "Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Martial Uncle. I am only a Foundation Establishment Great Perfection disciple. How can I be the sect leader? Please reconsider, Martial Uncle." Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "You are a person who wholeheartedly works for the Xuanji sect. If you don't become the sect leader, the Xuanji sect can only wait to die. All right, send the guest out." Li Yunjia still wanted to say something, but Jin Weifeng had already pulled him up and sent him out. He could only salute with a frown and go back worriedly. After Li Yunjia left, Xianxia said worriedly, "Martial Uncle, if you let this little guy go back and say this, Hong Xianlei might kill him on the spot." "Don't worry, Hong Xianlei won't dare to." Lin Yi, on the other hand, looked very confident. He smiled and said, "If Hong Xianlei dares to kill Li Yunjia, then he will really have no way out. Didn't you hear the rumors that the 4 major sects and families have all rejected the Xuanji sect? At this time, other than the North Island Alliance, Hong Xianlei has no other choice. Under such circumstances, do you think Hong Xianlei will still make a move on Li Yunjia?" Xianxia came to a sudden realization. He smiled and praised, "Martial Uncle, you're really thoughtful. It's Li Yunjia's fortune to meet Martial Uncle." At this moment, Li Yunjia did not think that he had any fortune. After getting Lin Yi's reply, Li Yunjia was thinking about how to tactfully express it to Hong Xianlei. It was not that Li Yunjia was worried about himself, but he was afraid that Hong Xianlei would completely destroy the last hope of the Xuanji sect if he was too agitated. After returning to the Xuanji sect, Hong Xianlei asked impatiently, "How was it? How did the discussion with the people from the Blue Cloud sect go?" Li Yunjia had a wry smile on his face. It looked like he would never be able to get rid of the name of being a spy. Hong Xianlei didn't even ask if Li Yunjia was talking to the Shengguan clan or the Azure Cloud sect, he just asked about the conversation with the Azure Cloud sect. Clearly, he had sent someone to follow Li Yunjia. "Sect Master, I met with the Blue Cloud sect Master, Xianxia, and Martial Uncle Lin Yi. They said that we can accept the Xuanji sect again, but..." Li Yunjia pretended that he did not hear the loophole in Hong Xianlei's words, and spoke normally. "But what?" Hong Xianlei was delighted. As long as the Blue Cloud sect agreed to let the Xuanji sect return to the North Island Alliance, it should not be a big problem for them to rely on the Shangguan clan. Although he was not sure what was going on, there seemed to be an unusual relationship between the Shangguan clan and the Blue Cloud sect. Chapter 55-40. But what? Hurry up and tell me. Hong Xianlei was anxious, and he immediately raised his voice. This damned spy. How dare he keep me in suspense at a time like this? Li Yunjia made up his mind and closed his eyes. It's just that Grandmaster Lin Yi said that you're no longer suitable to be the Xuanji sect leader. If you want to return to the North Island Alliance, you'll have to step down immediately and let me have the position of sect leader. What? Hong Xianlei was furious. He raised his palm high and was about to slap this damned spy to death. Li Yunjia immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, "Sect leader, this disciple was only passing on Grandmaster Lin Yi's words. This really wasn't my intention. Be it in terms of strength or experience, I don't even have the qualifications to be an elder in waiting. How could I covet the position of sect leader? This really is the Xuanji sect's last chance. I know it's disgraceful, but for the Xuanji sect, this disciple will pass on the message even if it means death." Hong Xuanlei's face was livid, but his raised palm did not fall. Li Yunjia's life or death wasn't important, but what he said was true. This was the Xuanji sect's last chance. If they really killed Li Yunjia, it would mean breaking off all relations with the Azure Sky sect. The Xuanji sect would really be at the end of their rope. You traitor. This seed isn't that stupid to believe this kind of nonsense of yours. After pondering for a while, Hong Xianlei put down his palm and snorted coldly. You're definitely trying to seek benefits for yourself by acting as a middleman, right? Become the sect leader. Even if you're a spy, the Azure Sky sect wouldn't be so crazy as to push a Foundation establishment perfected disciple like you out, right? Li Yunjia hurriedly said, "Sect leader, this disciple was really just passing on Grandmaster Lin Yi's words. I didn't embellish it at all. Please understand, sect leader. Say no more. I'll get to the bottom of this personally." Hong Xianlei waved his sleeves coldly and said in a low voice, "Men, take Li Yunjia away and continue to lock him up." Sect master. Li Yunjia wanted to continue arguing, but he had already been dragged out by the disciples who came in quickly. At this time, Li Yunjia only wanted to say that he should have eaten his fill first. Hong Xianlei paced back and forth a couple of steps to sort out his thoughts. Then, he walked out of the door and headed for the Azure Cloud sect's encampment. This time, the guarding disciples of the Blue Cloud sect did not stop them. They immediately brought Hong Xianlei in after hearing that he was here to look for Xianxia. They must have received instructions from Xianxia. In the living room, Lin Yi and the other two were all there. Hong Xianlei could not help but feel a little awkward when he saw Xianxia. He casually cupped his hands as a form of greeting and went straight to the point. "Sect leader Xian, I heard that your Azure Cloud sect wants our Xuanji sect to return to the North Island Alliance." "That's right. After all, the three major sects of the North Island are a family. Since it's a win-win situation, we should settle it as soon as possible." "All right, it's settled." Lin Yi glanced at Hong Xianlei coldly. He was not going to pay attention to him at all. This guy must have eaten too many moronic pills. He made it seem like the Azure Cloud sect was begging Xuanji sect to return. Was he really alright with his brain? Xianxia was a little annoyed. How nice was Li Yunjia's attitude before? That was how the three major sects of the North Island should behave when they were united. What was wrong with Hong Xianlei? Jin Weifeng was a young man after all. He was a little annoyed at once. "What do you mean it's settled? Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Get out of here." Hong Xianlei also felt that he had gone too far. However, after he saw Xianxia, he forgot all the words he had thought of previously. Those words came out of his mouth without any thought. It was too late to regret now. Even if he wanted to change his words, he could not bring himself to do so. Wei Feng, be polite to the sect leader. Send him out properly. Xianxia did not want to talk nonsense with Hong Xianlei. He picked up his teacup and said calmly. Hong Xianlei's face turned green and red. Serve tea to send the guest off again. Can't you be a little more creative? Can't you serve tea to keep the guest? Since Xianxia had said so, it was impossible for Hong Xianlei to stay. However, the Blue Cloud sect was Xuanji's sect's last chance of survival. Hong Xianlei did not dare to give up just like that. Therefore, he was in a dilemma. He did not know what to do. Right at this moment, another disciple came in and reported, Great Martial Uncle, Sect Master Xian, Sect Elder Jin, the Shangguan clan Supreme Elder and Clan Chief have come to visit Great Martial Uncle. Can you bring them here? Hong Xianlei was shocked. The Shangguan clan Supreme Elder and Family Leader. Someone actually came to report to them. Shouldn't they just open the door and let everyone go to the door to welcome them? Lin Yi waved his hand casually and said, Bring them in. The disciple replied, then he quickly ran out. After being interrupted by the disciple, no one paid any attention to Hong Xianlei. He didn't want to miss the chance to meet the Shangguan clan Supreme Elder, so he just stood there quietly. After a short while, Shangguan Feixing and Shangguan Qingyun arrived together. As soon as they entered the door, Hong Xianlei rushed out and greeted them. Junior Hong Xianlei of Xuanji sect greets the Supreme Elder and Family Leader of Shangguan. Shangguan Feixing did not know Hong Xianlei at first. Therefore, when Hong Xianlei came out to greet them, he wanted to help him. After all, he was from the Blue Cloud sect. Shangguan Feixing did not dare to put on airs in front of them. However, after hearing Hong Xianlei's name from Xuanji sect, he immediately ignored Hong Xianlei and walked over. Shangguan Qingyun followed suit, completely treating Hong Xianlei as heir. Martial Granduncle, this junior has taken the liberty to come here to ask some questions. I'm really sorry to disturb your peaceful cultivation. After Shangguan Feixing walked past Hong Xianlei, he immediately put on a smiling face and bowed respectfully to Lin Yi. Lin Yi waved his hand lightly and said, You are too polite. Just tell me if you have any questions. Actually, Lin Yi did not need Shangguan Feixing to say it. Lin Yi must have completed the mental cultivation technique. Shangguan Feixing and the others were a little confused. Otherwise, Shangguan Feixing would not have come to look for Lin Yi directly. Grand Uncle, there are some miscellaneous people. Can we clear them out first? Shangguan Feixing knew that Hong Xianlei did not get along with the Blue Cloud sect. Naturally, he would not show any mercy. Moreover, the Xuanji sect was a sect that had betrayed the Shangguan clan. It would be strange if Shangguan Feixing would treat him nicely. Chapter 55-41. Genius 1 second. Remember love go away. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. There's definitely something wrong with this. What exactly went wrong? Hong Xianlei didn't dare to offend Shangguan Feixing. Although he didn't understand, he could only smile and leave dejectedly. After leaving the Azure Cloud sect, Hong Xianlei felt that something was wrong. He disguised himself in a corner and walked toward the lobby of an inn. There was no better place than this to gather information. This time, Hong Xianlei was smart for once. He pretended to be a nobody, which made it much easier for him to gather information. Under his intentional guidance, many cultivators who made a living would bring out the information they knew as a topic of conversation. The more information he gathered, the more frightened Hong Xianlei became. The Qinkuan sect suffered a loss at the hands of the Shangguan clan. The Shangguan clan wasn't afraid of the Qinkuan sect. The Azure Cloud sect forcefully occupied the Five-Element sect stall, and the Shangguan clan was behind it. Hong Xianlei knew some of it, but he didn't know some of it. However, there was one thing he was sure of. The Shengguan clan was no longer the weakest of the four great clans. The Shengguan clan would most likely rise in the immemorial grand meeting this time. The only thing Hong Xianlei was concerned about was why the supreme elder and family master of the Shengguan clan were so polite and respectful to Lin Yi. Could it be that Lin Yi was really the grand martial uncle of the Azure Cloud sect? I think I was wrong. I felt that something was wrong. The Shengguan clan changed their attitude toward the Xuanji sect because of the Azure Cloud sect, right? Hong Xianlei murmured to himself. He realized that Shengguan Qingyun had a falling out with him because Hong Xianlei had said bad things about the Azure Cloud sect and wanted the Shengguan clan to kick the Azure Cloud sect out of the sect. The Azure Cloud sect was the key to returning to the sect. Hong Xianlei returned to the profound secret sect in a daze. The news that he had just obtained had completely overturned Hong Xianlei's views. Although Hong Xianlei was a little obstinate and self-opinionated, it was undeniable that he still hoped that the profound secret sect could rise to prominence. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to run around and rely on others all day long. He could just focus on being the sect master of the profound secret sect. Bring Li Yunjie here. Hong Xianlei sat on a chair and waved his hand at his follower listlessly. For the sake of the profound secret sect, it seemed like he had no choice but to agree to Lin Yi's conditions. Li Yunjia came over very quickly. Hong Xianlei said solemnly, "There's no need for those useless formalities. I won't say anything unnecessary. For the sake of the profound secret sect, I can agree to the Blue Cloud sect's conditions and give you the position of sect master. Now, you can come with me to the Blue Cloud sect." Sect master. Li Yunjie was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly opened his mouth to refuse, but Hong Xianlei waved his hand to stop him from saying anything and walked out first. This kind of important matter should have been discussed with the other elders, but Hong Xianlei's heart was filled with a sense of urgency, so he could only drag Li Yunjie to the Azure Cloud sect first. Moreover, Hong Xianlei had always been a man of his word in the profound secret sect. Li Yunjie didn't know what had happened. He had only been locked up for a short while, so why did Hong Xianlei's attitude take a 180-degree turn? However, Hong Xianlei didn't say anything, so Li Yunjie didn't dare to ask. He could only quickly follow Hong Xianlei to the Azure Cloud sect. At this moment, Shengguan Feixing and Shengguan Qingyun had just finished consulting Hong Xianlei on their mental cultivation techniques, so there was no need to hide from him. After Hong Xianlei brought Li Yunjie in, he didn't dare to act rashly. He greeted each and every one of them respectfully, then said carefully, "Seniors, the profound secret sect would like to return to the North Island Alliance and rely on the Shengguan clan again. I wonder if you can accept the profound secret sect." Lin Yi said indifferently, "You know the conditions, right? Are there any problems?" Hong Xianlei secretly clenched his teeth, but said without any hesitation, "I can abdicate my position and let Li Yunjie take over as the sect master of the profound secret sect. Then, I will take on the position of the profound secret sect supreme elder. What do you think, Martial Granduncle Lin?" When the profound secret sect was still one of the 10 minor sects, they had a nascent soul supreme elder. However, after the supreme elder died in an accident, the profound secret sect fell out of the 10 minor sects, and the position of supreme elder had always been vacant. Hong Xianlei didn't think it would be a bad thing if he became the supreme elder. Lin Yi sneered, "You want to become the supreme elder? Then continue to criticize us behind our backs. What's the point of that? Martial Granduncle Lin, then, what do you think we should do?" Hong Xianlei's attitude was rather humble, and he looked very sincere. Lin Yi thought for a moment, then said indifferently, "How about this? You're the strongest person in the profound secret sect right now. So be it, Supreme Elder. However, it's just an honorary Supreme Elder. Even though your status is high, you can't interfere with the profound secret sect's matters." "No problem." Hong Xianlei nodded in agreement. As long as the Profound Secret Sect can return to the North Island Alliance, I'm willing to become an ordinary disciple of the Profound Secret Sect, let alone an honorable status like the Honorary Supreme Elder. What he said was true. Zhou Xian was already prepared to be pushed to the bottom when he came. He only proposed to become the Supreme Elder as a last resort. He never thought that he would succeed. Being an honorary Supreme Elder was more than enough for him now. Xianxia had always wanted the Profound Secret Sect to return so that the three major sects of the North Island could reunite. Now that his wish had finally been fulfilled, he had a gratified expression on his face. Lin Yi looked at Xianxia and smirked. He then said, "If that's the case, let's see if there are any extra spots in the 10 minor sects in the archaic meeting this time. If there are, we'll let the Profound Secret Sect return to the 10 minor sects. If there aren't, we'll talk about it next time. Even if there are, don't think about rising to the top in a single step. I'm guessing you'll only get the last spot in the 10 minor sects." "Thank you, Grand Master Lin." Zhou Xian was overjoyed when he heard that. Regardless of whether Lin Yi really had the ability or not, at least the Profound Secret Sect could be stabilized for the time being. Zhou Xian turned around and saw that Li Yunjia was still in a daze. He immediately tugged on his sleeve and reminded him in a low voice, "Hurry up and thank Grandmaster Lin." Zhou Xian no longer felt any hatred or jealousy toward this guy who had stolen his position as the sect leader. Instead, he was rather grateful. If the Profound Secret Sect could return to the 10 minor sects, all grudges would no longer matter. Li Yunjia felt like he had just woken up from a dream. He quickly bowed to thank Lin Yi. Of course, Xianxia was also there. He dared not neglect either of the two big shots of the Shengguan clan. Chapter 55-42. Genius 1 second. Remember love. Go. Small. To provide you with exciting novels to read. Zhou Xian was greatly shocked. He thought he had taken the relationship between the Azure Cloud sect and the Shengguan clan very seriously, but now he realized that he had underestimated it. However, was it possible for the Azure Cloud sect to replace the Qinquan sect? Shengguan Qingyun saw Zhou Xian's confused expression, so he said with a smile, "You might not know this, but apart from the early nascent Soul Realm Cultivator, the son of the Qinquan sect leader, who was killed by Martial Granduncle Lin, a late nascent Soul Realm Cultivator and a mid-nascent Soul Realm Cultivator who came to our Shengguan clan to cause trouble were also killed by Martial Granduncle Lin. In terms of strength, the Qinquan sect might not even be stronger than our Shengguan clan, let alone the Azure Cloud sect with Martial Granduncle Lin. Martial Granduncle Lin is that powerful?" Zhou Xian's expression changed drastically. Only now did he realize how stupid his previous actions were. If Xianxia had returned to the North Island Alliance right away, the Xuanji sect's status would be completely different now. Fortunately, after all the twists and turns, the Xuanji sect had finally returned. Although Zhou Xian's status had plummeted, as long as the Xuanji sect could rise again, Zhou Xian's status as the honorary Supreme Elder would naturally rise as well. Lin Yi said with a calm smile, "All right, let's not talk about this here. The matter of the Xuanji sect's return has come to an end. Now, all of you go back and prepare yourselves. The archaic convention is about to begin, so let's have a good time during it." "Love goes small say Netku," everyone responded loudly, then stood up and bid farewell to each other. They went back to prepare for the archaic convention. Before the immemorial grand meeting had even started, the original situation had already quietly undergone a huge change. Those sects and families were not stupid, more or less had already sensed it, but most likely no one would believe that the hand that stirred up the storm was actually Qingyun's sect. At most, they guessed that something had happened to the Shengguan clan, which caused their strength to skyrocket, and they were now able to challenge the Qinquan sect. The next day was the official opening of the Archean Assembly. The Archean Alliance was the collective name of the four great sects and families, and they were in charge of all matters related to the assembly. According to the rules, the Yuanying stage great perfection of the four major sects and families will attend on that day, but the Qinkuan sect has always come to participate in the tribulation. Afraid of the power of the Qinkuan sect, no one will say anything. After all, the tribulation is also a half-step great perfection. One foot has already stepped into the level of great perfection. This year was a little different. Shengguan Feixing, the peak of the nascent soul realm, did not come. Instead, it was Shengguan Qingyun, the current clan master, who attended the opening ceremony. The Qinkuan sect's tribulation transcendence did not say anything, but the five-element sect's Ma Zedong could not help but jump out. Shengguan Qingyun, has your old man died? Today was such an important day, yet he didn't show his face. Didn't he know that the four great perfected nascent soul cultivators were coming? Or could it be that your Shengguan clan is ready to give up one of the four big clans? Ma Zedong also held a grudge against the Shengguan clan because the Green Clouds sect had robbed the five-element sect stall, so he started to mock them viciously. From Ma Zedong's point of view, although Lin Yi had a hold on Master Chen's weakness, if it wasn't for the Shengguan clan, how would the Green Clouds sect dare to go against the five-element sect? He had been wanting to cause trouble for the Shengguan clan for a long time. Now that he had the chance, he certainly wouldn't let it go easily. Shengguan Qingyun was not anxious or angry. He only smiled and said, Sect Master Ma, do you think that perfected cultivator Du Nan of the Qinkuan sect has also died? Ma Zedong was suddenly speechless. He had always been used to perfected cultivator Du Nan attending the assembly. Who would remember that perfected cultivator Du Nan also didn't come? However, Ma Zedong was not easy to deal with. He immediately sneered and said, Old man, can you compare to perfected cultivator Du Nan? Perfected cultivator Du Nan is the #1 cultivator in the nascent soul realm. In the entire ancient underworld, perfected cultivator Du Nan is the only one who has the chance to reach the legendary mysterious ascension stage. It's understandable that he didn't come in seclusion. Furthermore, perfected cultivator Du Nan is also half a step to the peak of the nascent soul realm. Do you think you can compare to perfected cultivator Du Nan? Perfected cultivator Du Nan glanced at Ma Zedong coldly, but didn't say anything. Shengguan Qingyun chuckled and said, I really can't say whether I can compare to him or not. However, from what you said, could it be that the five-element sect has already surrendered to the Qinkuan sect? Ma Zedong's face suddenly turned red. Shengguan Qingyun's words were really mean. Everyone in the ancient underworld knew that the five-element sect's biggest competitor was the Qinkuan sect. Both sides had never been on good terms. However, Ma Zedong's words just now sounded like he was flattering the Qinkuan sect. Speaking of which, he had really embarrassed the five-element sect. Originally, Ma Zedong wanted to say a few good words and pull the Qinkuan sect over as an ally. Who knew that perfected cultivator Du Nan wouldn't say anything at all? Ma Zedong could only say angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just stating the facts and stating the facts. Perfected cultivator Du Nan is half a step to the peak of the peak, so it's not a problem to treat him as a peak, isn't it? Oh, if you must say so, then so be it. Shengguan Qingyun shrugged indifferently and then said, However, even half a step to the peak of the peak can participate. Why can't I participate? Ma Zedong, even if you want to be a flatterer, you can't be so blatant. Don't you want the five-element sect's face? Nonsense. You are the one who is a flatterer. Ma Zedong was so angry that she was about to go crazy. She pointed at Shengguan Qingyun and shouted, He is half a step to the peak of the peak of the peak. Who do you think you are, Shengguan Qingyun? You are only in the late nascent soul realm, and you dare to act like a boss. Who told you that I am in the late nascent soul realm? Shengguan Qingyun looked at Ma Zedong sarcastically, but he felt indescribably refreshed. The feeling of acting cool was really good. Do you need anyone to tell you? Everyone in the ancient underworld knows how strong you are. Ma Zedong didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it and still replied unyieldingly. Shangguan Qingyun didn't say much and just looked at Ma Zedong with a smile. Then, he activated his mental cultivation method and revealed the aura of the peak of the nascent soul realm. Ma Zedong was instantly dumbfounded. Shangguan Qingyun was already in the peak of the nascent soul realm. According to the information, when Shangguan Qingyun came to the ruins town, he was still in the late nascent soul realm. Moreover, Shangguan Qingyun had been stuck in the late nascent soul realm for many years. How could he break through so quickly? Moreover, he broke through 2 small levels consecutively. Chapter 55-43. A genius in a second. Remember to go. To provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Supreme Elder of Awakening Heaven's faction, who had been silent, also looked at Shangguan Qingyun in surprise. His eyes flickered a few times, then he turned back and remained silent. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Sect leader Ma, this time, it shouldn't be 1 clear, but 2 clear, 3 clear, and 3 clear, right? Any more questions? Shangguan Qingyun looked at Ma Zedong mockingly and continued to show his nascent soul realm great perfection aura to her without reservation. Ma Zedong's face turned green and red, and she felt wronged. In the end, she could only smile and say, "Congratulations, Shangguan family leader, your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Alright, since everyone is here, let's get ready to start." Since Ma Zedong admitted defeat, Shangguan Qingyun didn't have the intention to continue. After withdrawing his aura, he nodded and said, "Let's discuss the rules of this Archean convention." Sage Du Jia looked at Shangguan Qingyun with a gloomy face. Originally, these words were said by Qinkuan sect, or more accurately, by Du Jia himself. Now that Shangguan Qingyun had beaten him to it, it was inevitable that Du Jia was a little unhappy. However, the Shangguan family already had 2 nascent soul realm great perfection cultivators, so Du Jia could only endure it for the time being. As for the rules, I think we should use the previous ones. Du Jia suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and interrupted Shangguan Qingyun's words. In the past, we have always used the comprehensive scoring system. It's considered a more mature system. This year, there's no need to change it. At most, we just need to change the items of the competition slightly. Sage Du Jia, you're right. Our 5 Elements sect has the same intention. Ma Zedong had just suffered a small loss at Shangguan Qingyun's hands and lost face. Now, of course, she had to stand on Du Jia's side to suppress the Shangguan family. Hence, she immediately agreed. The Supreme Elder of Awakening Heaven's faction closed his eyes slightly and sat motionless on the chair. He nodded slightly and said, "Let's do it this way." Shangguan Qingyun said indifferently, "Alright, let's move on to the next topic." Sage Du Jia almost vomited blood. Why is it that Shangguan Qingyun is the one leading the meeting again? Didn't they say that this guy never had a mind of his own? As a matter of fact, Shangguan Qingyun was someone who had no opinions of his own, even though he was already at the perfected nascent soul realm. Hence, as long as the opinions of the Shangguan clan and Blue Cloud sect didn't harm the interests of the Shangguan clan and Blue Cloud sect, Lin Yi would let them be. Anyway, with Lin Yi's strength, there shouldn't be any problems under normal circumstances. Shangguan family head, before we move on to the next topic, shouldn't we first calculate the overall basis? Oh, by the way, it's your first time attending this meeting, so it's normal that you don't know much about it. Du Jia didn't say anything, but Ma Zedong jumped out again and sneered vaguely. Shangguan Qingyun did not mind. He chuckled and said, "Sure, then you shall do it." Ma Zedong almost flipped the table on the spot. "What the fuck do you mean you'll do it? Am I a little brother that you can order around?" The Supreme Elder of the Heaven Awakening faction opened his eyes, glanced at Shangguan Qingyun, and said with a smile, "Clan head Shangguan, the basic points are submitted by the various clans themselves. If anyone suspects it, they can check it out." If there are any false reports, they will be disqualified from participating in the immemorial meeting. Therefore, normally, no one would dare to cheat. Although it's your first time attending this meeting, you should have already prepared the basis points beforehand, right? Oh, if that's the case, could it be this? Shengguan Qingyun patted his forehead lightly. Then, he took out a piece of paper from his bosom. On it was a list of the specific number of nascent soul realm and golden core realm cultivators in the Shengguan clan. The supreme elder of the Heaven Awakening faction took a look and nodded. This is it. The perfected nascent soul realm is 10 basis points, the late nascent soul realm is 9 points, and so on until the late golden core realm is 1 point. Those below the late golden core realm are not counted. It's quite convenient to calculate it this way. I've never paid attention to it before. It turns out that the number of people is to calculate the basis points. Ha! Shengguan Qingyun laughed and turned to Ma Zedong. Then, you don't have to do this. Everyone can do it themselves. Ma Zedong rolled up his sleeves and was ready to turn hostile. What does this mean? You can come and go at my beck and call. I'll beat you to death. The Supreme Elder of the Enlightening Heavens faction coughed lightly and interrupted Ma Zedong's anger in a timely manner. After the basic points are out, all the sects will vote according to this basic points to determine the qualification of each sect to challenge, and then the competition will begin. In the end, the sect with the highest total points wins. Shengguan clan head should be familiar with this, right? Thank you, Elder Qi, for your explanation. I know the rules behind. Shengguan Qingyun nodded with a smile and thanked the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Awakening faction. Sage Crossing Calamity snorted coldly. Alright, the time to disseminate knowledge to the newcomers ends here. The application for the basis points can be carried out first. Let's discuss the competition first. After all the sects have voted, we can start the challenge based on the qualification. Ma Zedong took a deep breath and sneered at Shengguan Qingyun. Shengguan clan head, do you have any ideas about the competition? Ideas? And, let me think. Shengguan Qingyun thought for a while with a serious expression. Then, he smiled and said, Sect head Ma, why don't you give me a few ideas first? Let me consider and see if there's anything suitable. If there's anything suitable, I'll agree. If not, you can think about it again. Damn it. This is too much. Why should I think of ideas for you to choose and let you decide? Ma Zedong really jumped up and was ready to take action this time. Sage Crossing Calamity looked on coldly. He was eager for the Five Elements sect to have a conflict with the Shengguan clan. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. That would be advantageous to the Qinkuan sect. Sect head Ma, you're so excited. Did you think of a good idea? Why don't you tell me? Shengguan Qingyun seemed to not feel Ma Zedong's anger at all. He still looked calm. You want to hear it? No problem. Come here and I'll tell you. Then, you'll know why flowers are so red. Ma Zedong frowned and waved at Shengguan Qingyun while gnashing his teeth. Chapter 55-44. Genius 1 second. Remember to go away. To provide you with wonderful novels to read. Sage Du Jie's face turned black. He turned his head and ignored Shengguan Qingyun, but he was cursing in his heart. I've never heard of Shengguan Qingyun being such a person. If I knew, I would have killed him long ago. Ma Zedong was about to go crazy. Shengguan Qingyun's whisper couldn't be hidden from the years of the nascent soul realm cultivators at the peak nascent soul realm. If Shengguan Qingyun was still at the late nascent soul realm, Ma Zedong would have killed him 18 times. Qi Denai came out again to smooth things over. Alright, today is the opening day of the Archean Grand Meeting. Let's not waste any more time. Let's decide on the competition items first. What I mean is to choose a few of the previous events as the opening competition, and then think of a few new events to add to it. What do you think? Of course, if you find it troublesome and want to completely follow the previous items, I have no opinion. Shengguan Qingyun was the first to express his opinion. What Elder Qi said is very reasonable. I completely agree. Let's do it this way. Sage Du Jie secretly rolled his eyes. What did Qi Denai say? You completely agree. That's all nonsense, okay. Do you agree to keep a few old items and choose a few new ones, or completely copy the previous items? Actually, Shengguan Qingyun completely agreed with Qi Denai. No matter what, he didn't care. Anyway, the final plan would only be fully implemented after Green Cloud's sect advanced. The initial projects only involved the 10 Academies qualification and the 10 Academies competition. The Green Cloud sect directly obtained the qualification of the 10 Academies, so there was no need for them to participate in these projects. Hence, Shengguan Qingyun really didn't care at all. We, Qinkuan sect, feel that it's better to keep some of the original items and add some new ones. Sage Du Jie didn't want to bother with Shengguan Qingyun, so he directly discussed with Qi Denai. Qi Denai nodded. He originally had this intention. Since Sage Du Jie also thought so, it was naturally for the best. Ma Zedong snorted and said, 5 Elements sect also agrees. Shengguan Qingyun said with a look of concern, Sect leader Ma, are you feeling very uncomfortable? You're in so much pain. Don't take medicine so casually in the future. You're the one who's taking medicine. Ma Zedong finally couldn't take it anymore. She slammed the table and roared. Qi Daily I quickly tried to smooth things over. We're all the top figures of the immemorial underworld. Let's talk less. Time is of the essence, let's hurry up and discuss the important matters. Shengguan Qingyun shrugged his shoulders innocently and said, this sect master Ma is really hot-tempered. Perhaps it's not that he took too much medicine, but that he didn't. None of you stop me. I'm going to kill him today. Ma Zedong pushed away Qi Denai's outstretched arm. They were all at the peak of Yuanying realm, who wouldn't have a temper? However, Shengguan Qingyun only said leisurely, my father is in secluded cultivation in the Shengguan clan's territory. Do you want to meet him? Ma Zedong's body trembled slightly. Shengguan Feixing was an experienced cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Even if he was not as strong as the strongest cultivator in the nascent soul realm, Reverend Du Nan, he was still much stronger than Ma Zedong, a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm from the 5 Elements sect. Together with Shengguan Qingyun, the newly ascended nascent soul great perfection, the Shengguan clan was no longer easy to deal with. I told you not to stop me. You still won't let go. Ma Zedong grabbed Qi Denai's arm and roared loudly. After shaking him a few times, she said, okay, Ma Zedong, will give you face. I'll let it go today, but I'll definitely settle this score in the future. Qi Denai really wanted to ask, can you let go of my arm first? I really didn't want to stop you. Sage Du Jie coughed lightly. He knew that Ma Zedong wasn't an idiot and wouldn't really challenge the Shengguan clan alone at this time. So, he said expressionlessly, let's discuss which projects to keep and which projects to add. That's right. Let's settle the business first. Qi Denai echoed. Shengguan Qingyun was even more indifferent. So, the meeting finally returned to the main topic. Although it was a discussion, it wasn't much of a discussion. Sage Du Jie and Qi Denai made some suggestions, and Shengguan Qingyun agreed to all of them. Ma Zedong snorted a few times and didn't object. So, the matter was decided. Okay, since it's decided, I'll take my leave first. Shengguan Qingyun stood up easily, cupped his hands at the other 3, and turned to leave. After Shengguan Qingyun left, Ma Zedong immediately shouted angrily, this is too much. How dare he, Shengguan Qingyun, be so arrogant? Does he think that with 2 nascent soul great perfection cultivators, he can be above all 4 of us? Sage Zhou Xian, Elder Qi, how can you tolerate this? Qi Denai laughed and said, Shangguan clan master doesn't usually care about things, so his words may be a little thoughtless, but he might not be really arrogant. Sect Master Ma, you don't have to worry too much. I still have some things to do today, so I'll take my leave first. The Archean Grand Meeting is about to begin, see you later. After saying that, Qi Denai cupped his hands at the 2, turned around, and left, leaving Ma Zedong rolling his eyes behind him. Now, only Sage Zhou Xian was left. Ma Zedong rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, Daoist Zhou Xian, I, Ma Zedong, am not a person who likes to stir up trouble, but the Shangguan clan is really too arrogant now. I've heard about the unhappiness between your Qinkuan sect and the Shangguan clan. How about it, why don't we join forces? It will be difficult for either of us to deal with the 2 nascent soul great perfection cultivators of the Shangguan clan, right? Du Jia looked at Ma Zedong indifferently and said, forget it, just pretend I never heard about this. Ma Zedong was slightly startled. He originally thought that Du Jia would definitely agree if he proposed to join forces, but he didn't expect this guy to reject him so directly. Daoist Du Jia, what do you mean? Is the dignified Qinkuan sect going to admit defeat? Are you planning to let the Shangguan clan climb above your heads? Ma Zedong wasn't willing to accept this, so he even tried to provoke them. Ha ha ha. Ma Zedong was unwilling to accept this, so he even tried to provoke them. Du Jia chuckled and said, Sect leader Ma, although our 2 sects have never been on good terms, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that we are old enemies. However, I still want to remind you not to cause too much trouble. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to see your 5-element sect in the next Archaic Grand Meeting. Chapter 55-45. That's all I have to say. You can figure out the details yourself. I won't say more. Du Jia said calmly. He cupped his hands casually, bid farewell, and left. Hey! Make it clear. Don't leave the other half. Ma Zedong shouted twice, but Du Jia didn't seem to care about her. He continued to walk out. The Qinkuan sect and the 5 elemental sect were already in a state of competition. The reason why Du Jia was willing to warn them was because they had a common enemy. However, if Du Jia and Ma Zedong wanted to cause trouble for the Shangguan clan, Du Jia would never agree to it. At least, he had to figure out what kind of strength Lin Yi had. After Shangguan Qingyun left, he went to report to Lin Yi. After briefly introducing the contents of the discussion, Shangguan Qingyun asked with a smile, Marshal Uncle Lin, do you have any 10 youngsters or 10 youngsters candidates that you want to take care of? If you do, you can inform them of the events that have been decided so that they can be prepared. At least, they can get a good result in the competition. Lin Yi nodded and said, thank you. Speaking of which, besides the 3 sects in the North Island, there should be a few other sects and families in the Shangguan clan. Is there anyone who wants to enter the 10 youngsters? Shangguan Qingyun shook his head quickly and said, there are others, but their strength is very low. They might not even have a chance to enter the 10 youngsters. It's unlikely for them to enter the 10 youngsters. Marshal Uncle Lin, you don't have to worry. We will inform them ourselves. Of course, if there's a chance during the competition, I hope you can help them. No problem. We'll decide according to the situation. Go and inform them that they are ready. Lin Yi nodded and let Shangguan Qingyun go. Shangguan Qingyun immediately stood up and left. He had to go back and discuss with Shangguan Feishing to see if there was a need to help his own family or sect. Lin Yi sent Shangguan Qingyun off, which made Shangguan Qingyun feel a little flattered. However, in reality, Lin Yi was just passing by. Since he was going out anyway, it didn't matter if he sent Shangguan Qingyun off. The 2 of them parted ways at the entrance. Lin Yi went straight to the Thousand Blades sect. The Thousand Blades sect was probably the only one that needed special attention. As for the others, whether it was the Leaf Spirit sect or the Chu clan, there was no need for Lin Yi to worry about them. The Leaf Spirit sect was one of the 10 small sects, and with the Chu clan's current strength, it would be very easy for them to become one of the 10 small sects. Only the Thousand Blades sect was in a difficult situation right now. However, Lin Yi didn't expect that the Thousand Blades sect situation was much more miserable than he had imagined. When Lin Yi arrived at the Thousand Blades sect's encampment, there was no one at the entrance. After scanning the entire encampment with his divine senses, he found that apart from Ling Tianyu, there was only the crippled invincible primordial spirit. This is too miserable. Lin Yi was speechless. From the messy state of the courtyard, it could be seen that the entire Thousand Blades sect might really only have these 2 people left. Otherwise, it would be impossible for no one to clean up the place. Previously, Lin Yi didn't pay much attention to Ling Tianyu. After all, Lin Yi could handle the trouble of the Qinkuan sect by himself. The Qinkuan sect basically wouldn't come looking for Ling Tianyu. However, Ling Tianyu didn't know about these things. After returning that day, Ling Tianyu was almost in a state of waiting for death. He didn't go out even once. In Ling Tianyu's view, he completely implicated Lin Yi and Duan Miyu. However, his strength was low, and he couldn't help much. Apart from waiting for death, there was really nothing he could do. Invincible primordial spirit was also carried here. After Ling Tianyu came back, he told Invincible Primordial Spirit what had happened. After listening to the story, Invincible Primordial Spirit, who was originally full of arrogance, just sighed softly. This is fate. Heavens and Thousand Blades. Then, he didn't speak anymore. When Lin Yi came, the father and son were completely lifeless. When Ling Tianyu saw Lin Yi, he was a little surprised, and instead became a little angry. Brother Lin, why are you here? How have you been recently? Ling Tianyu actually wanted to ask why Lin Yi looked like nothing had happened to him. After all, the one Lin Yi killed was the son of the Qinkuan sect master. I'm fine. What about you? Why do you look like a ghost? Lin Yi looked at Ling Tianyu strangely, and then asked, what happened to your Thousand Blades faction? Where did everyone go? The Thousand Blades faction was disbanded. Ling Tianyu sighed, and then asked, Brother Lin, it's great that you are fine. Didn't the Qinkuan sect come to make trouble for you? They came, but they only sent 2 weak chickens. They were completely sent to my door. I sent them away. Lin Yi said lightly, but his eyes fell on Invincible Primordial Spirit, who was lying on the bed. Ling Tianyu asked curiously, why did the Qinkuan sect send 2 weak chickens? Didn't they recognize your strength after the death of their sect master's son? Indeed, they didn't recognize my strength. Lin Yi nodded as if it was a matter of course. They actually thought that they could defeat me by sending a late nascent soul stage and a middle nascent soul stage weakling. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Ling Tianyu was speechless. He didn't know whether the Qinkuan sect was ridiculous or not, but he felt that he was ridiculous. He actually naively thought that they were really 2 weak chickens. 2 nascent soul stage experts, one at the late nascent soul stage and the other at the middle nascent soul stage. How could this kind of strength be considered weak chickens? Brother Lin, forget it, let's not talk about it. Ling Tianyu shook his head. He felt that he had nothing to talk about with an abnormal person like Lin Yi. He could only change the topic and ask, did the Qinkuan sect not make any follow-up moves after you sent the 2 nascent soul stage experts back? I didn't send them back, I directly killed them. The Qinkuan sect suffered such a big loss, so they probably don't have the guts to cause trouble for me for a while. Unless they can figure out all the details about me, they won't easily make a move. Lin Yi smiled indifferently. He had almost figured out the thoughts of the Qinkuan sect. As for his own strength, Lin Yi didn't want to talk too much, so he changed the topic and asked, "Just now, you said that the Thousand Blades sect was disbanded. What exactly happened?" Ling Tianyu shook his head with a bitter smile. "The Thousand Blades sect has already declined. The people below heard that I offended the Qinkuan sect and the Invincible Patriarch, so they all quietly left the sect. The people's hearts were scattered, so the sect was also disbanded." Lin Yi glanced at the silent Invincible Primordial Era and said meaningfully, "Some people have the same moral character as the Qinkuan sect. They wanted to show off without figuring out their opponent's strength, but in the end, they kicked an iron plate. It's too late to regret now, right?" Chapter 55-46. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. TalkNet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Invincible Patriarch, please speak less. Ling Tianyu hurriedly stopped him. Primordial Invincible was already in such a state, and his words were somewhat unclear. Whether Lin Yi was bragging or not, Primordial Invincible was definitely not Lin Yi's opponent. Moreover, Ling Tianyu had always felt that he owed Lin Yi too much, and he did not want Primordial Invincible to offend Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi was not so narrow-minded. After listening to Primordial Invincible's words, he just chuckled twice. "It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I don't need to say so much to you," Lin Yi said indifferently. Even if Primordial Invincible was at his peak, Lin Yi would not take him seriously, let alone Primordial Invincible in his current state. Ling Tianyu hurriedly said, "Brother Lin, please don't be offended." Invincible Patriarch did not know the situation, so he questioned Brother Lin. Lin Yi pointed at Ling Tianyu and said to Primordial Invincible, "Fortunately, you have such a good grand disciple, otherwise I would not have bothered to talk to you. Can you still move your hands? If you can, then give me your hands. What do you want?" Primordial Invincible was not worried that Lin Yi would harm him. Since he was already in such a state, Lin Yi probably would not have such thoughts. However, Primordial Invincible was very curious about what Lin Yi wanted to do. "You can't even move your hands. Forget it," Lin Yi said impatiently, and directly reached out to grab Primordial Invincible's wrist. Love goes small. Say net. Primordial Invincible subconsciously wanted to struggle, but in his current state, everything was in vain. However, the next moment, Primordial Invincible was completely shocked. An incomparably pure and powerful spiritual power came from his wrist, and instantly poured into the broken meridians, and then began to rapidly repair them. How was this possible? Even a level 5 recover pill would not have such a quick effect. Primordial Invincible knew that the hidden force left by Reverend Du Nan was eroding his meridians. Otherwise, with the Thousand Blades faction's resources, they would have been able to find recover pills, and Primordial Invincible would not have been crippled on the bed like that. But Lin Yi's pure qi was able to get rid of the destructive energy Master Du Nan left behind, and repair the damaged meridians. To Primordial Invincible, it was a miracle. A while later, Undefeated was still in shock, and Lin Yi had already retracted his hand. He clapped his hands twice and said faintly, "All right. Right now, the Thousand Blades sect still has a nascent soul Great Circle cultivator who has the qualifications to be one of the 10 small ones. Go register yourself first, then work hard at the Primeval Grand Meeting. I reckon that entering the 10 small ones won't be too big of a problem. When the time comes, there's no need to take back those who left. It's done." Ling Tianyu had a look of disbelief on his face. He knew how miraculous Lin Yi was, but he had never imagined that Lin Yi could be this miraculous. A cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm who was crippled was actually cured in such a short time. With Lin Yi's ability, was he going to defy the heavens? Ling Tianyu did not doubt whether Invincible Primeval had really been cured or not. Because Invincible Primeval was still in shock, he did not restrain his aura. In order to cooperate with Lin Yi's genuine qi, Invincible Primeval subconsciously operated his own mental cultivation method, and the aura of the peak of the Yuanying stage was naturally revealed. Love goes small. Say Nekulin Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's just some minor injuries, nothing serious. After you've signed up, go to the Shangguan clan and pay your respects. Tell them that I asked you to go, and the Shangguan clan will arrange everything for you." Okay. I understand. Ling Tianyu did not know what to say or how to react for a while. It was said that great kindness cannot be thanked with words. Now, Ling Tianyu really understood the meaning of this sentence. With the kindness that Lin Yi had shown to the Thousand Blades faction, how could it be resolved with just a word of thanks? Lin Yi waved his hand and did not say anything more. Then, he turned around and left. Invincible Primeval was still in a daze. Happiness came too suddenly, and Invincible Primeval felt like it was a dream. He was afraid that if he was dazed for a moment, he would find that it was all fake. Ling Tianyu had to be clear-headed. Seeing that Lin Yi was about to leave, he hurried to send him off. In fact, his excitement was no less than that of Invincible Primeval. The rise of the Thousand Blades faction was his greatest hope. With Invincible Primeval in perfect condition, he could at least look forward to becoming one of the top 10 disciples. When Ling Tianyu returned, Invincible Primeval finally came back to his senses. He let out a long sigh and said, "Tianyu, you really have good foresight to be able to make a friend like Lin Yi. Now, I really believe that the Qinkuan sect does not dare to provoke Lin Yi. How could he be at the Foundation Establishment Great Circle? How could a Foundation Establishment Great Circle heal a nascent soul Great Circle? Moreover, he did not show any signs of fatigue after the treatment?" Ling Tianyu nodded in agreement and said, "That's right, Brother Lin is indeed unfathomable. Invincible Patriarch, if there is a chance in the future, we must repay Brother Lin well. That's natural. Lin Yi did not simply heal me. He gave our Thousand Blades faction hope. Otherwise, the Thousand Blades faction would have vanished into thin air." Invincible Primeval was sincerely convinced by Lin Yi. The ancient underworld was a place where only the strong were respected, not to mention that Lin Yi was his savior. After sighing, Invincible Primeval excitedly asked Ling Tianyu about Lin Yi. He looked like a fan chasing after a celebrity in the secular world. Ling Tianyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After chatting casually for a while, Ling Tianyu quickly said, "Invincible Patriarch, our Thousand Blades faction now has the hope of reviving. Brother Lin also said that we should hurry up and register, then go to the Shangguan clan to pay our respects. Why don't we go now? Let's go. Hurry up, I'll go with you. The ancient grand meeting is about to begin. If we don't hurry up, we'll miss the opportunity." Thinking about the revival of the Thousand Blades faction, Invincible Primeval immediately jumped up from his seat. This was a big event that couldn't be delayed. The two didn't have much to pack, so they quickly went to register for the ancient grand meeting. In fact, the Thousand Blades faction had registered before, but because most of their disciples left, they were disqualified. They couldn't be blamed for this, as they only had a crippled Invincible Primeval and Ling Tianyu. It was impossible for them to participate in the ancient grand meeting. But now, it was different. Invincible Primeval was a peak nascent soul cultivator, and he alone was enough to fight against an entire faction. Even if the Thousand Blades faction only had the two of them left, no one could look down on them. After registering, Ling Tianyu and Invincible Primeval went straight to the Shangguan clan to pay their respects. Chapter 55-47. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Shangguan Qingyun also knew about the Thousand Blades sect. It was a sect that was related to Lin Yi. When the son of the Qinkuan sect master died, there were people from the Thousand Blades sect by his side. Hence, after receiving the visiting card, Shangguan Qingyun didn't dare to delay and asked someone to bring them in. Love go small say Netku, this must be the Thousand Blade Sect's primordial Daoist, right? And Ling Tianyu, sect master. Shengguan Qingyun welcomed the two of them enthusiastically at the entrance of the living room. This was already considered a grand etiquette. Primordial Invincible quickly walked up to greet him. He cupped his fists and said, "Shengguan family head, how could we dare to trouble you to come and greet us?" Ling Tianyu's face was slightly red. Now that there were only two people left in the Thousand Blade sect, he was indeed the sect master of the Thousand Blade sect. Shengguan clan head, Junior Ling Tianyu greets the clan head. Although Shengguan Qingyun politely addressed Ling Tianyu as the sect master, Ling Tianyu didn't really think that he was on equal footing with Shengguan Qingyun. You two don't have to be so polite. There's no need to talk about seniors and juniors between us. Why don't we talk as equals? Shengguan Qingyun knew that Ling Tianyu had gotten to know Lin Yi when he was training in the secular world, and he had a good relationship with Lin Yi. Therefore, Shengguan Qingyun wouldn't put on an act in front of Ling Tianyu. It was necessary to be modest. I don't dare. How can this junior be qualified to speak with the Shengguan family's patriarch as an equal? Ling Tianyu was startled and hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. What a joke, who was Shengguan Qingyun? The patriarchs of the four great sects and clans, while the Thousand Blade sect didn't even have the qualifications to be one of the 10 small sections. With the strength of the primordial invincible great perfection of the nascent soul realm, he could barely be compared to Shengguan Qingyun. What was Ling Tianyu? If he really agreed, then he would really be unable to differentiate good from bad. Shengguan Qingyun smiled faintly and didn't explain much. He invited the two to sit down and serve them tea, then asked with a smile, "Fellow Daoists, did you come to our Shengguan clan because of Grand Marshal Uncle Lin Yi's recommendation?" Previously, he had just mentioned to Lin Yi if there were any sects that he should focus on, and the Thousand Blade sect came knocking on his door. Of course, Shengguan Qingyun knew that Lin Yi was behind this. Moreover, when he left the Green Cloud sect, he saw that Lin Yi was heading towards the Thousand Blade sect. Ling Tianyu nodded subconsciously. Then, he came to a realization and exchanged a glance with Primordial Invincible. Did Shengguan Qingyun really say, "Martial Granduncle Lin Yi," just now? Ling Tianyu knew that Lin Yi was the Grand Marshal Granduncle of the Green Cloud sect, but since when did the Shengguan clan's clan master have to address Lin Yi as Grand Marshal Uncle? You don't have to be surprised. Our Shengguan clan and the three great sects of the Northern Island are inextricably linked. It's true that Grand Marshal Uncle Lin Yi is an elder of the Green Cloud sect, but he is also an elder of our Shengguan clan. So, for now, you are temporarily under the Shengguan clan. After this archaic meeting, you will become a sect under the Green Cloud sect, just like our Shengguan clan. Shengguan Qingyun didn't feel embarrassed at all. Not only was there nothing to be embarrassed about, but it also made Shengguan Qingyun feel proud of having such a powerful backer like Lin Yi. Primordial Invincible and Ling Tianyu looked at each other. They really couldn't understand what was going on. However, when they thought about how unfathomable Lin Yi was, they suddenly felt that it wasn't something that they couldn't understand. Shengguan Qingyun didn't care about what they were thinking. He continued speaking in a gentle tone, "Since Grand Marshal Uncle Lin Yi wants your Thousand Blades faction to enter the top 10, then this matter is basically in the bag. In the future, we should get closer to each other. After all, we are all disciples of Grand Marshal Uncle Lin Yi, so we should take care of each other. In this qualifying round, you should prepare for those events first. Perhaps it will be easier for you to enter the top 10. Shengguan Qingyun didn't know if Grand Marshal Uncle Lin Yi had told them about this. Just to be safe, he told them about the events in detail. Primordial Invincible and Ling Tianyu were very grateful. Previously, Lin Yi really didn't mention these things. In his opinion, with Primordial Invincible, who was at the great circle of the nascent soul realm, there was basically no one who could rival them except for the top 4. Therefore, those preparations in advance weren't of much use to Primordial Invincible. After a while, Primordial Invincible and Ling Tianyu bid farewell and left. After leaving the Shangguan clan, Primordial Invincible let out a long sigh and said, "Tianyu, I thought I had overestimated Lin Yi, but now I know that I have still greatly underestimated Lin Yi's strength." Ling Tianyu also sighed, "Let alone Patriarch Invincible, this disciple has always known that Brother Lin is powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Just thinking about it is a bit unbelievable. Tianyu, you can't call him Brother Lin so casually in the future. Didn't you hear Family Master Shangguan call him Grand Marshal Uncle? Don't tell me you want to be Family Master Shangguan's Grand Marshal Uncle." Primordial Invincible scolded with a serious expression. Previously, Primordial Invincible thought that it was a good thing for Ling Tianyu to call Lin Yi brother. However, since even the Shangguan clan was a junior, it was inappropriate for Ling Tianyu to address Lin Yi as such. In my opinion, Senior Lin Yi is definitely an ancient almighty being. Even an old man like me wouldn't feel wronged if I call him senior. Kid, you should be more respectful, understand? Primordial Invincible had long since put away his arrogance and spirit. In front of Lin Yi's strength, he would be an idiot if he continued to act insolently. Yes, this disciple understands. Ling Tianyu didn't agree with Primordial Invincible's words. He didn't think that Lin Yi was such a person, but he didn't dare go against Primordial Invincible's words. While they were talking, a few high-ranking members of the Qinkuan sect walked toward them. The one leading them was the sect master, Transcending Tribulation Enlightened. When he saw Primordial Invincible and Ling Tianyu coming out from the Shangguan clan's territory, he was shocked. Without saying anything, he waved his hand, turned around, and left. Ling Tianyu asked in surprise, "Why did the people from the Qinkuan sect leave as soon as they saw us? Is it because they found out that you, Patriarch Invincible, have fully recovered your nascent soul cultivation?" Primordial Invincible looked at Transcending Tribulation Enlightened Master, then coldly harumphed and said, "It's not a big deal if they found out that I've fully recovered. However, Transcending Tribulation Enlightened Master is only slightly weaker than me, so they aren't afraid of me. What they are afraid of is the place where we came from." Ling Tianyu suddenly understood. He turned around and looked at the Shangguan clan's territory, then said, "So that's how it is. It seems like the Shangguan clan's strength has indeed made the Qinkuan sect afraid." "Silly boy, the Qinkuan sect isn't afraid of the Shangguan clan, but the Azure Cloud sect behind them. Only now did I realize how terrifying the Azure Cloud sect is. Or, I should say, how terrifying the granduncle of the Azure Cloud sect is, Senior Lin Yi." Primordial Invincible had a fascinated look on his face. The fact that the Qinkuan sect didn't even dare to look for trouble with the Thousand Blades faction showed how terrifying Lin Yi was in the Qinkuan sect. Chapter 55-48. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. You're really lucky, kid. Let's go back and prepare. This time, our Thousand Blades sect should have no problem entering the top 10 youngsters. Primordial Invincible was in a good mood. Seeing Sage Dujia's expression, Primordial Invincible was even more certain of Lin Yi's ability. The Thousand Blades sect's confidence in entering the top 10 youngsters also skyrocketed. Love Goes Small Talk Netca. That night, the archaic convention officially opened. All the sects and families in Ruin Town gathered together. The perfected nascent soul realm masters of the 4 major sects and families, as the hosts, naturally had to come out. However, only the few who came in the morning came out. Sage Du Nan and Shengguan Feixing still did not appear. According to the previous rules, the Qinkuan sect's tribulation passing sage would speak on such occasions. However, it was different this time. The first to come out was actually Shengguan Qingyun from the Shengguan clan. Sect masters and family heads, the archaic convention is about to begin. Everyone's basic points should have been reported, right? You can't fake it. Otherwise, I won't be the unlucky one. Shengguan Qingyun said with a relaxed and humorous expression. Unfortunately, no one reacted. The atmosphere was very strange. Although the recent rumors did mention the strength of the Shengguan clan, no one expected the Shengguan clan to be so strong that they directly snatched the Qinkuan sect's speech at the opening of the archaic convention. Moreover, the Qinkuan sect did not react at all. Shengguan Qingyun laughed and did not feel embarrassed. He continued, "It seems that everyone can't wait for the archaic convention to begin. I won't say much. Now, I'll directly announce the basic points of all the sects and families. Everyone, vote." After saying that, Shengguan Qingyun turned around and pointed at the huge jade wall behind him. Strong and forceful handwriting automatically appeared on the jade wall. "Look, the 5 Elements sect has the highest basic points. The Qinkuan sect has fallen to 2nd place, and it's quite close to the 3rd place, the Ancient Heavens sect." Someone could not help but exclaim in a low voice. The Shengguan clan's basic points have also increased, but they still haven't surpassed the Ancient Heavens sect. How can they speak at the beginning? Why do you care so much? Look at your own sect first. The discussion about the basic points did not last long, because the only thing that could be talked about was the fact that Qinkuan Gate had dropped to 2nd place. However, there were already signs of this. After all, the rumor had been around for several days, so no one was surprised. After waiting for a while, Shengguan Qingyun said, "Next will be the announcement of the competition. After everyone has seen it, you can vote on the spot to decide if you want to maintain the original ranking or let the capable ones challenge it. Let's cut to the chase. Think about it yourselves." After that, the jade disc showed the projects that had been discussed, and then the voting began on the spot. The voting process didn't require much time. In fact, before the primeval grand meeting began, the various sects and clans basically had an idea of what to do. Therefore, the voting process was completed very quickly. After the calculation, the Qinkuan Gate's basic points and voting points surpassed the 5 Elemental sect for the time being. However, it wasn't only the Qinkuan Gate that surpassed the 5 Elemental sect, the Shengguan clan had also surpassed the 5 Elemental sect. Although it was only a slight advantage, it did surpass the 5 Elemental sect. Obviously, all the sects and clans believed that the Shengguan clan's strength shouldn't be the weakest among the 4 big sections. Of course, this wasn't important. The 4 big sects were still the 4 big sects, and nothing unexpected had happened. The same went for the 10 small sections. Before the new sects revealed their strength, everyone still believed in the old sections. The only pity was that the Blue Cloud sect wasn't ranked first among the 10 small sections. In other words, the Blue Cloud sect wasn't qualified to challenge the 4 big sections. They had to challenge the 10 small sects above them first before they could challenge the 4 big sections. Lin Yi and Xianxia weren't surprised by this result. After all, everyone thought that the Shengguan clan was very powerful, but it had nothing to do with the Blue Cloud sect. Although Lin Yi had sold a lot of pills, which helped the Blue Cloud sect gain a lot of fame, it only increased their ranking by a few points. They didn't enter the first place among the 10 small sects, but they were pretty close to it. Although it'll take some effort, it's not a big deal. It's easy to get the qualification to challenge the 4 big sections. At least, it's much better than the Thousand Blades School. Lin Yi didn't mind this at all. He just felt sorry for the Thousand Blades School, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, that was the rule. Of course, Lin Yi knew that with the immemorial undefeatable sect strength, entering the 10 small sects wouldn't be a problem. However, the Thousand Blades School's reputation had been completely ruined. Not only did they lose the qualification to challenge the 10 small sects, they didn't even have the qualification to challenge the 10 small sections. According to the rules, if the Thousand Blades School wanted to become one of the 10 small sects, they had to first challenge their current position and obtain the qualification to challenge the 10 small sections. Then, they would continue to challenge the 10 small sects until they obtained the qualification to challenge the 10 small sects. Finally, they could officially challenge the 10 small sections. Fortunately, with the immemorial undefeatable sect at the nascent Soul Realm, Lin Yi didn't have to worry about the Thousand Blades School not having the chance to get promoted. The only thing he had to consider was how many battles the Thousand Blades School had to go through in order to successfully get promoted. Everyone has seen the score. Needless to say, you all know where you are and when it's your turn. Now, let's begin the challenge for the 10 small sects qualification. This time, it was the Tribulation Passing Sage who spoke. After all, he was the nominal leader of the 4 big sections. He couldn't let Shengwan Qingyun steal all the limelight. There were only 5 reserved seats for the challenge of the 10 minor sects. If the Thousand Blades faction wanted to challenge them, they would first have to enter one of the 5 reserved seats. However, the Thousand Blades faction could only challenge the last reserved seat. If they succeeded, they would have to continue resisting the other sects that wanted to challenge the reserve seat. As for the qualification to challenge the 10 small sects, in theory, all 5 of them could. However, the reality was that only the first place could challenge any of the 10 small sects unconditionally. The second to 5th places could only continue to challenge the 10 small sects after the first place succeeded in the challenge. If the first place failed, then the next 4 would lose the qualification to challenge. This rule could be said to be quite unfair, but there was no other way. After all, the rules of the game were set by the 4 big sections. They couldn't possibly make rules that were unfavorable to their own sects. Chapter 55-49. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. The so-called gambling battle was when the reserve qualification could not continue to be challenged. One could take out 1,000 spiritual jades to bet against the 10 small sections. No matter who won or lost, the 1,000 spiritual jades would not be returned. If the challenger won, he could only advance to the next round. The spiritual jades were taken by the town of ruins and belonged to the organization. If the challenger lost, he would lose everything. The spiritual jades would be lost to the 10 small sections. The rules of this gambling battle could be said to be quite cruel. It also prevented the weak sects from having any wishful thinking, so as not to waste the time of the archaic meeting. After Du Jiezhenren finished speaking, the real host of the archaic meeting finally appeared. He was not an outsider. He was still an elder of the Qinkuan sect, but his title was the managing elder of the town of ruins. The town of ruins was jointly controlled by the 4 big sects, so the managing elder was naturally a member of the 4 big sections. It was only because the Qinkuan sect was strong that he occupied this position for a long time. This year, it was estimated that someone else would take over. Since Du Jiezhenren has made it very clear, I will not say more. Is there anyone who wants to challenge the reserve qualification of the 10 small sects? The great elder of the town of ruins did not say any nonsense and went straight to the point. Ling Tianyu immediately raised his hand and said, "The Thousand Blades sect wants to challenge the reserve qualification." The great elder of the town of ruins glanced at Ling Tianyu and said, "The Thousand Blades sect wants to challenge." Alright, the 5th reserve qualification is the 3 C's sect. The Thousand Blades sect can challenge. Many small sects and families were suddenly in an uproar. No one expected that the first to jump out was actually the Thousand Blades sect. Isn't the Thousand Blades sect only left with 2 people? How dare they come out to challenge? You are too ignorant. How can there be 2 people? There is clearly only 1.5, okay? Apart from Ling Tianyu, there is also a cripple. Even half is a bit too much. That should be the archaic undefeated, right? He doesn't look like a cripple. But there is really no aura on his body. Maybe his cultivation has been destroyed. Low murmurs of discussion could be heard, but Ling Tianyu was not affected in the slightest. He still looked as calm as ever. The Thousand Blade School's goal was to become one of the 10 minor ones. Ling Tianyu did not care about a mere reserve qualification. A disciple from the 3C sect stepped forward and sneered, "I was wondering who it was that wanted to challenge our 3C sect. So it's Sect Master Ling Tianyu from the Thousand Blade sect." "Oh, I'm sorry, it's Ling Tianyu, the lone sect leader. You've really overwhelmed our 3C sect." Ling Tianyu's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, "Don't be overwhelmed by the favor. You will be shocked very soon. Tell me, what are the rules of the challenge?" As the 10 candidates for the lowest level of the primeval grand meeting, the Big Four didn't spend any effort to prepare any challenges. They directly stipulated that the person being challenged would be the one to decide the challenge. That was why Ling Tianyu had asked the members of the 3C sect how to challenge their opponents. Without a doubt, the rules were still biased towards the challenged party. However, there were times when man's plans were not as good as God's. The disciple from the 3C sect mocked, shocked. "I think you're here to die today, aren't you? A mere perfected foundation establishment cultivator wants to carry the banner of the Thousand Blade sect. Forget it, seeing how pitiful you are, I won't bully you today. Let's settle this in one battle." "How do we settle this in one battle?" Ling Tianyu was secretly delighted. Right now, the Thousand Blades sect only had 2 members. If the 3C sect proposed a battle of numbers, it would be quite disadvantageous to the Thousand Blades sect. It would be great if they could decide the victor in a one-on-one battle. Indeed, things were developing in the direction that was most beneficial to the Thousand Blades sect. After the 3C sect's disciple received the sect leader's signal, he suggested a single battle between 2 nascent soul realm experts. If you want to become one of the 10, the minimum requirement is to have a nascent soul realm expert or a golden core realm expert with strength equivalent to a nascent soul realm expert. Since the Thousand Blades sect wants to challenge us, then bring out your strongest combat strength to settle this. The disciple's face was full of mockery. Although there was nothing wrong with his words, his tone was full of sarcasm. Everyone knew that the invincible primordial spirit of the Thousand Blades sect had been crippled by the Qianquan sect. Otherwise, the Thousand Blades sect would not have been left with only 2 people. With such an opportunity, the 3C sect naturally would not let it go. With the reputation of the invincible primordial spirit, the 3C sect's nascent soul realm cultivator could still show off a little. This was a good plan. Unfortunately, the invincible primordial spirit was no longer the crippled invincible primordial spirit. Instead, he had returned to his peak. The 3C sect's petty tricks played right into the Thousand Blades sect's hands. When he heard the challenge rules, Ling Tianyu almost jumped up and cheered. "All right." Ling Tianyu suppressed the urge to laugh maniacally in his heart. Without batting an eyelid, he said, "Since you guys are the ones being challenged, the Thousand Blades sect naturally has no objections. Let's begin the challenge." Seeing Ling Tianyu's calm demeanor, the 3C sect felt a little uneasy. Ling Tianyu, who was at the Foundation Establishment perfected level, would naturally not participate in the duel between nascent soul realm cultivators. That left only the invincible primordial spirit. The agreed duel was usually between cultivators of the same realm. Ling Tianyu was indeed not qualified to participate. Therefore, under the astonished gazes of the 3C sect, the invincible primordial spirit walked out leisurely. He said proudly, "I would like to see which nascent soul expert dares to challenge me one-on-one." Some of the spectators who did not know the truth immediately started to make a ruckus. "Look at that old man. He's really putting on a good show. If I didn't know that he was crippled, I would have been fooled by him. After all, he used to be a veteran at the nascent soul realm. He has been famous for a long time. Even if he's crippled, he can still put on airs. The spectators, who thought that they had seen through the secrets of the heavens, were just here to watch a show. In reality, they did not care whether the invincible primordial spirit was crippled or not. The most important thing was to watch a show. However, their discussion made the people of the 3C sect secretly heave a sigh of relief. Initially, when they saw the invincible primordial spirit's arrogant behavior, the 3C sect felt a little diffident. Now that they knew that he was just bluffing, there was nothing to be afraid of. Ha 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 ha, you really are a yawning toad. How arrogant. The Grand Supreme Elder of the 3C sect laughed loudly as he walked out to welcome the invincible primordial spirit. This was an expert who had just broken through to the nascent soul realm not too long ago. If the invincible primordial spirit had not been injured, he would not have dared to challenge the invincible primordial spirit even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 55-50. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. Shuan.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. I've long heard that the Thousand Blade sect's primordial invincible was the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the past. As a junior, I would like to ask for some advice. I hope that primordial invincible senior can show mercy. The face of the 3C sect's Grand Elder was filled with mockery. What senior? What leniency? Even a fool could tell that he was mocking the primordial invincibility. Primordial Invincible turned a deaf ear to the discussions below. He merely glanced at the 3C sect's Great Elder indifferently and said in disdain, "How dare a clown like you make such a ruckus?" Ha 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 ha, Primordial Invincible Senior really has the demeanor of an expert. Junior is so scared that I don't dare to move. Otherwise, you can come and hit me. Come on, don't be polite, bring out your full strength. The Grand Elder of the 3C sect was certain that Primordial Invincible did not have the ability to make a move. Hence, he was cheering rather happily. Primordial Invincible's brows twitched. As a senior expert, it would have been inappropriate for him to make the first move. However, since the other party was the one who requested it, Primordial Invincible couldn't very well give him face. This old man will fulfill your wish. Primordial Invincible said coldly as he casually sent out a stream of primary energy. In an instant, it struck the chest of the 3C sect Supreme Elder. Before the astonished expression on the face of the 3C sect Supreme Elder could be completely revealed, his entire body was sent flying, leaving behind a trail of blood droplets in the air. Love goes small say Netka. By the time he landed on the ground, he was panting more than he was inhaling. Even though he wasn't dead, he was in a half-dead state. The entire place fell silent. The people who had been talking excitedly lowered their heads and shrunk back. They were afraid that Invincible Primeval would come after them. Primordial Invincible flicked his sleeves and said with a calm expression, "I've never seen someone so stupid." He actually begged for someone to beat him up. Fortunately, I didn't hear him use his full strength. He can't even take a little bit of it. How weak, my God. Invincible Primordial Senior has actually recovered. He's a genuine nascent soul cultivator. Incredible. Invincible Primordial Senior is truly mighty and domineering. The revival of the Thousand Blades sect is right in front of us. Invincible Immemorial Senior can definitely lead the Thousand Blades sect back to the 10 minor. After a moment of silence, those who had mocked the invincible primordial cultivators realized that they couldn't hide anymore. They were at the peak of the nascent soul realm. If they were targeted, there was a possibility of a massacre happening at any moment. Therefore, these people changed their tune and began to flatter Primeval Invincible loudly. Primeval Invincible had lost a lot of his arrogance after the previous setback. Naturally, he was a lot calmer. It didn't matter if those people were making fun of him or praising him. Primordial Invincible turned to look at the Great Elder of the ruined town. His lips curled into a smile as he said, "Is there any problem with our Thousand Blades School's reserve qualification?" The ruins town's Great Elder stole a glance at Sage Tribulation Transcendence. When he saw that Sage Tribulation Transcendence did not say anything, he immediately nodded and said, "There's no problem." The Thousand Blades sect defeated the 3C sect and became the fifth among the 10 minor substitutes. Are there any sects or clans who wish to challenge for the substitutes? You may continue now. As soon as he said that, the crowd fell into an awkward silence again. This challenge could only be challenged against the fifth reserve qualification. Moreover, the rules of the challenge were decided by the challenger. In other words, those who wanted to challenge now would almost certainly have to face the invincible primordial cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Just look at the supreme elder of the 3C sect, who was still vomiting blood on the ground. Who would be so free to challenge him? At that moment, Sage Tribulation Transcendence's heart was pounding. He subconsciously stole a glance at the Emerald Cloud sect. He would never believe that the invincible primordial cultivator's recovery had nothing to do with Lin Yi. Lin Yi was indeed strange. He could even heal the invincible primordial cultivator's injuries. Others might not know, but Sage Tribulation Transcendence definitely knew how serious the invincible primordial cultivator's injuries were. After all, apart from Sage Tribulation Transcendence, he had also contributed a lot to the invincible primordial cultivator's injuries. Is there no one else who wishes to challenge? In that case, the reserve qualification for the 10 aptitudes has been determined. The first to directly challenge the 10 aptitudes is the Tyrant's Blade sect. The next 2 to 4 are the 3 Talent sect, the Chu family, the Profound G sect, and the Thousand Blades sect. Now, let the challenge of the 10 aptitudes begin. The MC expressionlessly announced the 5 sects that had obtained the reserve qualification, and then prepared for the challenge of the 10 aptitudes. Originally, with the strength of the Profound G sect, there was no way for them to obtain the reserve qualification. Seeing that Hong Xuanlei's attitude was not bad, Lin Yi gave a nascent soul golden pill to Hong Xianlei in the end, allowing him to advance to the nascent soul realm. In any case, he was an honorary Grand Elder. Without this strength, it was not impossible for the Profound G sect to return to the 10 aptitudes. With Lin Yi around, it would be easy to force the Profound G sect into the 10 aptitudes, but that would be somewhat unjustifiable. The Tyrant's Blade sect, which was ranked first, directly obtained the right to challenge. Wei Yidao walked out and said to Ling Tianyu with a hearty laugh, "Today has really broadened my horizons. Even 2 people's sects can enter the 10 aptitudes. But it doesn't matter, you will always be like this. If you are lucky enough to obtain the reserve qualification, you should be secretly happy for a long time, right? There is no hope for you in this year's archaic meeting. Next time, when you take in 1 or 2 more disciples, perhaps you will be able to improve further, right? Ha 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 ha. Wei Yidao, don't be too arrogant. Take care of yourself first. I am still waiting to challenge you. Don't lose." Ling Tianyu retorted without any trace of politeness. What he meant was that after the Tyrant's Blade sect successfully advanced to the 10 aptitudes, the Thousand Blade sect would once again knock the Tyrant's Blade sect down from the 10 aptitudes. If it wasn't for a deep hatred, they normally wouldn't do such a thing. Normally, after the immemorial invincible sect recovered, the Tyrant's Blade sect shouldn't have the guts to continue provoking them. After all, the nascent soul old monsters of the Tyrant's Blade sect weren't at the great circle of the nascent soul realm. They were only at the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. However, Wei Yidao had done so. If there wasn't a problem with his brain, then he definitely had something to rely on. However, it was also possible that Wei Yidao still didn't know that the Qinkuan sect had suffered a loss. He thought that the Qinkuan sect had simply ignored the Thousand Blades sect and let them off. In any case, before the Tyrant's Blade sect successfully advanced to the 10 aptitudes, the Tyrant's Blade sect and the Thousand Blades sect wouldn't have any interaction. The host impatiently interrupted the war of words between Wei Yidao and Ling Tianyu. The 10 aptitudes challenge has begun. Does the Tyrant's Blade sect wish to challenge the clans of the 10 aptitudes? Or do you want to give up on this challenge? Wei Yidao hurriedly raised his hand and said, "The Tyrant's Blade sect wishes to challenge the Xuanyu sect of the 10 aptitudes." What a joke. It wasn't easy for them to obtain the right to challenge. How could they give up just like that? Chapter 55-51. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Any sect that wasn't one of the top 10 small sects, as long as they obtained the reserve qualification, regardless of whether they had the strength or not, they would at least give it a try. What if they succeeded? Alright, the challenge between the Tyrant's Blade School and the Xuanyu School will begin immediately. You all know the rules, right? The great elder of the ruined town nodded and continued, "I will repeat the rules again. The rest of you, listen up. The rules of the 10 minor challenges this time are the same as before. There will still be 3 matches. Nascent Soul Stage, Golden Core Stage, and Foundation Establishment Stage will each have 1 match. 2 wins out of 3 matches. If the challenge was successful, the challenger would be promoted to the 10 small sects, and the one who was challenged would be the last candidate. If the challenges of the top 4 went smoothly, they would still have the chance to challenge the 10 small sects again, or they could choose to give up. The second substitute will be promoted to the first substitute and will continue to have the right to challenge the 10 kids, including those who have just been promoted. If the challenge fails, the order will not change. The second substitute will not have the right to challenge the 10 kids unless you choose to gamble. Do you understand? The great elder of the ruined town explained the rules unhurriedly. In fact, everyone knew that it was just a formality. Wei Yidao cupped his fists respectfully and bowed. Many thanks for First Elder's explanation. We all understand. The first match of the Tyrant Saber School's Foundation Establishment Cultivators will be this junior's match. The great elder of Ruins Town made a sound of acknowledgement, then turned to the Xuanyu School's side and said, "Who will be participating in the Xuanyu School's Foundation Establishment competition? Get on the stage now." "Allow me." In Xuanyu's sect's camp, a perfected Foundation Establishment disciple stood up and walked up to the arena with an imposing manner. "Love goes small, say Netku, a Xuanyu sect's Yulingfang has come to accept the challenge." Yulingfang said expressionlessly, but his eyes revealed traces of anger. Although the High Feather School was one of the weaker sects among the 10 minor sects, they were not the weakest of the 10 minor sects. The Tyrant Blade School had chosen the High Feather School right from the start. They had really underestimated the High Feather School. It would be strange if Yulingfeng treated Wei Yidao nicely. Wei Yidao shrugged his shoulders and let out a strange laugh. What a frightening aura. I wonder what will happen when they fight. It would be great if he wasn't just a paper tiger that was bluffing. Tyrant Blade Sect's Wei Yidao. Before his voice faded away, Wei Yidao pulled out his thick-backed long saber with a shake of his hand and swung it toward Yulingfeng's body. The great elder of the ruins town raised his eyebrows slightly. He had not announced the start of the fight, but Wei Yidao had already made the first move. Strictly speaking, this was against the rules. However, the great elder of the ruins town was originally a member of the Qinkuan sect, and the Tyrant Blade School was a branch of the Qinkuan sect. Of course, he would ignore such a small detail if he could. Yulingfeng narrowed his eyes. Even though he didn't expect Wei Yidao to suddenly attack, he didn't panic in the slightest. With a light tap of his foot, he flew into the air. At the same time, he raised his hands and dozens of steel short feathers shot out. Wei Yidao's long saber moved horizontally and horizontally. The momentum of the saber was fierce and tyrannical. It was worthy of the name of tyrannical. Before Yulingfeng's steel short feathers could get close, they were engulfed by the momentum of Wei Yidao's saber and completely lost their accuracy. Petty tricks. Is this all the Xianyu school can do? Wei Yidao laughed crazily as he stepped forward. The momentum of his saber increased once again. The steel short feathers that were engulfed by the saber all fell to the ground. They didn't even have the ability to stop Wei Yidao. However, Yu Lingfeng, who was in the air, didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, there was a faint mocking smile on his face. With a shake of his hands, his body, which had already started to fall, suddenly shot up again. It was as if he had a pair of invisible wings on his back. Light feather arrow. Yu Lingfeng ignored Wei Yidao's provocation. He only let out a low roar and the true energy in his body surged. The steel short feathers that had been engulfed by Wei Yidao's saber actually flew up from the ground and towards Wei Yidao again. Not only that, the steel short feathers that flew up again gave off a faint white light. Whether it was speed or strength, they were more than twice as strong as before. In an instant, the steel short feathers were within half a foot of Wei Yidao's body. If there were no changes, Wei Yidao's body would immediately have dozens of bloody holes. Interesting. Facing this kind of danger, Wei Yidao actually laughed twice. The saber in his hand did not change direction, but his feet moved strangely a few times. With just a slight movement of his body, Yu Lingfeng's light feather arrow flew past Wei Yidao's body. The closest one even scratched Wei Yidao's clothes, leaving a small hole. However, it still didn't hurt Wei Yidao in the slightest. In the air, Yu Lingfeng's expression finally changed slightly. At this time, Wei Yidao's saber, which carried an unparalleled saber momentum, had already closed in on Yu Lingfeng. Yu Lingfeng could only shake his arms again and change his body in the air for the second time. This was already his limit. No matter how agile the Xianyu sex movement technique was, Yu Lingfeng was still only at the foundation establishment stage. If he still couldn't shake off Wei Yidao's pursuit, then he could only face Wei Yidao's saber head-on. In order to save his life, Yu Lingfeng roared as he changed his body, turn. The fine steel short feathers that flew past Wei Yidao immediately turned around nimbly like fish in water and shot towards Wei Yidao again. At such a close distance, Yu Lingfeng didn't believe that Wei Yidao could use his footwork to dodge. Even if he could dodge, it would definitely affect his saber momentum. In that case, it would at least give Yu Lingfeng a chance to catch his breath. Wei Yidao laughed disdainfully. Have you exhausted your limited abilities? Then there's nothing fun to do. As he spoke, the saber momentum didn't change. After a slight adjustment, it continued to chase after Yu Lingfeng. As for the fine steel short feathers that turned into light feather arrows, Wei Yidao didn't continue to use his footwork to dodge. Instead, he held the saber sheath in his left hand and used it as a saber to slash again. The ferocious saber momentum instantly split the air in front of Wei Yidao, emitting a violent sonic boom. The fine steel short feathers that were flying towards Yu Lingfeng were completely cut off by this saber. One by one, they bounced off to both sides. Some of them were even directly chopped into pieces by the saber momentum. Yu Lingfeng's expression finally changed completely. He thought that Wei Yidao's previous saber strike was the result of him going all out. He didn't expect it to be completely different. From this saber strike, it could be seen that Wei Yidao had held back a lot of strength. In other words, this saber strike that chased after Yu Lingfeng was just a casual strike from Wei Yidao. When did Wei Yidao of the Tyrant Saber sect become so powerful? With this kind of strength, even if he were to cross realms to deal with a weaker early-stage gold core cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem, right? These thoughts only flashed through Yu Lingfeng's mind in a flash. Then, Wei Yidao's saber had already arrived in front of him. There was no way to dodge, no way to retreat. Chapter 55-52. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Yu Lingfeng let out a long sigh. He knew he had lost. The only thing he could hope for now was to stay alive. Love goes small. TalkNet. More than 10 shiny steel feathers shot out from his sleeves like lightning. This was Yu Lingfeng's last resort. He didn't want to hurt his opponent, he only wanted to protect himself. These steel feathers formed a small shield in front of Yu Lingfeng. However, against Wei Yidao's long sword, it didn't even hinder it for a moment. It only reduced the strength of the long sword slightly. However, Yu Lingfeng was already very satisfied. It was precisely this slight reduction in strength that gave him a chance to survive. Wei Yidao was originally attacking with half of his strength, and he was also splitting his attention to do two things at the same time. After being slightly blocked by these fine steel short feathers, the long blade was only able to cut off Yu Lingfeng's left arm. Yu Lingfeng took the opportunity to retreat, directly falling out of the arena. According to the rules, falling out of the arena meant that the winner was determined. The winner could not continue attacking. Tyrant's Blade Sect challenges Xianyu Sect, one of the 10 minor sections. Tyrant's Blade Sect wins the first match of the foundational stage. The Great Elder of Ruined Town didn't show any change in his expression as he announced the result in a rather formal manner. The crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected Yu Lingfeng to lose so quickly. It seemed like a lot of time had passed, but the truth was that the outcome had been decided within a breath's time. Those who were weaker could only see Wei Yidao's blade, Yu Lingfeng flying back to counterattack, and then his left arm being cut off. The entire battle was over. As for the changes that happened, they couldn't see them clearly at all. Love goes small talk Neku. After recovering from their shock, the people of the Xuanyu sect immediately rushed out to help Yu Lingfeng up and put his severed arm back. As long as there were good pills and a good doctor, this severed arm could be reattached and it would not affect him too much in the future. The problem was that they had lost this battle too quickly. Yu Lingfeng was not a nobody. Among the disciples who had completed the foundation establishment stage, he could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire ancient Jianghu. At this level, there would not be too much of a difference. However, Wei Yidao had clearly overturned this concept. On the stage, Wei Yidao laughed heartily as he sheathed his saber. He had a high-spirited and complacent appearance. Then, he looked at Yu Lingfeng with disdain and shook his head lightly. Yu Lingfeng, your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. Fortunately, Yu Lingfeng had fainted when he fell. Otherwise, he might have vomited blood after being ridiculed by Wei Yidao. From the Xuanyu sect side, a cultivator at the Golden Elixir realm with a gloomy face walked out. He was Yu Lingfeng's uncle, Yu Xintian. Seeing that his nephew's arm had been chopped off, Yu Xintian wanted to kill Wei Yidao immediately. Scram! Let your Jin Dan come up. After stepping onto the stage, Yu Xintian let out a low shout. If it wasn't for the fact that they were on the stage of the ancient grand meeting, he would have already attacked the arrogant Wei Yidao. Love goes small say Netku. Wei Yidao laughed heartily and said, you really scared me to death. Jin Dan Great Circle is so powerful. It's as if every family doesn't have a perfected golden core. Yu Xintian's expression was extremely unsightly. Although the great elder of the ruins town was biased towards the Tyrant Blade School, he did not wish to see the Profound Feather School suffer too much. Otherwise, the Qinkuan school would be targeted by the other schools in the end. Wei Yidao, step down. Let your sect's Gold Core Realm cultivator come up. The great elder of the ruins town said indifferently. In any case, it could be considered as appeasing Yu Xintian. Of course, Wei Yidao would not disobey the words of the great elder of the ruins town. He immediately cupped his hands and said, I was just about to step down. Thank you, great elder. After saying that, Wei Yidao threw a disdainful look at Yu Xintian. Then, he turned his head and walked down. Fortunately, Yu Xintian was not provoked by Wei Yidao this time. There was going to be a huge battle soon. After the battle between Wei Yidao and Yu Lingfeng, Yu Xintian no longer dared to be careless. As expected, in the following battle, the Golden Core Realm cultivator from the Tyrant Blade School easily defeated Yu Xintian again. The only difference was that Yu Xintian returned in one piece. He did not lose an arm or a leg like his nephew. At this moment, the spectators were in an even greater uproar. The Tyrant Saber School was indeed a powerful sect. However, they had never heard of their members being this powerful. They were practically invincible among those of the same cultivation level. No matter what, the Profound Feather School was one of the 10 small schools. How could they be defeated in such a way? If that was the case, how many of the 10 small schools could be a match for the Tyrant Blade School? The great elder of the ruins town still had an indifferent expression. He announced indifferently, "The Tyrant Blade School has challenged the 10 small schools. The Tyrant Blade School has won the second round of the Golden Core Realm competition. According to the rules, there is no need to continue the third round. The Tyrant Blade School will replace the Profound Feather School as one of the 10 small schools. The Profound Feather School will drop to the 5th reserve position and wait for an opportunity to challenge." The people from the Profound Feather School looked at the cheering Tyrant Blade School with grief and indignation. However, there was nothing they could do. Their skills were inferior. What else could they do? Now, they could only hope for an opportunity to challenge again. Perhaps there was a chance for them to return to the 10 small schools. If they had to bet on a battle, 1,000 spiritual jade was not a small number for the Profound Feather School. It was not an amount that they could take out easily. Lin Yi looked at Wei Yidao thoughtfully. To be honest, the combat strength that the Tyrant Blade School had displayed had indeed surprised Lin Yi. Of course, this was nothing to Lin Yi. Fortunately, the Tyrant Blade School's combat strength should have increased with the help of the Qinkuan sect. This was not strange. As long as they did not have anything to do with the center, Lin Yi did not care too much. However, the center had been too quiet recently. Would the center not interfere in an event like the primordial meeting? Just as Lin Yi was thinking about the center, the second reserve position, the 3 talent sect, also began to challenge the 10 small schools. As the Tyrant Blade School had succeeded in their challenge, the 3 talent sect naturally rose to the first position and obtained the right to directly challenge the 10 small schools. The 3 talent sect chose to challenge the 6 harmony sect. These 2 sects were originally one family thousands of years ago. However, they later fell out and became enemies. As a result, the enmity had not been resolved for thousands of years. However, the 6 harmony sect's strength was obviously a level higher. The 6 harmony sect won 2 consecutive matches. There was no need to continue the third match. The 3 talent sect has failed in their challenge against the 6 harmony sect. All the reserve positions have lost the right to challenge. Does the Chu family want to challenge the 10 small schools by betting? If you want to bet, please take out 1,000 spiritual jades first. The great elder of the ruins town glanced at the 3 talent sect that had failed and looked directly at the Chu family. This time, the Chu family had sent out all their elites. The leader was naturally Chu Yuntian, the great elder. The great elder Chu Yunting and the patriarch Chu Tianlu had also come. In addition, there were 8 golden core stage experts. In order to get into the 10 small schools, the Chu family had always kept a low profile and hid their strength. They only said that they had 2 or 3 golden core stage experts, but in reality, they had more than 10 golden core stage experts. Chapter 55-53. Genius in 1 second. Remember to go away. Shoanet, providing you with wonderful novel reading. In terms of strength, the Chu family definitely had the ability to occupy a place in the 10 little ones, but now that they had lost the right to challenge, they could only choose a wagered battle. Chu Yuntian was distressed. 1,000 spiritual jades. Whether they won or lost, they couldn't get the 1,000 spiritual jades back. After coming to Ruins Town, Chu Yuntian and the others also visited Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi didn't say anything, someone would leak some information. The Blue Cloud School's goal was the 4 little ones. In other words, even if the Chu family gave up the challenge, in the end, Lin Yi might have the ability to let the Chu family enter the 10 little ones. Even if that wasn't glorious, Chu Yuntian felt that compared to 1,000 spiritual jades, it wasn't a big deal. Does the Chu family want a wagered battle? If you don't, then quickly give up, the great elder of Ruins Town urged impatiently. The Chu family, Xuanji School, and Thousand Blades School were all related to Lin Yi. As a member of Qinkuan School sent to Ruins Town, the great elder of Ruins Town naturally wouldn't treat the Chu family well. Chu Yuntian was still hesitating, but Chu Tianlu raised his voice and said, "Of course we want a wagered battle. If we don't want a place in the 10 little ones, who would fight for this reserve qualification? However, we don't have 1,000 spiritual jades right now. Please wait a moment and let the Chu family gather enough spiritual jades. In any case, there's no need to follow any order for the wagered battle. Those who want a wagered battle later can start first." Since Chu Tianlu, the head of the family, had spoken, Chu Yuntian had no choice but to accept. After all, because of Lin Yi, Chu Tianlu's words held great weight in the Chu family. This kind of thing was completely decided by Chu Tianlu. Lin Yi nodded approvingly at Chu Tianlu. During the time he came to Ruins Town, he had only seen Chu Tianlu and the others in a hurry. There were too many things to take care of the Chu family. However, Lin Yi was still at ease with the Chu family's strength. As long as they performed normally, it wouldn't be a big problem for the Chu family to enter the 10 little ones. As for the small amount of spiritual jades, Lin Yi did not care about it at all. As long as the Chu clan needed it, Lin Yi could pay for them at any time. Even the profound secret sect would do the same. The only exception was the Thousand Blades faction. Lin Yi had already given the spirit jades to Ling Tianyu. Given the Thousand Blades faction situation, Lin Yi had long expected that the Thousand Blades faction would not be qualified to challenge the Thousand Blades faction. Sure enough, this was the result. The first elder of the ruined town glanced at Du Jiezhenren. Seeing that Du Jiezhenren had no intention of objecting, he nodded and said, "Fine. Although it's against the rules, since Master Chu has brought it up, I'll make an exception. Does the Xuanji sect behind want to have a duel?" Hong Xianlei hesitated for a moment. After watching the previous 2 battles, Hong Xianlei was still a little hesitant about whether the Xuanji sect could defeat the 10 small sections. After all, he was the only golden core perfection cultivator in the Xuanji sect. Now that he had advanced to the nascent soul realm, there was no golden core perfection cultivator left. Love goes small say Netku in this way, in the battle of the golden core realm, there was basically not much chance of winning. In the battle of the nascent soul realm, he had just broken through to the early stage of the nascent soul realm and had not yet stabilized his strength. It would be pure self-deception to say that he was confident. However, the matters of the Xuanji sect were no longer up to him to decide. Now, Hong Xuanlei's situation was somewhat similar to Chu Yuntian's. No matter what he thought, the final decision was still made by Li Yunjia. Li Yunjia saw the encouraging look in Lin Yi's eyes and had nothing else to say. He immediately decided to participate in the duel. The problem was that the Xuanji sect did not have much savings. After purchasing some things in the market, they could not take out 1,000 spirit jades for the time being. With the Chu family as an example, the profound secret sect decided to wait for a while. The Grand Elder of Ruins Town did not dislike collecting spirit jades. After all, if they failed the challenge, the spirit jades would belong to the Grand Assembly of Ruins Town. Even though it would be split equally among the 4 families, it was still a decent sum of money. Since the Chu family and the Xuanji sect both want to collect spirit jades for the duel, then just wait for a while. If you don't have enough spirit jades in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the 10 minor challenge will officially end. Both of you should pay attention to the time. The first elder of the ruined town gave a very formal reminder. He was about to ask if the Xuanyi school, which had just fallen from the 10 minor challenge, wanted to participate in the duel. Seeing that the first elder had no intention of asking the Thousand Blade School, Ling Tianyu immediately stood up and said loudly, "First elder, why don't you ask if our Thousand Blade School wants to participate in the duel?" The first elder of the ruined town was startled. "You want a duel?" The spectators below started whispering again. They did not dare to speak too loudly because of the invincible primeval realm Great Circle nascent soul stage, but they still had to discuss quietly. It was not unreasonable for the first elder of the ruined town to directly ignore the Thousand Blade School. There were only 2 people in the Thousand Blade School, but if they wanted to challenge the 10 minor challenges, they would need at least 3 people to sign up, right? Moreover, it was not easy for the Thousand Blade School to obtain a reserve qualification. Logically speaking, it was unlikely that they would directly challenge the 10 minor challenges this time. They should accumulate their strength and wait for the next immemorial grand meeting. But looking at Ling Tianyu, it seemed that they could not wait for the next time. "Can't our Thousand Blade School have a duel?" Ling Tianyu said with some displeasure. The first elder of the ruined town waved his hand. "That's not the case. Since the Thousand Blade School has a reserve qualification, of course they can participate in the duel. But you only have 2 people now. Do you want to recruit one? This is not in line with the rules. Or do you want to directly give up on the Gold Core Challenge? Do you want to treat it as a loss before it even starts?" It was impossible to cancel the Golden Core Arena and replace it with a Foundation Establishment or Nascent Soul Stage. Whether it was Ling Tianyu or Invincible Primeval, they were almost invincible in the same realm. It would be unfair for them to fight 2 Foundation Establishment or 2 Nascent Soul Stage. The first elder of the ruined town would never agree to such a proposal, so he could only let the Thousand Blade School admit defeat first. But in this way, the challenged sect only needed to win 1 match to win all the matches, while the Thousand Blade School had to ensure that they won both matches without the slightest mistake. After listening to the first elder of the ruined town, Ling Tianyu put forward the suggestion he had already considered. "Our Thousand Blade School will not admit defeat. 3 matches are still 3 matches. I will fight in the Golden Core Arena. Even if we are no match for them, we will definitely not retreat. Are you sure you want to do this?" The first elder of the ruined town, who had always been expressionless, showed a very surprised look. He continued to ask, "Do you know what this means? You are a cultivator in the great perfection of the Foundation Establishment realm. No matter how strong you are, you will definitely be killed in a second when facing a cultivator in the great perfection of the Golden Core realm. I have never heard of such a thing. If you admit defeat at that time, you may not have a chance." Chapter 55-54. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. "Thank you, Great Elder, but I have decided," Ling Tianyu said unwaveringly. He could vaguely feel that he was about to break through. If he really faced Jindan consummation, the pressure between life and death was likely to make him break through. For a genius like Ling Tianyu, elixirs were indeed very effective, but he could still break through without elixirs. Moreover, Ling Tianyu was not worried that he would be killed in a second. With Lin Yi by his side, it was simply impossible for a mere Jindan consummation to kill Ling Tianyu in a second. The great elder of the ruins town took a deep look at Ling Tianyu and nodded lightly. "In that case, it is decided. Your Thousand Blades faction will take out 1,000 spiritual jades, and we can start the duel." Lin Yi had already prepared 1,000 spiritual jades for them. After Ling Tianyu handed it to the great elder, he pointed at Wei Yidao and said, "Thousand Blades faction challenges He Gemin Blade School. Wei Yidao, come out. How dare you? There is a road to heaven, but you choose to break into the gate of hell." Wei Yidao laughed and stood up. He pointed at Ling Tianyu and said, "Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish." As soon as he stepped onto the arena, Wei Yidao unsheathed his thick-backed long saber. The saber light soared into the sky, and the momentum of the saber was more violent than when he fought with Yu Lingfeng. Obviously, Wei Yidao did not dare to be careless in the battle against Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu snorted coldly. Numerous flying needles flew up and formed two silver flying swords in the air. They met Wei Yidao's long saber with the momentum of two dragons coming out of the sea. Love go little say netku, the dense sounds of metal colliding rang out. Ling Tianyu did not stay in the same place. His figure moved like a fleeing rabbit, and he quickly changed his position. While controlling the flying needles, he used his fists and feet to launch sneak attacks on Wei Yidao. Ha 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 ha, Ling Tianyu, is that all you have? You actually dare to challenge me? If you have no new moves, then just wait for your death. Wei Yidao laughed maniacally. His saber force surged once again. The two flying swords formed by the flying needles were instantly shattered and turned back into flying needles. Ling Tianyu's complexion changed slightly. From the battle between Wei Yidao and Yu Lingfeng just now, Ling Tianyu discovered that Wei Yidao's saber momentum could restrain his 1,000 flying blades. In theory, Yu Lingfeng's light feather arrow was somewhat similar to the 1,000 flying blades. Therefore, Ling Tianyu had condensed the 1,000 flying blades together from the start. He didn't expect that it would still be scattered by Wei Yidao. Wei Yidao's arrogance was not without reason. Ling Tianyu had already overestimated Wei Yidao, but in the end, he still underestimated him. Ling Tianyu, are you just going to wait for death? Ha 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 ha, this young master really overestimated you. Turns out that you're just a good-for-nothing. After Wei Yidao shattered Ling Tianyu's flying swords, his saber momentum had completely locked onto Ling Tianyu. Compared to Yu Lingfeng, Ling Tianyu's movement technique was really not worth mentioning. Love go small say netku, if Ling Tianyu didn't have any other tricks up his sleeves, he would have been cut down by Wei Yidao's saber in a breath's time. After all, Wei Yidao had gone all out this time, which was completely different from when he was facing Yu Lingfeng. Ling Tianyu's eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he recalled the 1,000 flying needles to his side, forming a needle wall in front of him to block Wei Yidao's long saber. The needle wall had just been formed when Wei Yidao's long saber had already chopped down. Sparks splashed and silver light scattered in all directions. A black dagger suddenly flew out from behind the needle wall. Wei Yidao's tyrannical saber momentum could not stop this black dagger at all, just like how water could not stop a swimming fish. Ling Tianyu let the black dagger stab straight into his heart. You tricked me. Wei Yidao was shocked and angry at the same time. He really didn't expect Ling Tianyu to have such a trick up his sleeve. Not only could his saber momentum not block it, but his protective chi could also not block the black dagger. By the time Wei Yidao reacted, it was already too late to dodge. At this time, Wei Yidao finally understood that the needle wall used to block the long saber was completely to cover up the sneak attack of the black dagger. At such a close distance, the black dagger could hit its target in one shot. For this attack, Ling Tianyu also threw caution to the wind. Wei Yidao's long saber had already chopped down. At this time, it was already impossible to determine who would be hit first, or both of them would be hit at the same time and perish together. Wei Yidao deserved to be a ruthless person. He was ruthless to the enemy and also to himself. Seeing that he could not avoid the black dagger, Wei Yidao simply protected his vital parts and poured his chi into the long saber without reservation. He wanted to kill Ling Tianyu on the spot before he was injured. Ling Tianyu's eyes were cold, and he focused all his attention on controlling the black dagger. Those flying needles had completed their mission, so Ling Tianyu had given up on controlling them at this time. Facing Wei Yidao's mutually destructive fighting style, Ling Tianyu also showed absolute toughness. On the premise that his control of the black dagger was not affected, Ling Tianyu tried his best to dodge to the side. If he gave up controlling the dagger, he might be able to completely avoid Wei Yidao's saber momentum, but Ling Tianyu obviously did not want to give up this opportunity. Once Wei Yidao got a chance to breathe, the outcome of the battle would become unpredictable again. Life and death were decided in an instant. Both of them shouted at the same time, "Kill!" Almost at the same time, the black dagger and the long saber hit their respective targets at the same time. A huge saber mark, so deep that bones could be seen, ran from Ling Tianyu's left shoulder to his waist. If Ling Tianyu had not been wearing the soft armor of the Thousand Blade sect, Wei Yidao's saber might have directly chopped him into two halves. Wei Yidao was not in a good situation either. Under Ling Tianyu's control, the black dagger flashed past the sheath that Wei Yidao used to defend and directly pierced through Wei Yidao's left chest, then flew out from his back. Originally, Ling Tianyu wanted to turn around and attack from the back again, but because he had been hit by Wei Yidao, he could not continue to control the black dagger. Wei Yidao spat out a mouthful of blood. He could no longer hold on to the long saber, and it fell directly onto the stage. At the same time, his legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. From the appearance of their injuries, it was obvious that Ling Tianyu had more visual impact, but Wei Yidao's heart meridian was injured by the black dagger. Although the black dagger, which was aimed at his heart, was slightly deflected by Wei Yidao at the last moment, it still rushed past the edge of his heart. Ling Tianyu, on the other hand, only looked seriously injured. Because his armor had blocked most of the attack, he actually did not receive a fatal blow. This could be seen from the fact that one of them was still standing straight, while the other was kneeling on the ground. However, the great elder of Ruins Town, who was biased towards the Hegemon Saber School, did not think so. Chapter 55-55. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The audience was in an uproar. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wei Yidao's injuries were so serious that he couldn't stand up again. Although he hadn't completely collapsed, since he couldn't stand up, it should be a loss. A draw. What the hell was that? Even if the great elder of the Ruins Town was from the Qianquan sect, the law didn't punish the masses. Everyone was talking about it, and they weren't afraid of being targeted by the Qianquan sect. Primordial Invincible Spirit immediately jumped onto the arena and sneered, "A draw? Our Thousand Blades sect doesn't agree. Let Wei Yidao stand up and continue the fight." The great elder of the Ruins Town was stunned. Whether Ling Tianyu could continue fighting or not, at least it seemed that Wei Yidao couldn't. Ling Tianyu smiled weakly and said, "Invincible Patriarch, it's good for Wei Yidao to kneel like this. Don't you see that he's kowtowing and apologizing to us?" "Haha, that's right." Primordial Invincible Spirit was amused. Wei Yidao was kneeling on the ground with his hands supporting his body, and he happened to be facing Ling Tianyu. It wasn't wrong to say that he was kowtowing and apologizing. Wei Yidao was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. The last trace of his strength was completely exhausted with this mouthful of blood, and his body softly fell to the ground. Love go little say Netka. This time, the great elder of the Ruins Town had nothing to say. Under Primordial Invincible Spirit's mocking gaze, he could only announce with a frosty face, "Wei Yidao is unable to fight anymore. The Thousand Blades sect challenges the Tyrant Blades sect." In the first match of foundation building, Ling Tianyu of the Thousand Blades sect wins. If he knew that Wei Yidao was so easily provoked, the great elder of the Ruins Town wouldn't be so biased towards him. In the end, he became a villain in vain and was secretly mocked by the audience. "Tianyu, are you okay?" After the result came out, Primordial Invincible Spirit immediately supported Ling Tianyu, who was on the verge of collapse, and stuffed a 5th-grade recover pill into his mouth. These were the backup elixirs that Lin Yi had prepared for them. Naturally, they were all of the best quality. Ling Tianyu's injuries looked serious, but under the effect of the great cyclic elixir, he was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Disciple is fine. There is no need to worry, Invincible Patriarch. Ling Tianyou's complexion looked much better. At the very least, some color had returned to his face. The members of the Hegemon's Blade sect quickly went up the stage to bring Wei Yidao back and treat him. As for the great elder of the ruined town, he coldly stared at Primeval Invincible and Ling Tianyu in a businesslike manner. Next is the Battle of the Golden Core stage. Is the Thousand Blade sect ready? The people of the Tyrant Saber School had not even come up, yet the great elder of Ruined Town had already started pressing the Thousand Blade School. Clearly, he was very displeased. Love goes small say Netku before Primordial Invincible could say anything. Shangguan Qingyun, who was by the side, said indifferently, "Can't you see that he hasn't recovered from his injuries? Also, after a big battle just now, they are going to fight someone of a higher level. Where is the fairness of the Archean Grand Meeting?" The great elder of the ruined town's face darkened. He could ignore the words of others, but Shangguan Qingyun was different. He knew that the Qinkuan sect had suffered losses at the hands of the Shangguan family. He could only force a smile and say, "What does the master of the Shangguan family mean? Do you still need to ask? Let's start the Battle of the Nascent Soul stage first, and then the Golden Core stage. At least let them rest and take a breather, right?" Shangguan Qingyun said matter-of-factly. In name, the Shangguan family was the backing of the Thousand Blade School. There was no problem for them to say a few words of fairness at this time. Therefore, the people below the stage did not find it strange at all. Moreover, Shangguan Qingyun's proposal was also reasonable. There was nothing wrong with it. Although the great elder of the ruined town wanted Ling Tianyu to immediately fight in the Golden Core stage and then be instantly killed, since Shangguan Qingyun had said so, it was clearly not something he could decide. Sneaking a glance at Sage Overcoming Calamity, and seeing that Sage Overcoming Calamity had no intention of objecting, the great elder of the ruined town could only nod and say, "In that case, let's start the Battle of the Nascent Soul stage first. Let's invite the Nascent Soul stage from the Thousand Blade School and the Hegemon's Blade School." Primordial Invincible cupped his hands at Shangguan Qingyun and said, "Thank you, master of the Shangguan family, for speaking up for justice." Shangguan Qingyun smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You're too polite, brother Primordial. As long as you can win this battle, you can be promoted to the 10 youngsters. I wish brother Primordial a victory in advance. Thank you for your auspicious words." Primordial Invincible smiled and nodded. He was very confident about this battle. After all, he was once the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the ancient underworld. Even now, the number of people who could defeat him would not exceed the fingers on one hand, but this definitely did not include the nascent soul old monsters of the Hegemon's Blade School. Just like what Shangguan Qingyun said, as long as he won this battle, there was no need for Ling Tianyu to continue with the Gold Core Realm battle. Ling Tianyu returned to the seats of the Thousand Blade School and sat down. He closed his eyes and entered into a state of cultivation. Firstly, he wanted to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. Secondly, he wanted to try to make a breakthrough. The moment of life and death just now had given him a lot of inspiration. Perhaps he could step into the Gold Core Realm. In fact, it was not a good time to enter the Gold Core Realm now. Ling Tianyu believed that Primordial Invincible could win this nascent soul realm battle. Hence, the Thousand Blade School would continue to be challenged by other sections. At that time, Ling Tianyu, who had just advanced to the Gold Core Realm, would obviously be targeted. Moreover, without a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, Ling Tianyu could not lower his cultivation level and could only give up on the Foundation Establishment Realm battle. With these concerns, Ling Tianyu could only try to step into the Gold Core Realm first, but he would not easily take the last step. On the arena, the Supreme Elder of the Hegemon's Blade School, Wei Tianba, walked slowly. Every step he took caused his aura to increase. However, Wei Tianba was only in the mid-nascent soul realm. No matter how much his aura increased, Primordial Invincible did not take him seriously. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the light of the moon. Primordial Invincible smiled proudly and let Wei Tianba slowly walk onto the arena. He would not be like Wei Yidao, who did not even greet him and directly attacked with his saber. Wei Tianba laughed loudly and said, "Primordial Invincible, your name was indeed as bright as the moon in the past. Unfortunately, it is no longer your era. You, Primordial Invincible, want to dominate the small immemorial underworld again. I'm afraid there is no hope." Primordial Invincible sneered and said, "Even if this old man cannot dominate the small immemorial underworld again, it is not a problem to deal with an ant like you." A mid-nascent soul realm cultivator was indeed a rare expert. However, in front of Primordial Invincible, a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, he was indeed an ant. At most, he was a slightly stronger ant. Who is the ant, we will soon know. Wei Tianba suddenly laughed sinisterly. He stood about 1 zhang away from Primordial Invincible, raised his left hand, and threw a bronze mirror above Primordial Invincible. Primordial Invincible's expression suddenly changed, and he cried out in alarm, "True illusion mirror." Chapter 55-56. Before he finished speaking, the bronze mirror in the air shone brightly and completely enveloped Primordial Invincible. Even if Primordial Invincible was at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, it was impossible for him to dodge the light. Fortunately, the light did not harm Primordial Invincible, who was enveloped by it, was not hurt at all. However, Primordial Invincible's expression was much worse than if he had been slashed by Wei Tianba. Lin Yi frowned slightly and asked Xianxia in a low voice, "What is the phantasm mirror? Are there any rules that prohibit the use of tools?" It was obviously impossible to say that the bronze mirror was a weapon. It could only be a tool, similar to the shape-shifting urn that Chu Tianliang used before. Xianxia also lowered his voice and said, "The phantasm mirror is a precious one-time tool. It can replicate a real phantom in a short period of time. The phantom's strength is almost equal to the original body. The Archean Grand Meeting does not prohibit the use of such tools." Lin Yi nodded and his expression became a little serious. From Xianxia's description, he could already see Primordial Invincible's predicament. What Xianxia did not mention was that under normal circumstances, such precious tools were used to protect one's life. Few people would use them in a battle. However, they were competing for the 10 small ones. Moreover, the grudge between the Thousand Blades sect and the Hegemon's Blades sect could not be resolved. If Wei Tianba took the opportunity to kill Primordial Invincible, it would not be a waste. At that moment, the light on the arena suddenly split into two. Then, the bronze mirror in the air made a crisp cracking sound and turned into glittering fragments. They completely disappeared before falling to the ground. Two identical figures vaguely appeared in the two pillars of light. Wei Tianba chuckled and said, "Primordial Invincible, let me see how powerful you are now." Before he finished speaking, the replicated Primordial Invincible and the pillar of light that appeared later attacked Primordial Invincible's original body with great force. Wei Tianba did not intend to just wait. He drew his long saber and attacked Primordial Invincible from the side. If it was a head-on battle, Wei Tianba would definitely not be Primordial Invincible's opponent. However, Wei Tianba was only supporting from the side. The main attacker was Primordial Invincible's clone. Its strength was almost the same as Primordial Invincible's. The power produced was completely different from the original calculation. "Grand Master, it seems that Primordial Invincible is going to lose. Although the phantasm mirror can only last for a short period of time, the clone can only exist for 3 minutes, but with Wei Tianba's cooperation, the outcome is very likely," Xianxia said softly. He knew what Lin Yi was thinking. If the Thousand Blades faction failed, Lin Yi could only push the Thousand Blades faction to the top after he became one of the Big Four. In that case, the Thousand Blades sect would not be able to convince the masses, and the Jadian sect would also be criticized by many sections. Once Lin Yi returned to Sky Tier Island, all the pressure would fall on Xianxia. I know. Let's not worry about Primordial Invincible first. He is a nascent soul Great Circle expert. Even if he can't win against me in Wei Tianba, it should not be difficult for him to protect himself for a short period of time. I'd better go and check on Ling Tianyu's injury. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he quietly went to the Thousand Blades faction. Everyone was paying attention to the rare top battle in the arena. No one noticed Lin Yi's movement. After coming to Ling Tianyu's side, Lin Yi directly grabbed Ling Tianyu's pulse and continuously transferred the spiritual qi from the space of the jade pendant to him. Ling Tianyu was slightly surprised, but he immediately realized that it was Lin Yi. So, he cooperated with Lin Yi's spiritual qi and quickly healed his injury. In fact, Ling Tianyu's injury recovered very quickly with the Great Recover Pill of the 5th grade. However, Lin Yi's method was obviously more effective. Because time was limited, Lin Yi could not wait any longer. As for Ling Tianyu, he had long been impressed by Lin Yi's miraculous ability. So, he did not feel strange at all when Lin Yi suddenly came to heal him. Tianyu, listen carefully. This time, the Tyrant's Blade School should have received the full support of the Qinkuan sect. So, your invincible patriarch will soon taste the taste of failure again. If the Thousand Blades faction still wants to advance to the 10 minor sects, their last hope is that you can defeat the Gold Core cultivator of the Tyrant's Blade School. After healing Ling Tianyu, Lin Yi transmitted his voice to Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu was slightly stunned. He immediately looked up at the arena, and his expression suddenly became extremely worried. At this time, on the arena, Invincible Primordial was being forced into a difficult situation by his clone and Wei Tianba. Although his life was temporarily not in danger, there was no hope for him to drag it out until the clone disappeared. You don't have to worry. Invincible Primordial's strength is quite good. At least, his life is not in danger. Now, you must listen carefully to what I have to say. This is related to whether the Thousand Blades faction can successfully advance to the 10 minor sects. Moreover, there is only one chance to win. If you miss it, you won't get another chance. Lin Yi did not waste any time and continued to transmit his voice to Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu calmed his mind and nodded solemnly to Lin Yi. Lin Yi then said, although the cultivation method of the Tyrant's Blade School is overbearing, their inheritance is not complete. I have taken a look. Whether it is Wei Yidao or Wei Tianba, when they attack, there will be a fatal flaw. If you can grasp this flaw, you can defeat the opponent's Gold Core cultivator in one fell swoop. Hearing this news, Ling Tianyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and his gaze towards Lin Yi became eager. After all, Ling Tianyu was going to challenge someone of a higher level. It would be strange if Ling Tianyu had the confidence to do so. Even if Ling Tianyu had broken through to the Gold Core realm, it was unlikely that he would be a match for someone in the Gold Core realm. Remember, the fatal flaw of the Tyrant's Blade School will only appear for a moment. If you can't grasp it, admit defeat immediately. The opponent will not give you a second chance. Do you understand? Lin Yi's expression was quite serious. Of course, he could guarantee that Ling Tianyu would not be killed instantly. He could even secretly help Ling Tianyu defeat his opponent. However, Lin Yi disdained to use this method. Ensuring that Ling Tianyu would not die was Lin Yi's final bottom line. As for whether Ling Tianyu could defeat his opponent, Lin Yi had already done his best to help Ling Tianyu. Whether he could succeed or not depended on Ling Tianyu himself. At this time, the battle on the arena had entered a white-hot stage. Invincible Primordial roared repeatedly. Unfortunately, his decline was already irreversible. If it were not for the protection of the defensive formation around the arena, the aftermath of the battle would probably have killed a large number of low-level cultivators. Chapter 55-57. After receiving Lin Yi's guidance, Ling Tianyu immediately began to deduce. He did not know which gold core cultivator the Tyrant's Blade School would send, but through his fight with Wei Yidao and Wei Tianba's live demonstration, Ling Tianyu was able to find some clues. After Lin Yi finished these things, he got up and left the Thousand Blades School's place, giving some spiritual jades to the Chu family and the Xuanji school. At this time, Primordial Invincible had already been forced out of the arena. In the battle between the Thousand Blades School and the Tyrant's Blade School, both sides had one win and one loss. Now, it all depended on the last battle between the Gold Core cultivators. Ling Tianyu opened his eyes and ended the deduction in his mind. He immediately went up and asked with concern, "Invincible Patriarch, are you okay?" Primordial Invincible's face was a little pale. He shook his head gently and said, "I'm fine. I've already taken a recover pill. I'll be fine in a while." Primordial Invincible was quite unwilling to lose this battle. He was completely defeated by himself, and he almost persisted until the moment when the illusory mirror lost its effect. Less than 2 breaths after Primordial Invincible fell out of the arena, the clone of Primordial Invincible disappeared quietly. "Tianyu, this time our Thousand Blades School is a little unlucky. Let's make a comeback next time. Let's just give up the battle between the Gold Core cultivators." Primordial Invincible was silent for a moment and sighed. Ling Tianyu had just been injured. Although it looked like he had almost recovered, even if Ling Tianyu was in his peak state, he would definitely not be a match for a Gold Core Exceptional Realm expert. Primordial Invincible originally thought that he could avoid the battle between the Gold Core cultivators if he won, but now everything was over. He could not let Ling Tianyu die and ruin the future of the Thousand Blades School in vain. Ling Tianyu revealed a mysterious smile and whispered, "Invincible Patriarch, don't worry. This disciple is sure to win. Our Thousand Blades School can definitely enter the top 10. Sure to win." Primordial Invincible was slightly startled. Although he did not believe that Ling Tianyu was sure to win, since Ling Tianyu said so, Primordial Invincible could not say anything. Turning his head to look for Lin Yi, Primordial Invincible thought to himself, "With this mysterious fellow here, Ling Tianyu's life shouldn't be in danger, right?" Since that was the case, he might as well let Ling Tianyu have a try. At this moment, the great elder of Ruins Town on the stage urged, "Next is the final Golden Core battle between the Thousand Blades sect and the Tyrant Blades sect. Those of the Thousand Blades sect, hurry up and get on the stage. Don't waste time." Previously, the great elder of the Ruins Town wanted to side with Wei Yidao, but was provoked by Ling Tianyu's words, causing Wei Yidao to vomit blood. At this moment, the great elder of the Ruins Town was in a bad mood and naturally wanted to make things difficult for Ling Tianyu. After all, Ling Tianyu's injuries weren't light. In such a short period of time, it would be difficult for him to recover even if he had a top-grade grade 5 great cyclic pill. Letting Ling Tianyu go up the stage earlier was equivalent to letting him die earlier. Ling Tianyu nodded heavily at Primordial Invincible and said confidently, "Invincible Patriarch, this disciple is going up. Be careful, don't force yourself. If you can't do it, jump off the stage immediately." Primordial Invincible reached out and patted Ling Tianyu's shoulder. Compared to letting the Thousand Blades sect ascend to the 10 small ones, he still hoped that Ling Tianyu could be safe. Ling Tianyu agreed and turned around to quickly go up the stage. He had already changed his tattered clothes into other spare clothes, so the fact that the hideous wound had already healed was not discovered by anyone. The Tyrant Blades sect had sent out a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core late stage. He wasn't the strongest Golden Core exceptional perfection. Wei Yidao, who had already recovered a lot with the help of elixirs, sneered and said, "Ling Tianyu, don't say that our Tyrant Blades sect didn't give you a chance. This time, we didn't send out a cultivator at the Golden Core exceptional perfection. You should die in peace, right?" Ling Tianyu glanced at Wei Yidao disdainfully and said indifferently, "If you die in peace, I will help you close your eyes." Before Wei Yidao could retort, the great elder of the ruins town on the stage had already announced the start of the third battle. The cultivator at the peak of the golden core late stage of the Tyrant Blade sect unsheathed his long saber. The saber light was dazzling, and the saber aura swept out in all directions, instantly enveloping Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't move from his original position, but his eyes were tightly fixed on the tip of the long saber. Without a doubt, the strongest point of the Tyrant Blade sect's saber aura was the tip of the saber. This was the point where all the power converged. However, this was also the only flaw that Lin Yi had mentioned. The strongest point was also the weakest point. It was just like a football match in the secular world. When one side played their strongest attack, and all the players pressed forward, once the attack was intercepted, they would have to face the consequences of being countered by the opponent. Ling Tianyu firmly remembered Lin Yi's words. There was a flaw in the Tyrant Blade sect's inherited mental cultivation method. Therefore, at the moment when the saber aura was about to rise, the tip of the saber would become the only flaw. That was the only chance for Ling Tianyu to win. If he missed it, there would never be a second chance. Time seemed to stop in an instant. The scene that he had simulated dozens of times in his mind just now reappeared perfectly in front of Ling Tianyu's eyes. He seemed to be able to see the opponent gathering all the vital qi at the tip of the saber. Once it was completed, the flaw would disappear completely. Victory or defeat would be decided in this instant. The black dagger shot out like a ghost. It was the dagger that had defeated Wei Yidao just now, the dagger that could pierce through the saber aura of the Tyrant Blade sect. The peak of the golden core late stage of the Tyrant Blade sect only felt his vision blur, and his hand trembled violently. The vital qi that was gathering suddenly lost its point, and immediately fell into a violent turbulence. It even showed signs of backfiring. The nascent soul realm old monsters who were watching the battle all opened their eyes at the same time. There were different expressions on their faces. Some were surprised, some were playful, and some were deep in thought. No matter what expression they had, Ling Tianyu's move had indeed amazed everyone. In a flash, the tip of the black dagger rotated and collided with the tip of the long saber of the peak of the golden core late stage of the Tyrant Blade sect. Even if there was a slight difference, the two would only collide and fly apart. However, under Ling Tianyu's control, the black dagger became extremely accurate, and it pierced into the long saber without the slightest error. Chapter 55-58. Ling Tianyu let out a long sigh of relief. Only now did he realize that his back was covered in cold sweat. It was absolutely impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. After all, he didn't have the slightest confidence in grasping that fleeting opportunity. Fortunately, he achieved it perfectly in the end. As the cultivator of the Tyrant Saber sect at the peak of the late stage of the Gold Elixir realm fell to the ground, the entire place fell into a strange silence. No one had expected such an outcome. Some people were not even prepared to watch the battle. When they raised their heads, everything was already over. Instant kill. And it was an instant kill between a peak late stage gold core cultivator and a peak late stage gold core cultivator. Everyone was wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes. Cheating. He must have cheated. How could such a thing happen? The first to break the silence was Wei Yidao, who hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. He refused to believe that Ling Tianyu, who had just defeated him by a fluke, could kill a peak late stage gold core cultivator in an instant. Wouldn't he, Wei Yidao, be nothing if he went up? Ling Tianyu waved his black dagger and glanced at Wei Yidao with disdain. He couldn't be bothered to deal with this idiot. He had just killed his opponent fair and square. Cheating. Cheating my ass. Great Elder, can you announce the result now? Ling Tianyu turned to the Great Elder of the ruins town who was still in shock. Ah. Oh, the result. The great elder of the ruins town took a deep breath and looked at Ling Tianyu deeply before continuing. The Thousand Blades sect challenged the Tyrant Blades sect in the third round. Ling Tianyu of the Thousand Blades sect won. The Tyrant Blades sect has dropped to the 5th reserve position. The Thousand Blades sect has been promoted to the top 10. Even if the Qinkuan sect wanted to side with the Tyrant Blades sect, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, the corpse was still on the stage. They couldn't possibly lie through their teeth, right? Wei Yidao roared, "I don't accept this. Ling Tianyu must have cheated. Otherwise, how could a peak late-stage gold core cultivator like him defeat a peak late-stage gold core cultivator? And it was an instant kill. There must be a problem." The great elder of the ruins town frowned slightly. Although the Tyrant Blades sect was under the Qinkuan sect, it was just a sect after all. Wasn't this the same as questioning the Qinkuan sect? Wei Yidao, are you questioning the impartiality of the Archaic Alliance? The grand elder of the ruined town was a bit displeased, so he spoke in a neutral tone. Wei Yidao shuddered. Only now did he realize that his words were somewhat inappropriate. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "Great Elder's words are too serious. There is no need to doubt the impartiality of the Archaic Alliance. Junior just doesn't trust the character of the Thousand Blades faction." The great elder of Ruins Town snorted and no longer paid attention to Wei Yidao. However, Wei Yidao turned around and provoked Ling Tianyu. "Ling Tianyu, don't think that you can get the position by using dishonest means. If you have the guts, let's fight again." Ling Tianyu chuckled and said with a sneer, "Why would I want to fight again? Are the rules set by your family? If you want to fight, sure, but you have to bet 1,000 spiritual jades. Right now, the Thousand Blades sect is one of the 10 small sects. It has both status and status. You guys are merely the 5th candidate, hee. Hee, you're ghost." Wei Yidao was about to go mad with anger. With red eyes, he roared, "Good. Ling Tianyu, just you wait. Our Tyrant Saber sect will definitely challenge your Thousand Blades sect. Isn't it just 1,000 spiritual jades? This young master has plenty of spiritual jades. Let's see what you can do at that time." Ling Tianyu just smiled, turned around and walked down the stage, leaving Wei Yidao with the back of his head. His contemptuous look made Wei Yidao's blood boil even more. He wished he could immediately draw his saber and hack him 100 times to vent his anger. After Ling Tianyu left the stage, the great elder of Ruins Town signaled the people of the Tyrant Saber sect to quickly come up and carry the corpse away. Then he said, "The challenge of the Thousand Blades sect has ended. Have the Chu family and Xuanji sect gathered enough spiritual jades?" Chu Tianlu had already received the financial support of Lin Yi. He immediately stood up and said, "Our Chu family is ready. Please check it, Great Elder." After he finished speaking, a bag full of spiritual jades was sent to the stage. The great elder of Ruins Town glanced at it and waved his hand to let people take it away. He said, "Since you have gathered enough spiritual jades, let's start the duel. I wonder which sect your Chu family will challenge." The people below the stage had already recovered from the shock just now. Although many people were still discussing Ling Tianyu's insta-killing of a peak late gold core expert, the new challenge also attracted many people's attention. The Chu family is very strong. I always thought they were mediocre. Who knew they were actually hiding their strength? That's for sure. Without a nascent soul cultivator, if others knew they had so many gold core experts, they might be exterminated. Who would allow such an enemy to grow and threaten their position? That's right. Now that the Chu family has confidence, it's reasonable for them to enter the 10 small groups. Do you think they will choose the Thousand Blades sect, which has just risen? Don't be fooled by the fact that the Thousand Blades sect only has 2 people. Both of them are experts. I think Yiling's sect is more likely. After all, There was a rumor that they wanted to unite by marriage, but there was no further news. They probably fell out. It had to be said that there was a lot of news from the audience. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that both the Thousand Blades sect and Yiling sect were in the same boat as the Chu family. The boat was called Lin Yi. Therefore, no matter how weak they were among the 10 small groups, the Chu family wouldn't challenge them. Chu Tianlu looked around calmly, then pointed in the direction of the Six Directions sect and said, "The Chu family is challenging the Six Directions sect." Although this result was a little unexpected, it was still reasonable. In terms of strength, apart from the Leaf Spirit sect and the Thousand Blades sect, the weakest should be the Six Directions sect. Moreover, the Six Directions sect had fought with the Three Talents sect before. Although they had won rather easily, they had still expended some of their strength. The great elder of the ruins town nodded expressionlessly and said, "The Chu family is challenging the Six Directions sect. In the first match, both sides will send people onto the stage." Chu Tianlu turned around and pointed at a young man. "Tianxin, I'll leave the first match to you." "Yes, clan leader." Chu Tianxin was a genius disciple of the Chu family's branch family. According to seniority, he was Chu Tianlu's younger cousin. He was 2 years younger than Chu Tianlu, and his strength was already at the great circle of foundation establishment. In this archaic distinguished meeting, Chu Tianlu wouldn't take part himself. Firstly, his skills such as immovable shadow, shadow change bones, and so on weren't powerful combat skills. Secondly, as the clan leader, and a clan leader with relatively low strength at that, it was best not to go up and fight for no reason, so as to avoid damaging morale. Chapter 55-59. The Six Harmonies sect's representative was also a Foundation Establishment Great Perfection disciple, Huang Chunrong. In the primordial underworld, he was one of the top 20 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Chu Tianxin, on the other hand, was not well known, which was in line with the Chu family's goal of keeping a low profile. After the two of them went on stage, they introduced themselves. They were very polite, and compared to the tyrant's blade school, who would always yell and draw their blades, they were much more polite. However, when it came to a real fight, there was no need to be polite. Six Harmonies of Heaven and Earth. Huang Chunrong got into a fighting stance and shouted. For a moment, the waves of vital energy exploded like boiling water, vaguely forming an invisible array. The so-called Six Harmonies referred to the top, bottom, front, back, left, and right. The Six Harmonies sect was one of the few sects in the primordial underworld that did not use weapons, because their martial techniques did not rely on weapons. Most of the time, they trapped their opponents in their own vital energy array, gaining an extremely advantageous advantage from the start. Just like now, after Huang Chunrong used the Six Harmonies of Heaven and Earth, Chu Tianxin had entered Huang Chunrong's territory, and his strength was first suppressed. However, Chu Tianxin did not panic at all. He still looked at Huang Chunrong calmly, and at the same time, he observed the vital energy waves of the Six Harmonies of Heaven and Earth. "Brother Chu, I'm sorry." Huang Chunrong's lips curled into a smile. With a tap of his foot, his figure immediately turned into a shadow, and he struck a palm at Chu Tianxin's chest. Although the palm's momentum was not violent, it affected the vital energy waves of the Six Harmonies of Heaven and Earth, and it surged towards Chu Tianxin from top, bottom, front, back, left, and right. Within the Six Harmonies, there was no way out. If everything went smoothly, this one move would be enough to decide the victor. Unfortunately, things did not seem to go as smoothly as Huang Chunrong thought. Chu Tianxin looked at Huang Chunrong charging at him calmly, but did not dodge. He did not even take a defensive stance. Huang Chunrong was still puzzled, but the palm had already passed through Chu Tianxin's body. An illusion. Huang Chunrong was shocked, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. When did Chu Tianxin turn himself into an illusion? Huang Chunrong did not notice at all. This was a fatal mistake. How could there be the slightest mistake when fighting an opponent of the same level? It's not an illusion. It's just a shadow. Chu Tianxin's voice suddenly rang out in Huang Chuanrong's ears, causing all the hairs on Huang Chuanrong's body to stand on end. In the middle of all this, he actually let Chu Tianxin sneak up behind him without him knowing. Huang Chuanrong was shocked, but he did not lose his sense of propriety. He knew that Chu Tianxin was right behind him, but he did not stupidly turn around. Doing so would only cause him to be killed when he was caught off guard. In the current situation, the only thing he could do was put some distance between himself and Chu Tianxin. Only then would he be able to find an opportunity to counterattack. That was why Huang Chuanrong charged forward with all his might. At the same time, he gathered the true energy fluctuations of the 6 directions heaven and earth around him. On one hand, he could increase his defense, and on the other, he could restrict Chu Tianxin. That wasn't enough. Huang Chuanrong didn't retract his palm strike either. He drew a semicircle in the air and threw it behind him. If he was lucky, he might be able to hit Chu Tianxin behind him. It had to be said that Huang Chuanrong's reaction in this situation was quite perfect. Unfortunately, his opponent was not the same type of person he used to be. That was why this series of actions was meaningless in the eyes of the people below the stage. Huang Chuanrong immediately realized this, because he could already see that the person in front of him was Chu Tianxin, who had a calm expression on his face. How is this possible? Huang Chuanrong was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. In order to deal with this crisis, he had rushed forward with all his might, and struck back with all his might. There was almost no room for him to move, but how did Chu Tianxin get in front of him? It's the Chu family's shadow-following body. The evolved version of the shadow sticking step, and someone has actually mastered it in the foundation establishment stage. That's really not easy. Qi Denai from the Heaven Awakening faction suddenly exclaimed in admiration. When he looked at the Chu family's camp, there was a hint of change in his eyes. Beside him, the tribulation passing sage's expression did not change, and no one knew what he was thinking. On the other hand, Shengguan Qingyun was smiling happily. The Chu family and the Shengguan family were on the same side, and the Chu family's strength was also beneficial to the Shengguan family. Chu Tianxin, who had appeared in front of Huang Chuanrong, smiled faintly and said, "Brother Huang, please excuse me." Similarly, he sent a palm strike straight at Huang Chuanrong's chest, and even his words were returned almost exactly the same. If this palm strike had landed, it would not have been fatal, but it would have been enough to make Huang Chuanrong retreat in defeat. In a moment of desperation, Huang Chuanrong saw that he would not be able to dodge this palm strike, so he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. In an impossible situation, his body began to spin on the spot. 6 harmonies of heaven and earth, reversal of yin and yang. In an instant, it was as if the entire world had been turned upside down. Chu Tianxin had clearly sent a palm strike at Huang Chuanrong, but now, the one that was about to hit was Chu Tianxin himself. It was as if he had slapped a mirror. At the same time, Huang Chuanrong's right leg was straight like a whip, striking fiercely at Chu Tianxin's head. After using the yin-yang reversal, Huang Chuanrong had suffered some serious internal injuries, but at the cost of that, he was able to gather all the true energy in his body again, gathering it into his leg. As long as he could hit his target, even if Chu Tianxin did not die, he would still be severely injured. Just as Chu Tianxin's palm strike was about to hit him, and Huang Chuanrong's leg was about to touch Chu Tianxin's head, Chu Tianxin's body suddenly twisted, then disappeared once again. Although it was said that Chu Tianxin had disappeared, that was only for Huang Chuanrong. The audience below the stage could clearly see that Chu Tianxin had mysteriously moved behind Huang Chuanrong, his head down and feet up. His hand was already in front of Huang Chuanrong's neck, gripping his throat. As long as Chu Tianxin wanted to, he could end Huang Chuanrong's life at any time. Brother Huang's 6 directions of heaven and earth is indeed marvelous, but too bad you've met your little brother. Between heaven and earth, in all directions, my shadow is everywhere. Chu Tianxin did not kill Huang Chunrong, but merely maintained his deterrence towards Huang Chunrong as he spoke calmly into Huang Chunrong's ear. Huang Chunrong smiled bitterly and waved his hand to retract his true qi, and both of them returned to their normal standing posture. In this match, Huang Chunrong wholeheartedly accepted his loss. No matter how powerful the 6 directions of heaven and earth was, it could not lock down a shadow. Just as Chu Tianxin had said, meeting such a natural enemy, there was no shame in losing. Chapter 55-60. Huang Chunrong now understood. It was no wonder the Chu clan had challenged the Tang sect. If the Tang sect had been in the Chu clan's position, it would definitely have challenged a sect that was being suppressed. Thus, this time, the Tang sect was truly going to be knocked out of the 10 minor schools. What they needed to consider was whether they would have a chance to return. Chu Tianxin withdrew his finger from Huang Chunrong's throat. After Huang Chunrong turned around, he smiled and cupped his fists. Thank you for letting me win. Huang Chunrong smiled bitterly and cupped his fists. Without saying anything more, he turned and left the stage. The Chu clan has challenged the Tang sect. The first match was between Foundation Establishment cultivators, and the Chu clan has won. Next is the second match between Golden Core cultivators. Both sides, please send your representatives onto the stage, the Grand Elder of the Ruins Town announced formally, his face still expressionless. After Chu Tianxin left the stage, Grand Elder Chu Yunting stood up and walked onto the stage. Although the Chu clan had many Golden Core cultivators, only Grand Elder Chu Yunting had reached Golden Core consummation. For safety's sake, he could only send Chu Yunting to fight. But when Chu Yunting stepped onto the stage, the Tang sect did not follow. Instead, they discussed among themselves for a while, and then someone stood up and said, "There's no need to fight this match. Our Tang sect admits defeat." The audience instantly fell into an uproar. The Tang sect had already lost one match. If they admitted defeat now, they would be handing over their position as one of the 10 minor schools. Even if the Tang sect still had a chance to gamble, that would still require 1,000 spirit jades. For this 1,000 spirit jades, they should at least stake it all, right? Chu Yunting froze for a moment before understanding dawned on him. The Tang sect was probably trying to preserve their strength. Through the first match, he knew that the Chu clan's techniques just so happened to restrain the Tang sect. Rather than fighting the Chu clan head-on, even if they could win 1 or 2 matches, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. It was better to take a step back, circle around the Chu clan, and then find a weaker sect to gamble with and return to the 10 minor schools. In any case, obtaining a spot in the 10 minor schools without bloodshed was much better than fighting to the death. Chu Yunting smiled and cupped his hands to the Tang sect. Thanks for letting me win. The person who had stood up to speak also cupped his hands to Chu Yunting and then sat back down. The Grand Elder of the ruined town signaled for Chu Yunting to leave before announcing the results of the challenge. The Chu clan has successfully challenged the Tang faction and become one of the 10 minor powers. The Tang faction has been relegated to the last place. For the great Tang sect to voluntarily concede, regardless of the reason, the Chu clan's strength was evident. The smaller sects in the audience all looked at the Chu clan's square formation with envious gazes. The rise of this clan was basically unstoppable. Next is the Profound Theory sect's battle wager. Have you gathered all the spirit jades? The great elder of Ruins Town didn't have a good impression of the Chu clan, so he didn't say anything else and directly asked about the Profound Secret School's intentions. Actually, the Xuanji sect was also in a difficult position. Among the 10 minor sects, the weaker ones were the Xuanyu sect and the Tang sect. Other than these 2 sects, the Leaf Spirit sect and the Thousand Blades sect were also very weak. However, these 2 sects were related to Lin Yi, so the Xuanji sect couldn't just slap Lin Yi in the face, right? The problem was that they had already agreed to the wager battle, so they couldn't cancel it even if they wanted to. If they said that they didn't gather all the spirit jades, then it wouldn't be as simple as losing face. Instead, they would be ridiculed by others and become a laughingstock for bragging. After all, a sect's wealth was also very important. Li Yunjia handed the bag of spirit jades to the people of Ruins Town, then said, "We have gathered all the spirit jades. As for the sect we want to challenge, our profound secret school will choose the Leaf Spirit sect." It wasn't strange for those who didn't know the relationship between the profound secret school and the Leaf Spirit sect. After all, among the 10 minor sects, besides the Thousand Blades sect, the Leaf Spirit sect was the weakest. Moreover, the Thousand Blades sect had a nascent soul Great Circle cultivator, and Ling Tianyu had insta-killed an opponent that was a major realm higher than him. Speaking of which, the Thousand Blades sect was definitely not to be trifled with. Choosing the Leaf Spirit sect was the inevitable result. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Others might not know, but there was no way the profound secret school didn't know about his relationship with the Leaf Spirit sect. Why did they still want to challenge the Leaf Spirit sect? Could it be that Hong Xianlei thought that he could do whatever he wanted after advancing to the nascent soul stage? He had said that he wasn't allowed to interfere in the affairs of the profound secret school. Was he going to break his vow now? As for Li Yunjia, Lin Yi didn't suspect him. This guy was quite similar to Xianxia. Generally, it was unlikely that he would make such a decision. Although he was the one who said it, Lin Yi was more suspicious that Hong Xianlei was behind this. However, it wasn't appropriate for Lin Yi to say anything in this situation. He could only continue to wait and see. The Great Elder of Ruins Town had a strange look on his face. As a member of the Qinkuan sect and the Great Elder who was in charge of the entire Ruins Town, he was naturally more aware of the situation on Lin Yi's side. Now that he saw that the Leaf Spirit sect and the Profound Secret School were fighting each other for the position of the 10 minor sects, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't happy. Suppressing the urge to laugh out loud, the Great Elder of Ruins Town said calmly, "The Profound Secret School is challenging the Leaf Spirit sect, one of the 10 minor sects. The first match of the foundation building stage will begin immediately. Both sides, send your people onto the stage." Wait. As soon as the Great Elder of Ruins Town finished speaking, Li Yunjia raised his hand and said, "There's no need to fight. The Profound Secret School admits defeat." Admit defeat. Let alone the Great Elder of Ruins Town, even the spectators below the stage found it hard to understand. What on earth was going on? You're saying that the Profound Secret School admits defeat in this foundation building stage battle? The Great Elder of Ruins Town asked uncertainly. It was rare to see two closely related sects fighting each other. Wouldn't it be boring if one side admitted defeat? Li Yunjia shook his head solemnly and said, "Of course not." The crowd relaxed and thought to themselves, "That's more like it. If you admit defeat, why the fuck did you take the initiative to challenge them? Hurry up and fight. Don't you know that everyone is waiting to watch a good show?" To be honest, the Great Elder of Ruins Town's thoughts were exactly the same as the spectators below the stage. However, what Li Yunjia said next made the Great Elder of Ruins Town roll his eyes involuntarily. "What I'm saying is that there's no need to fight. The Profound Secret School admits defeat in this wagered battle." Li Yunjia enunciated his words clearly to ensure that no one would mishear a single word. However, the people who heard this all felt that there was something wrong with their ears. This idiot spent 1,000 spiritual jade to challenge them just to admit defeat. Was he crazy, or had the world gone crazy? The Great Elder of Ruins Town could not believe what he was hearing. For a moment, he was so stunned that he even forgot to speak. Chapter 55-61. The Grand Elder of Ruins Town suddenly understood. This was a fucking shill, right? He spent 1,000 spiritual jades just to say this, to make the Leaf Spirit sect seem unfathomable and avoid being challenged by the High Feather sect and the Six Directions sect, two sects that had fallen out of the 10 small sects, right? Come to think of it, since these two sects were in cahoots, the 1,000 spiritual jades weren't really spent. It was just a trade. Could they not be so fucking shameless? The Grand Elder of Ruins Town, who thought he had seen through everything, was furious. However, there was nothing he could do. Rules were rules. There was nothing he could do about this loophole. The Leaf Spirit sect wins. It will remain in the 10 small sects. The Grand Elder of Ruins Town's mouth twitched. He gave a perfunctory reply and turned to the High Feather sect. Does the High Feather sect want to participate in the wagered battle? The people from the High Feather sect considered for a moment and finally gave up on the wagered battle. They were the weaker ones among the 10 small sects. At most, they were slightly stronger than the Leaf Spirit sect and were on par with the Six Directions sect. Now that the Six Directions sect had also fallen, the Leaf Spirit sect was a little uncertain because of the Profound Destiny sect's sudden move. Moreover, the Leaf Spirit sect and the High Feather sect were both under the Enlightening Heaven sect. It was fine if they were confident, but if they weren't, they would become a laughingstock and even offend their allies. Most importantly, 1,000 spiritual jades was not a small amount. Hence, the High Feather sect could only wait for the next primeval grand meeting. During this time, Xianxia had already run over to Lin Yi to explain. Uncle Master Lin, this disciple suddenly challenged the Leaf Spirit sect and did not inform you in advance. I really did not have enough time. I'm here to apologize to you. When Lin Yi saw the Profound Destiny sect admit defeat, he already understood. He immediately smiled. I understand. You think that the Profound Destiny sect is not confident against any other sects, so you might as well challenge the Leaf Spirit sect and admit defeat. On one hand, you can bluff for the Leaf Spirit sect. On the other hand, you can transfer the spiritual jades to the Leaf Spirit sect so that the Ruins Town Conference doesn't benefit, right? Uncle Master Lin is really perceptive. Xianxia smiled and flattered him. Then, he continued, actually, I just don't want to let the spiritual jades fall into the hands of outsiders. I didn't think of any false bravado. There's such an effect. What a lucky hit. Although it's a little embarrassing, it's worth it. At least I didn't let Marshal Granduncle lose any of his spirit jades. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. This kid is rather interesting. At the very least, he knows how to be flexible, and he's also flexible. Compared to Hong Xuanlei's obstinate and self-opinionated personality, Xianxia is clearly more suitable to be the sect master. No matter what, Xianxia's bold and unconstrained moves saved the Yiling sect some trouble. Originally, the Yiling sect was likely to be defeated by the 10 little ones. Now, perhaps they didn't have to worry anymore. After the Profound Feather School gave up on the gambling match, the next was the Tyrant's Blade School, which had just been defeated by the Thousand Blade School. Wei Yidao wholeheartedly believed that Ling Tianyu had used some tricks and a sneak attack to win the match. Thus, without waiting for the Great Elder of the Ruins Town to speak, he directly jumped up and shouted, "Our Tyrant's Blade School wants to gamble with the Thousand Blade School. The spiritual jades are right here." The Great Elder of the Ruins Town frowned slightly. This Wei Yidao was actually quite annoying. He hadn't even said anything yet, and Wei Yidao had already jumped out to scare him. If it weren't for the fact that the Qinquan School had supported the Tyrant's Blade School a lot more, the Great Elder of the Ruins Town wouldn't have tolerated this guy for so long. After this period of rest, and with the help of a top-grade 5th-grade Great Recover pill, Wei Yidao had already completely recovered from his injuries. In his opinion, Ling Tianyu's injuries weren't any lighter than his own. Just now, Ling Tianyu had tried to show off and sneak attacked a Golden Core Perfection Realm Cultivator. Although Ling Tianyu had won, Ling Tianyu's recovery definitely wouldn't be faster than his. There was also Primordial Invincible. Although he didn't seem to have suffered many injuries when he was forced off the stage, he definitely wouldn't have had it so easy. In addition, if he challenged the Thousand Blade School and killed Ling Tianyu, it would be equivalent to directly winning 2 matches between the Foundation Establishment Realm and the Golden Core Realm. Primordial Invincible would be fine even if he was fine. In short, Wei Yidao had considerable confidence in challenging the Thousand Blade School again this time. He would be able to crush the Thousand Blade School. The people of the Town of Ruins kept Wei Yidao's spiritual jades and indicated to the Great Elder of the Town of Ruins that the number was correct. Only then did the Great Elder of the Town of Ruins open his mouth and say, Hegemon's Blade School versus the Thousand Blade School, the rules are the same as before. The first match between the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, begin. Without saying anything, Wei Yidao drew his saber and went up the stage. He pointed at Ling Tianyu and said, Brat, hurry up and come up to accept your death. If you want to say a few last words, I can be merciful and let you say a few more. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to do so in a while. Ling Tianyu could even kill a Golden Core late-stage expert in one blow. Why would he care about a mere Wei Yidao? Even if Lin Yi hadn't told him about the flaws, the two of them would still be evenly matched in a real fight. Hearing Wei Yidao's arrogant words, Ling Tianyu smiled indifferently and slowly walked up the stage. He said, Why are you in such a hurry? Are you rushing to reincarnate? You're courting death. Wei Yidao roared angrily. His long saber carried a cold light as he once again took the initiative to attack. Unfortunately, Ling Tianyu was waiting for him to make the first move. If Wei Yidao didn't move, how could Ling Tianyu find that flaw? Having experienced it once, he was even more familiar with it this time. The black dagger shot out like lightning and accurately hit the tip of the long saber. Wei Yidao was greatly shocked. Although he thought that Ling Tianyu had won the previous match by using some tricks, he was still on guard against this move of Ling Tianyu's. He didn't expect that no matter how much he guarded against it, he still couldn't block it. The moment the long saber shattered, Wei Yidao crushed a secret treasure hidden in his palm to create a temporary layer of defense for himself. The black dagger could ignore the saber power of the Hegemon's Blade School and could also penetrate the enemy's protective chi. However, it couldn't do anything to the defensive layer formed by this secret treasure. After a moment of stalemate in the air, Ling Tianyu directly called back the black dagger. Wei Yidao, is this what you're relying on? There is no chance of victory if you hide in a turtle shell. Ling Tianyu looked at Wei Yidao with a smile that wasn't a smile and mocked him faintly. Wei Yidao was a little arrogant, but he wasn't a fool. Since he was on guard against Ling Tianyu, how could he risk his life? Therefore, it wasn't surprising that he had such a defensive tool. In the defensive layer, Wei Yidao's face was extremely ugly. After personally experiencing it, he was sure that Ling Tianyu's instantaneous killing of a Golden Core late-stage expert was definitely not a trick, but a flaw in the Hegemon's Blade School. Chapter 55-62. Ling Tianyu looked at the Great Elder of the Ruins town. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, he turned to Wei Yidao and said, Hey, Wei Yidao, how long are you going to be a turtle? Are you going to fight or not? Don't waste time. Wei Yidao's body trembled slightly. He had wholeheartedly wanted to kill Ling Tianyu. Using himself to push others, Ling Tianyu should also want to kill him, right? If they continued to fight, not only would he have no chance of winning, but his life would also be in danger. After all, this defense layer had a time limit. Once the time was up, there would be nothing left to save his life. I admit defeat. After thinking it through, Wei Yidao could only grit his teeth and admit defeat. Compared to his life, a little face was not a big deal. A trace of vague disdain flashed in the Great Elder's eyes. He was originally not satisfied with Wei Yidao, but now it turned into contempt. Hegemon Blade Sect versus Thousand Blade Sect. The first round, Thousand Blades sect wins. Next, the second round. The great elder of the ruins town was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly announced the start of the second round. Wei Yidao jumped off the stage resentfully. He wanted to quickly tell the people in the sect what he had observed, so that his fellow Gold Core stage disciples wouldn't be defeated by Ling Tianyu again. However, Immortal Invincible didn't give Wei Yidao the chance. He directly went up the stage and said, "Just now, the battle between the Nascent Soul stage and the Foundation Establishment stage began. It's the same now. Wei Tianba, come up." Ling Tianyu tactfully left the stage. He also knew that Immortal Invincible was holding back his anger. Previously, Wei Tianba used the illusion mirror to copy Immortal Invincible and let him fight himself. As a result, he lost in a sullen manner. Now that he had a chance, of course, Immortal Invincible would take revenge. As for whether Wei Tianba had another illusion mirror, Immortal Invincible wasn't worried at all. That was an illusion mirror, not cabbages on the roadside. How could there be so many? Wei Tianba stood up with a gloomy face. Just now, Qinkuan sect gave him the illusion mirror, and there was indeed only one. If he could kill Immortal Invincible, it would definitely be a huge profit. Unfortunately, Immortal Invincible escaped at the last moment. Now, Wei Tianba really didn't have any confidence in fighting Immortal Invincible. However, Wei Tianba and Wei Yidao's thoughts were similar. Primeval Invincible might not have fully recovered from his injuries. If he were to fight now, he might be able to win. Most importantly, the Tyrant Blade School could not afford to lose again. If they lost again, they would completely lose the qualifications to be one of the 10 minor sections. According to the rules, the sects that fell out of the 10 minor sects only had one chance to challenge or gamble. If they lost, they could only wait for the next immemorial meeting. Otherwise, I can't let you challenge endlessly, right? After weighing the pros and cons, Wei Tianba braced himself and entered the arena. If Primeval Invincible's injuries hadn't healed yet, this would be his only chance to take advantage of the situation. Primordial Invincible sneered, "Wei Tianba, you have guts, you actually dare to come up. Seeing that you have some guts, this old man will leave your corpse intact." The arrogance in Wei Tianba's heart was immediately ignited. No matter what, he was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Even if he was wary of Immortal Invincible, he definitely wouldn't lower his head. What a coincidence, I like to cut my enemies into 8 pieces. It will be very difficult for you to leave your corpse intact. Wei Tianba said tit for tat. At the same time, he unsheathed his long saber and slashed at Primordial Invincible. Due to Ling Tianyu's 2 consecutive stunning performances, Wei Tianba didn't dare to use his saber right away. He could only use ordinary moves to test the waters. However, he didn't expect that Primordial Invincible didn't know about the Tyrant Blade School's flaws. After all, it was Lin Yi who told Ling Tianyu about it. Without Lin Yi's permission, Ling Tianyu didn't dare to tell others, even if that person was Primordial Invincible. Primordial Invincible laughed and said disdainfully, "You like to cut people into 8 pieces. It's not like I can't satisfy your wish. With your flowery but impractical moves, even 9 or 10 pieces are nothing to me." As he spoke, Primordial Invincible directly reached out to grab Wei Tianba's long saber. There were no fancy moves or changes. It was just a crushing suppression of strength. He was sure that Wei Tianba wouldn't be able to resist it. An invisible huge pressure instantly pressed down on Wei Tianba, causing his face to turn extremely pale. When he teamed up with Primordial Invincible's clone to deal with Primordial Invincible, he was completely in the supporting role. All the pressure and danger were all borne by the clone. Now that he was facing Primordial Invincible, he realized how big the gap between him and Primordial Invincible was. It was simply like heaven and earth. He was once the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the immemorial Jianghu. He wasn't just a joke. A mere mid-stage nascent soul cultivator was nothing in front of Primordial Invincible. Primordial Invincible simply reached out and grabbed the back of Wei Tianba's saber. With a simple twist, Wei Tianba's long saber broke from the hilt. The saber light rolled back without any hindrance. Wei Tianba's face had just revealed a horrified expression when his entire head flew into the sky. Without any warning, his body was cut into pieces of meat. Because of Primordial Invincible's Xianxia, no blood or internal organs flowed out. The cut was neat and smooth. Although it wasn't a bloody mess, it made people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. A peak nascent soul cultivator crushed a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator so easily. Primordial Invincible casually threw away the broken saber in his hand and said lightly, "I'm sorry, I cut a few more pieces. I couldn't fulfill your wish of cutting people into 8 pieces. I'll pay attention next time." The audience was speechless. He was already like this, and there was still a next time. After Primordial Invincible finished speaking, he turned to look at the great elder of Ruins Town, causing him to tremble. He quickly announced, "The Tyrant's Blade sect has lost the challenge against the Thousand Blade sect. The rankings of both sides remain the same." As he spoke, the great elder of Ruins Town quietly took a few steps back. Although Primordial Invincible didn't have any killing intent, that kind of power was enough to make the great elder's heart go cold. Especially when he thought about how this old man was a mortal enemy of the Qinquan sect, he had to put more distance between them. Otherwise, Primordial Invincible would suddenly have a brain cramp and casually cut him into 8 pieces. Okay, 12 or 13 pieces. Fortunately, Primordial Invincible didn't pay attention to the great elder of Ruins Town. After hearing the result he wanted, he grunted and slowly left the arena. At this time, the audience gradually began to talk, but most of them were praising Primordial Invincible. His thunderous methods had clearly shocked the people from the small sects. Chapter 55-63. Previously, the Six Directions sect and the Chu family had only fought one round before immediately giving up. It was obvious that they wanted to preserve their strength. Normally, they would definitely participate in the wagered battle to return to the top 10. However, the people of the Six Directions sect suddenly realized that they really had no opponents to challenge. The Thousand Blade sect only had 2 people? Don't joke around. Those 2 were ruthless people who could instantly kill their opponents of the same level. As for the Chu family, they had already admitted defeat. Why would they spend spiritual jade to be tortured? Seeing that the Leaf Spirit sect was the weakest, the Xuanji sect's sudden surrender made the Leaf Spirit sect feel somewhat unfathomable. There was only one chance, and they didn't have many spiritual jades. After thinking about it, the Six Directions sect almost chose to give up. In the end, they couldn't accept it and chose the relatively weaker Okuda family as their opponent. In terms of ranking, the Okuda family and the Six Directions sect were almost equal. In terms of strength, they were slightly stronger than the Six Directions sect. Under normal circumstances, the Six Directions sect didn't want to challenge the Okuda family, but they really had no other choice now. In the first 2 matches, the Foundation Establishment stage and the Golden Core stage, both sides were tied. Finally, in the Nascent Soul stage, the Okuda clan won and had the last laugh. Not only did they keep their spot in the 10 small ones, but they also received a prize of 1,000 spiritual jades. The Six Directions faction, on the other hand, had to leave in dejection. They could only wait for the next immemorial meeting to make a comeback. The qualification challenge of the top 10 has ended. We are very happy to see new faces enter the top 10, but we are also very sorry that some old friends have to leave temporarily. However, the gathering will continue. Next is the ranking battle of the top 10. After the battle between the Okuda family and the Six Directions sect, the great elder of Ruins Town regained his confidence as the host. With a few simple words, he began the ranking battle of the top 10. Everyone knows that the ranking of the 10 minor sects is very important. It concerns the allocation of resources every year. The higher the ranking, the more resources you will receive. Moreover, there is an even more special meaning today, and that is the qualification to challenge the Big Four. If you think your sect has the strength to enter the Big Four, then you must perform well and fight for first place in the 10 minor sects. Then, you can challenge the Big Four. The great elder of Ruins Town said with a rare smile. Clearly, he was just saying it. He didn't really think that any sect could challenge the top 4. After all, the 10 primordial beasts only had the right to receive the distribution of resources in the primordial mountain range, and the ones who distributed these resources to them were the 4 great beasts. From this, one could clearly see the huge difference in the ratio of resources obtained by both sides. Without the support of resources, how could the 10 minor beasts develop and challenge the Big Four? What's more, the top 10 disciples were basically all from the Qianquan sect, so there was no need to worry about challenges. Of course, in addition to the distribution of resources according to the ranking, the 4 great sects would also distribute some resources to their own sects in private. This was also why the Qianquan sect was the strongest. It was because the Qianquan sect itself was the sect that received the most resources. Alright, back to the main topic. I believe that everyone is getting impatient. The first competition of the year will depend on the contribution of each sect. After all, resources are limited. Sects that don't contribute are not qualified to be allocated resources. Therefore, the next competition will be the gathering of spiritual jades. This is a new project, so listen carefully to the rules. The great elder of the Ruins Town didn't continue with the nonsense and directly threw out the first competition. The freshly minted 10 minor beasts also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. The mining of spiritual jades was something that happened once a year, but it was the first time it was used as a competition. Therefore, the 10 minor beasts were very attentive. Everyone knows that the spiritual jades in the primordial underworld are relatively scarce. The spiritual jade vein in the primordial mountain range produces the most. However, there is a limit to the spiritual jade vein. It can only be mined once a year, and only 20 people can enter each time. The time limit is also only 10 days. In the past, the 10 minor beasts sent their own people to mine, and the harvest was basically the same. Therefore, this time, after discussion, the Big Four great beasts decided to use this as the first competition. Before the great elder of the Ruins Town explained the rules, he couldn't help but explain it first, in case the 10 minor beasts had any doubts. This time, the 10 minor beasts will send 2 people each. Each person will have a special void bag. No fighting is allowed. They will enter the spiritual jade vein to mine spiritual jades. The one who mines the most spiritual jades will win. The points will also be from 10 to 1, which will be added to the sect score. Isn't it simple? The great elder of the Ruins Town glanced in the direction of the Blue Cloud sect and smiled. Originally, this competition was designed to be fought over the void bags at the last moment. However, considering that the Blue Cloud sect's strength was somewhat strange and unpredictable, Sage Wuxia suggested to cancel the snatching part and let the 10 minor beasts mine the spiritual jades in peace. Perhaps that would be able to limit the Blue Cloud sect's score. As for the void bag, it was a primordial tool controlled by the Archaic Alliance. It could store an unlimited amount of spiritual jades. Although it wasn't something that could be seen everywhere in the archaic underworld, the Big Four still had a lot of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to take out 20 of them at once. After listening to Xian Yijia's explanation of the void bag, Lin Yi was secretly amazed. The archaic underworld was indeed unique. At least on the Heaven Stage Island, he had never heard of a treasure like the void bag. In fact, there were very few secret treasures and tools from the archaic underworld on the Heaven Stage Island. The development of the 2 places was indeed completely different. Grand Master, after the spiritual jades are stored in the void bag, we can't take it out anymore. We can only open it after we come out, and the Archaic Alliance uses a special method. So in the spiritual jade vein, it's useless to snatch other people's void bags. What the Big Four want is for us, the 10 minor beasts, to work hard and then take out a part of it to distribute to the 10 minor beasts. Although it's called resource distribution, it's actually a reward. After following Lin Yi, Xianxia was no longer short of spiritual jades. Therefore, when talking about the mining of spiritual jades, there was a disdainful look on his face. What he didn't know was that the Qinkuan sect originally wanted the 10 minor beasts to fight over the void bags on the last day. Although they couldn't open the bags, the more they had, the more spiritual jades they took out. It was because they were afraid of the Blue Cloud sect that they finally cancelled this rule. Chapter 55-64. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go. To provide you with exciting novels to read. Xianxia thought about it and felt that it made sense. He nodded in admiration. Grand Master, you're so insightful. By the way, why don't I bring Jin Weifeng along? With our strength, it's not a problem to enter the top 3. Lin Yi understood that Xianxia felt that hard work like mining spiritual jade was not suitable for Lin Yi as a Grand Master. Hence, he suggested that he and Jin Weifeng go together. However, Lin Yi wanted to see what the spiritual jade immortal vein looked like and how the void bag worked. Hence, he rejected Xianxia's suggestion after some thought. I'd like to see it myself this time. Ijia, you don't have to go. Stay here and look after it. I'll go with Jin Weifeng. Lin Yi paused and continued, although it's useless to rob someone's void bag, would it be a problem to kill someone inside? Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. He really did not think about this. The great elder of Ruined Town did not say anything about this. He only said that no one was allowed to snatch the void bag. Although the Archaic Alliance wanted to collect more spiritual jades, if someone killed someone in the void bag for the sake of hindering others, the Archaic Alliance might not be able to stop it. My score is not high. It's okay, as long as others don't get any points. Grand Master, why don't I go with you? Just let Weifeng stay outside. Xianxia wanted Jin Weifeng to stay behind when he thought of this possibility. Lin Yi smiled and looked at Xianxia. Are you worried that something will happen to me or that I can't take care of Weifeng and something will happen to him? Xianxia's face turned red. Given Lin Yi's skills, the other 9 sects might not be able to do anything to him even if they joined hands. Jin Weifeng might be safer if he followed Lin Yi than if he stayed outside, not to mention that some of the 10 small sects were allied with them. The Soaring Heaven sect, the Snow Sword faction, the Leaf Spirit sect, the Thousand Blades faction, the Chu clan, and the Azure Cloud sect itself made up 6 of the 10 minor sections. If they didn't go looking for trouble with others, they would already be laughing. Who would be so blind as to provoke the Azure Cloud sect? The great elder of the ruined town pointed at the 20 void bags he had prepared and said, "Does everyone understand now? If there's no problem, bring everyone who's going to mine the spirit jade here. Everyone will get a void pouch and prepare to head to the spirit jade immortal vein." It's settled then. Weifeng, you're coming with me to do 10 days of hard labor. Lin Yi chuckled as he turned to Jin Weifeng beside him. Jin Weifeng giggled and said, "Following martial granduncle is a great blessing. How is there such a thing as hard labor?" As they spoke, the 10 participants of this project went up to collect their void bags. Lin Yi looked around and saw quite a few familiar faces. The Snow Sword sect had been Wuxia and sect master Hong Qingyuan, the Chu family had Chu Yuntian and Chu Yunting, the Thousand Blades sect had no choice, only Primordial Invincible and Ling Tianyu, the Leaf Spirit sect had sect master Yi Qingqing and Duanmi Yu's master Yi Tongxian, and the Grand Elder Yi Yixing didn't come, probably still recovering from his injuries. There was also evil warding sect's Xiao Dan, whom Lin Yi knew. But he avoided Lin Yi's eyes. He didn't want to have anything to do with Lin Yi. Yin Qingqing's death didn't seem to have spread. Otherwise, there would be people who would challenge the evil warding sect. Lin Yi and Jin Weifeng were the last to get the void pouches, and Lin Yi only nodded to the people he knew with his eyes. He didn't say much, as everyone had a tacit understanding that they'd take care of each other after going in. Lin Yi held the void bag and used his divine sense to check it, but was blocked by an invisible force. It should be what Xianxia said before, a secret technique set up by the Archaic Alliance. Other than them, no one else could open the void bag and take out the things inside. Of course, if Lin Yi wanted to, he could break it by force. However, it wasn't necessary. Alright, since all the void bags have been taken, let's get ready to teleport to the Lingyu celestial vein. The great elder of the ruined town glanced at Lin Yi and announced the start of the teleportation. The tribulation-conquering immortal stood up and signaled the rest of the nascent soul realm cultivators to disperse. On the jade discs behind them, complicated formation patterns were lighting up. This was the teleportation formation that the four major sects had set up to enter the Lingyu celestial vein. However, it wouldn't go directly to the Lingyu celestial vein. There would be a transfer point. Without a special method, even if someone could replicate this temporary formation, they wouldn't be able to enter the Lingyu celestial vein. After the teleportation formation was completely activated, the tribulation-conquering immortal said to the 20 children, "Please enter the teleportation formation in order. Only one person can pass at a time. The destination is random. Therefore, you may not meet people from your own sect. Everyone should know this, so don't worry. As long as you collect enough spiritual jades to make the void bag shine, you can be teleported back at any time. Of course, if someone is unlucky and can't collect enough spiritual jades, he will be teleported out after 10 days. After that, the sects under the Qianquan sect rushed up and prepared to be teleported. The sects under the five-element sect followed closely, as if the first one to enter would benefit. Lin Yi frowned slightly. He didn't care about the benefits after going in. The key was that the teleportation was random. If Jin Weifeng went in, it would be safer than Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was at the peak of the nascent soul realm. He was strong enough to go in alone. Jin Weifeng had been paying attention to Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi frown, he could more or less understand Lin Yi's thoughts. Jin Weifeng said in a low voice, "Martial granduncle, we won't be together after we go in. However, I am not weak. There are not many people who can threaten me. Plus, I have many allies. It should be easy for me to find you." "You are right. This is a rare opportunity for you to practice. If you follow me all the time, you won't have the chance to practice." Lin Yi nodded. He felt that he was thinking too much. With Jin Weifeng's strength, he could still protect himself. While they were talking, Shengguan Qingyun stood in front of the teleportation formation and said to the tribulation-conquering immortal, "Tribulation-conquering immortal, is it inappropriate for all the disciples of the Qianquan sect to be teleported first? Why don't we do it according to the previous ranking of the 10 children?" Chapter 55-65. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, let's provide you with wonderful novels to read. According to the previous rules, the sects and families under the 4 big sects would be sent first. In other words, the sects and families under the Qianquan sect would be the first, the 5-element sect would be the second, the Heaven's Enlightenment faction would be the third, and the Shengguan clan would be the last. The great elder of the ruins town said that every sect's harvest was about the same, but it was complete nonsense. Of course, there were rich and poor veins in the spirit jade celestial vein, and even the waste veins. The location of the teleportation was indeed random, but the first one to be sent would have a high chance of being sent to the region where the rich vein was located. The later the teleportation, the smaller the harvest would be. There were only 10 days in total. If they were sent to the waste vein, they would have to look for another vein to mine, which would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. Shangguan Qingyun understood this, so he came out to argue. Since the ranking of the top 10 doesn't count, why don't we use the new basic ranking of the 4 big sects? Shangguan Qingyun seemed to have expected Tribulation Crossing Sage's answer, so he immediately proposed a new plan. Based on the current ranking of the 4 big sects, the Shangguan clan was no longer the youngest. Tribulation Crossing Sage didn't answer Shangguan Qingyun directly, but turned to ask the 5 Element sect and the Heaven's Enlightenment faction. Without a doubt, these 2 sects agreed to maintain the original status. After all, in the new ranking, the Shangguan clan would be stepping on their shoulders. Shangguan Qingyun was speechless. He had forgotten that although the current plan was the most beneficial to the Qinkuan sect, the other 2 sects weren't bad either. There was no reason for them to sacrifice their own interests to help the Shangguan clan, right? Since there are no objections, let's continue. Tribulation Crossing Sage smiled at Shangguan Qingyun, then waved his hand to signal the Qinkuan sect to go ahead. Shangguan Qingyun looked at Lin Yi helplessly. Originally, he wanted to fight for a better position for Lin Yi and the others, but now it seemed like there was no other way. However, Shangguan Qingyun didn't care too much. In his opinion, the Blue Cloud sect becoming one of the 4 big sects was already unstoppable. It wasn't a big deal to give up a mere spiritual jade mining project. Lin Yi didn't mind. Although he didn't know the details, he still nodded at Shangguan Qingyun, indicating that he didn't have to worry too much. The speed of the teleportation was very fast. After one teleported in, the next teleported in a flash of light. In just a few breaths worth of time, most of the 20 people had left, leaving only Lin Yi, Jin Weifeng, and the Thousand Blades faction's invincible primordial spirit, Tianyu. Tianyu, why don't you not participate in the spiritual jade gathering this time? Primordial Invincible whispered worriedly. Clearly, Primordial Invincible had also thought about it. Given Ling Tianyu's strength, it was very likely that he would be killed in the Spirit Jade Immortal vein. Lin Yi indicated for Jin Weifeng to teleport first. Then, he said to Ling Tianyu, it will indeed be somewhat dangerous for you to enter. This time, the people inside aren't just people from the Tyrant's Blade Gate. Any one of them can instantly kill you. If you can't find me or your undefeatable patriarch immediately, it will be very troublesome. Ling Tianyu, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. He even chuckled and said, you guys can't see clearly because you are closely involved. Among those who enter, who dares to make a move against me? Aren't they afraid of being annihilated? Without me as a burden, my undefeatable patriarch will be more flexible. What he said was indeed reasonable. Without Ling Tianyu as a burden, Primordial Invincible could completely become a hidden killer. Not to mention the Qinkuan sect of the 10 minor sects, even the Qinkuan sect, with the exception of Daoist Dunan, would be in a state of chaos because of Primordial Invincible Patriarch. Primordial Invincible Patriarch laughed heartily. He was truly relieved. Therefore, he no longer tried to persuade Ling Tianyu. Instead, he directly asked Lin Yi to teleport first while he and Ling Tianyu followed behind. Lin Yi did not stand on ceremony. He nodded and entered the teleportation formation. A wave of dizziness came over him, as if he had entered a closed space. Immediately after, a light flashed, and he felt the teleportation again. When he stabilized, Lin Yi had already appeared in an empty mineral vein. Hee, it's really a treasure house. Looking around, Lin Yi could not help but laugh. He did not know if Du Nan and the others had secretly manipulated the place where Lin Yi was teleported to. The place where he was teleported was completely a waste mineral vein. Within the range of his divine sense, there was not a single piece of good spiritual jade. However, that was only for others. For Lin Yi, this place was almost the same as a treasure house. Because the ground was full of waste jades with no spiritual power fluctuations, there was no need to mine them at all. He could just throw them into the space of the jade pendant to recharge them. After 10 days, all the waste jades here were properly best-grade spiritual jades. Originally, Lin Yi thought that if there was no other way, he could take out some of the spiritual jades from the space of the jade pendant. Now it seemed that there was no need for that. As he walked, he kept all the waste jades on the ground into the space of the jade pendant. As for the waste jades that needed to be mined, Lin Yi was too lazy to do it. He estimated that there were at least 50 to 60,000 pieces of waste jades on the ground. This number of waste jades spread on the ground. It seemed that someone had been mining here for a long time. However, in the end, there was no harvest. Looking at the waste jades all over the ground, Lin Yi could imagine the bitter face of the person who mined it. This time, my luck is good. I finished mining the spiritual jades when I came in. Now, it's time to find Jin Weifeng and the others. I don't know where they have been teleported to. Lin Yi walked aimlessly along the direction of the vein. In this spirit jade immortal vein, Lin Yi's spiritual sense was suppressed. There was no way for him to explore far. The rock walls were at most 5 to 6 meters deep. It was no problem for him to look at the spiritual jades. Other than that, it was useless. After walking for a while, there was a fork in the road. Lin Yi looked left and right. There was nothing different. He randomly picked a direction and continued to walk down. However, when Lin Yi walked 100 steps in this direction, the jade pendant suddenly issued a warning. This situation had not happened for a long time. Lin Yi was shocked. He subconsciously flew back and instantly returned to the fork. What's going on? When he returned to the fork, the jade pendant did not respond. Lin Yi looked out and did not find anything unusual. Could it be that the jade pendant had made a mistake? This kind of thing had never happened before. Of course, Lin Yi would not really think that the jade pendant would make a mistake. Although he could not see it, there was definitely some danger there. Chapter 55-66. Reeks, interesting. I thought you were just here to mine. I didn't expect there to be such an interesting thing. Lin Yi pinched his chin and smiled. Neither his eyes nor his divine sense found anything unusual. Because of this, Lin Yi's interest was greatly increased. Danger often came with opportunities. At this time, if Azure Dragon was here, he might be able to see some clues. Even Zhao Yazi could provide some advice. Unfortunately, Azure Dragon did not follow him here. Zhao Yazi could still speak in the secular world, but in the ancient small world, there was no movement. Lin Yi could only judge the situation by himself. After raising his vigilance, Lin Yi walked in again step by step. He slowly approached the previous position and extended his divine sense to the limit. At the same time, he paid close attention to the changes in the space of the jade pendant. Strange. Was it really a mistake just now? After arriving at the previous position, there was no abnormal phenomenon. Lin Yi muttered to himself. His body slowly relaxed from a highly alert state and returned to its previous relaxed state. Just at the moment when Lin Yi relaxed, an invisible attack appeared strangely behind Lin Yi. It seemed that Lin Yi had calculated all the angles that Lin Yi could dodge. It really came out. Lin Yi seemed to have relaxed his vigilance. In fact, he was only relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside. When the attack came, Lin Yi directly changed into the state of the primordial spirit and let the attack pass through his incorporeal body. The frenzy fire 8 trigrams palm also followed the path of the attack and hit back. Unfortunately, this palm did not hit any enemy. In the end, it only hit a few pieces of ore. Hey, it's really fast. Lin Yi condensed his primordial spirit again and looked at the small hole made by the frenzy fire 8 trigrams palm with slight surprise. His divine sense covered every inch of the space around him. Yu-1, when he was attacked just now, Lin Yi's divine sense finally saw what sneak attacked him. It was a spirit beast about 1 meter long. It looked like a pangolin, but Lin Yi clearly knew that it was definitely not a pangolin. Although he had never seen it before, when he was in the Blue Cloud sect, Lin Yi happened to read the name of this spirit beast. Spirit-eating beast. The introduction of the spirit-eating beast was also very simple, found in the spirit jade vein. Feeds on spiritual power. Ferocious and likes to kill. Good at hiding, good at escaping through the earth. When thinking about this, Lin Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows. From what he had observed with his divine sense, that spirit-eating beast was only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. If it was just one spirit-eating beast, as long as he was vigilant, it wouldn't be a big problem. However, spirit-eating beasts never lived alone. If there was one, there would definitely be a second. If these two had already given birth, there would be a third and fourth. Lin Yi felt helpless when facing this spirit-eating beast. If Jin Weifeng or even Ling Tianyu were to encounter a spirit-eating beast, they would be caught off guard and would be ambushed by it. What are the 4 big sects and clans doing? Don't they know that there are spirit-eating beasts in the ghost spirit jade immortal vein? Or, are they trying to weaken the strength of the 10 juveniles so that they won't be able to threaten the 4 big sects? If that's the case, the Shengguan clan should have told me about it. Lin Yi thought to himself. He had to find Jin Weifeng and the others as soon as possible. Right now, Lin Yi really wanted to ask someone if there were any serious casualties when he was collecting the spirit jades. However, even if there were, it would be considered as an internal conflict between the 10 juveniles and used to cover up the existence of the spirit-eating beast. Yu too, Lin Yi's mind was spinning rapidly, but he didn't let his guard down. After knowing that it was a spirit-eating beast that was ambushing him, Lin Yi didn't dare be careless anymore. After all, it was a spirit-eating beast, but it wouldn't be the only one. The damnable thing was that not only did the spirit-eating beast know earth movement techniques, but it also knew concealment techniques. Even Lin Yi's divine sense could only capture the spirit-eating beast's movements the instant it launched its attack, let alone his naked eye. Lin Yi was feeling a little helpless against an enemy like this. A divine sense attack suddenly descended from above, approaching Lin Yi's head in an instant. At the same time, a spiritual attack struck Lin Yi's back like a poisonous snake, aiming straight for Lin Yi's heart. 2 spirit-eating beasts. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't panic in the slightest. As he transformed into his soul form again, 3 divine sense vortexes appeared out of thin air, surrounding the spirit-eating beast behind him. When he transformed into his soul form, the divine sense attack would deal the most damage to Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi had the divine controlling bracelet, so he didn't take this divine sense attack to heart. Instead, he took the opportunity to grab a spirit-eating beast and beat it to death. If it weren't for the fact that the soul-hooking palm took a little more time to release than the divine sense vortexes, Lin Yi would have immediately used the soul-hooking palm. The spirit-eating beast was simply too fast, and Lin Yi didn't dare to let go of even the slightest delay. Sure enough, he caught the spirit-eating beast that was ambushing him from behind. Yu 3, under the pull of the consciousness whirlpool, the soul-eating beast let out a pained howl, and the other soul-eating beasts rushed out, attacking Lin Yi without a care for anything else. Lin Yi had the protection of the divine controlling bracelet, and after blocking the initial divine sense attack, he transformed back into his soul form again, unleashing a 5-elemental killing intent toward the spirit-eating beast above. For a time, they were evenly matched. This was also because the spirit-eating beast above was only at the peak of the golden core stage and hadn't reached the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, with Lin Yi's soul only at the perfected foundation establishment stage, even his 5-elemental killing intent wouldn't be enough to contend with a nascent soul stage spirit-eating beast. The soul-eating beast that was trapped in the consciousness whirlpool suddenly roared, opening its mouth to spit out an extremely condensed beam of light. Lin Yi was shocked. He didn't need the jade to warn him, just the aura alone was enough to tell him how dangerous this beam of light was. Even if he turned into his soul form, he would still be fatally injured. Lin Yi suddenly had this realization in his heart, and he didn't dare to hesitate at all. He crazily used the extreme butterfly microsteps and continuously swayed back. It was not easy for him to avoid the pursuit of this beam of light. When he looked up again, the two spirit-eating beasts had already disappeared. What a powerful spirit-eating beast! Lin Yi's face was solemn. The spirit-eating beast's outburst just now was probably a life-saving trump card. But in any case, this spirit-eating beast was an extremely dangerous existence, especially for Ling Tianyu, a cultivator at the perfected foundation establishment stage. A casual claw could easily end him. Chapter 55-67. Returning to the battle site, there was still no trace of the spirit-eating beast, nor was there any more attacks from the spirit-eating beast. Lin Yi estimated that the early nascent soul stage spirit-eating beast had injured its foundation, plus Lin Yi's divine sense whirlpool was not for nothing. At this moment, the early nascent soul stage spirit-eating beast should have been seriously injured. If he had the time, Lin Yi really wanted to find the soul-eating beast's lair. This kind of soul-eating beast fed on spirit jades, and it was said that there would be good stuff in their lair. Unfortunately, Ling Tianyu's group's safety was the most important thing right now, and Lin Yi couldn't stay here any longer. Since he couldn't find the soul-eating beast, he might as well stay alert and speed up. With Lin Yi's speed, if he really ran at full speed, he could break the speed of sound. After a while, he had already run hundreds of kilometers away, but because of the twists and turns, the straight line was not too far from the previous battle site. What made Lin Yi feel strange was that along the way, there were basically some waste or poor veins. Why did the two spirit-eating beasts go there? With the nature of spirit-eating beasts, they wouldn't even look at a rich vein. In other words, there was something hidden in that area that could attract the soul-eating beasts. Lin Yi felt that after finding Ling Tianyu and the others, he'd have to come back and take a look when he had the time. As mentioned before, danger and opportunity always went hand in hand. At this moment, Lin Yi heard the faint sound of fighting. In the spirit jade immortal vein, not only was divine sense suppressed, but true chi fluctuations were also absorbed. On the contrary, the transmission of sound was not restricted. Lin Yi immediately ran towards the place where the sound came from. No matter who was fighting, it was a good thing to be able to find the person first. After approaching, Lin Yi found that it was Yi Qingqing of Yi Ling sect and Yun Fei Yang of Yin Yun sect fighting. Obviously, it was for a rich vein on the side. This was the first time Lin Yi had seen a rich vein after traveling so far. Although it was not a lot, one person could mine it for 7 to 8 days without stopping. It was more than enough to complete the quest. However, if two people worked together, it would only take 3 to 4 days. After that, they would have to search for other rich veins. It was no wonder that the two would fight over it. The void bag could not be robbed, and it would be useless. However, before the spiritual jades were put into the void bag, they were ownerless. Whoever could put them into their void bag would own them. They did not know where the next rich vein would be. If they did not rob it now, when would they? Lin Yi was also speechless. There were at least 2 spirit-devouring beasts nearby. Were they really not afraid of being eaten by the spirit-devouring beasts as snacks? Stop! Lin Yi immediately shouted after appearing. The two of them were evenly matched, and neither had the upper hand. When they discovered that someone was interfering, they immediately stopped and retreated at almost the same time. When Yi Qingqing saw that the person who had arrived was Lin Yi, his face immediately lit up with joy. He smiled and greeted, "Master Lin, what a coincidence. You're also nearby." Lin Yi nodded at Yi Qingqing and said, "Sect Master Yi, did you see Ling Tianyu of the Thousand Blades sect and Jin Weifeng of our Blue Cloud sect?" Yi Qingqing shook his head and said, "I didn't. After this junior teleported here, I only saw this guy." He is Yunfei Yang of the Cloud Guides sect. The Cloud Guides sect is a subordinate sect of the Qianquan sect. It seems that every time the Qianquan sect's subordinate sect teleports to the vicinity of the rich vein, so this junior couldn't help but make a move. Yunfei Yang took a step back and looked at Lin Yi and Yi Qingqing with a vigilant expression. Yi Qingqing alone was enough to give him a headache. Now that Yi Qingqing had to call himself a junior, Yunfei Yang obviously could not fight them alone. Lin Yi looked at Yunfei Yang with an indifferent expression. He didn't have any special thoughts about the Cloud Guides sect, and he had never had any dealings with them before. Therefore, he couldn't just kill Yunfei Yang just because he was a subordinate sect of the Qianquan sect. In fact, the Snow Sword faction was also a subordinate sect of the Qianquan sect. Previously, Yu Taizong and his group were more familiar with the Qianquan sect, but now that it was Bing Wuqing, the relationship between the Snow Sword faction and the Qianquan sect had become much weaker. If not for the fact that Lin Yi didn't ask the Snow Sword faction to join the Shengguan clan, and Bing Wuqing didn't want to do anything, the Snow Sword faction wouldn't have become a subordinate sect of the Qianquan sect. What's the point of you two fighting each other? There are so many spiritual jades here, even if both of you mine them together, it will still take you 3 to 4 days to mine them all. If you have the time, why don't you get some more spiritual jades and find another place to mine them? Lin Yi didn't want to get involved in the dispute between the two, so he just tried to persuade them. To be honest, the amount of spiritual jades in this section of the rich vein was much less than the amount of wasted spiritual jades Lin Yi had just collected. It would be great if they could mine around 8 to 10,000 spiritual jades, and that was why Lin Yi didn't care about it at all. Yi Qingqing didn't expect Lin Yi to say something like this. When he saw Lin Yi, he thought he had found a powerful ally, and that the Cloud Guides sect wouldn't have a share in this rich vein. However, it seemed like Lin Yi didn't want any spiritual jades at all. If the Blue Cloud sect didn't mine the spiritual jades after entering the Spirit Jade Immortal vein, it meant that the Blue Cloud sect didn't want to be ranked among the top 10 small sects. Of course, Lin Yi wouldn't explain that he didn't want to mine these spiritual jades. He still kept his divine sense spread out to the maximum range, just in case the soul-eating beasts decided to attack again without any preparation. However, the soul-eating beasts didn't notice anything, but Lin Yi noticed that someone was rushing toward them from another direction. It was the other supreme elder of the Yin Cloud sect, Zhou Xian, a peak mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. Lin Yi's eyes flickered. Teleporting randomly, the two of them were actually in the same area, and they were even approaching each other. It was impossible that they didn't have any special methods to do this. Did they have some way to sense each other's location, or did they have some way to directly communicate with each other? Yunfei Yang seemed to have also sensed Zhou Xian's arrival. After turning around to make sure, his face immediately lit up with joy, as if he had found a pillar of support. Supreme Elder, I'm here. Yunfei Yang waved his hand in greeting, then turned to Lin Yi and said, "You're called Lin Yi, right? I advise you to mind your own business. This is a matter between the Yin Cloud sect and the Leaf Spirit sect. In other words, it's a matter between the Qianquan sect and the Heaven Awakening sect. Your Azure Cloud sect shouldn't get involved." Lin Yi raised his brows and said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, "Oh, you think I'm meddling? To be honest, I hate meddling the most. However, if you're talking about the Qianquan sect and the Heaven Awakening sect, then it doesn't seem like it's meddling anymore. Should I meddle?" Chapter 55-68. Lin Yi ignored him and turned his head to the other side. He had to admit that this part of the vein was located in a passageway that extended in all directions. It was easy for people to find it, and he didn't know how it had been preserved until now. Rainin. This time, when Lin Yi discovered that the person who came was actually Jin Weifeng, it was really a pleasant surprise. At least it saved Lin Yi a lot of time searching. "Master Uncle, this is great. Disciples' luck is really good to find Master Uncles so quickly." Jin Weifeng saw Lin Yi and immediately ran over with a smile. Humph, two newly advanced nascent soul cultivators and a so-called master uncle who popped out of nowhere. Do you think that Blue Cloud sect can rise again? I don't know if those sects are stupid. Why didn't they challenge your Blue Cloud sect? Maybe if they challenge you, Blue Cloud sect will directly fall from the top 10. Zhou Xian saw that Lin Yi ignored him, and he did not know why, but a burst of anger emerged in his heart. A prideful person would never be able to tolerate being ignored by others. Lin Yi continued to ignore Zhou Xian and smiled at Jin Weifeng. I am relieved to see you. Did you encounter any danger? Did you see Ling Tianyu and the others? No, I didn't encounter any danger, and I didn't see Ling Tianyu and the others. Jin Weifeng laughed and said, I didn't find any spiritual jades either. Along the way, there were only waste veins. It was not easy to find a place with abundant spiritual energy, but I didn't expect there to be so many people here. Zhou Xiang's face was already a bit black. Now, not only was Lin Yi ignoring him, even that kid from Blue Cloud sect was ignoring him. It was really intolerable. Lin Yi pointed at the rich vein and said, there are a lot of spiritual jades here, but they found it first. I was just persuading them not to fight over it and mine it together. Yun Feiyang sneered and said, I found it first, why should I mine with him? If you know what's good for you, scram. Don't think that you are awesome because you have more people. Our Yin Yun sect is least afraid of numbers. Oh, what a big tone. My martial granduncle is giving you face by persuading you. Old man, you don't even want face. Come, let me see how much weight you have. Jin Weifeng was unhappy. In his mind, Lin Yi was a godlike existence. How could he allow himself to be humiliated by mere people from the Cloud Guide sect? But after saying that, Jin Weifeng immediately turned around and asked Lin Yi, Martial uncle, can this disciple teach this old man a lesson? Of course, Lin Yi would not object. The reason he brought Jin Weifeng here was to give him a chance to gain experience. Yun Fei Yang was a suitable whetstone. The two of them were equal in strength. Jin Weifeng lacked experience, but Yun Fei Yang had just fought with Yi Qingqing. The two of them were about the same. Go. The Yin Yun sect isn't afraid of numbers. They're afraid of having too few people. So, you should be fine by yourself. Lin Yi made a rare joke. Jin Weifeng and Yi Qingqing both smiled knowingly, but the two people from the Yin Yun sect became even more furious. Yun Fei Yang did not say anything. When he saw Jin Weifeng come out, he immediately opened the fan in his hand. After pouring his true qi into it, he waved it with all his strength. For a moment, wind and water rose and a mist filled the air. Jin Weifeng unsheathed his long sword, and the sword light flashed, cutting the mist that Yun Fei Yang had sent out into several areas. Then, under Yun Fei Yang's horrified gaze, Jin Weifeng's sword went straight for the vital point on Yun Fei Yang's chest. What a fast sword! Yun Fei Yang was shocked, but he did not dare to be careless. He closed his fan and the fan blade, which was made of black steel, slashed across the vital point of his chest. Originally, he had wanted to block the tip of the sword, but Jin Weifeng's sword was too fast. The tip of the sword could not block it and could only hit the body of the sword, causing it to deviate slightly. A drop of blood splashed through the air from the tip of the sword. Although it was not a serious injury, it was enough to make Yun Fei Yang's heart go cold. Jin Weifeng was just an unknown disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, but he was able to injure him in one move. When Jin Weifeng grew up, how terrifying would he be? Jin Weifeng's sword did not contain any killing intent, so after it was deflected by Yun Fei Yang, it only hurt Yun Fei Yang a little. But Yun Fei Yang had already figured out Jin Weifeng's strength. Although they were both at the early nascent soul stage, Jin Weifeng's combat ability was clearly higher than Yun Fei Yang's. Zhou Xian saw this scene and frowned slightly. His face was as gloomy as water. Originally, he thought that the Blue Cloud sect's nascent soul stage cultivators had just advanced, so their combat ability was definitely not that good. He did not expect things to be completely different from what he thought. Jin Weifeng was also a little excited at this moment. This was his first time fighting with a nascent soul stage cultivator other than Xianxia. After his sword was deflected, Jin Weifeng took the opportunity to sweep across and at the same time, he also used a low-level martial skill. Although Yunfei Yang was shocked, he did not panic. After all, he was a veteran nascent soul stage cultivator. With just a few steps, he dodged Jin Weifeng's sword attack. Then, he continued to attack, defending against Jin Weifeng's attack while waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Yi Qingqing, who was on the side, was a little stunned. He and Yunfei Yang were evenly matched. How did Jin Weifeng gain the upper hand as soon as he went up? If that was the case, wasn't Jin Weifeng stronger than him? However, thinking that Jin Weifeng was someone who followed Lin Yi, it did not seem strange for him to have such a performance. The two people who were fighting released martial skills continuously. For a moment, the sword chi was everywhere and the clouds were lingering. However, it did not last long. Soon, the winner was decided between the two of them. Yunfei Yang was hit continuously. Fortunately, they were only punches and kicks. There were no fatal injuries, but he looked a little embarrassed. Jin Weifeng pointed his sword at Yunfei Yang's throat and laughed. How about it? Are you convinced now that the Blue Cloud sect is not to be trifled with? The Blue Cloud sect is not to be trifled with. Do you think that the Yinyun sect is to be trifled with? Zhou Xian suddenly shouted. He reached out and slapped Jin Weifeng's chest. With his peak nascent soul stage strength, if he hit Jin Weifeng, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. He was about to attack, but after seeing Jin Weifeng's calm face, he suddenly changed his mind. Since he wanted to sharpen his sword, he might as well use a better whetstone. Yunfei Yang did not seem to be qualified, so this Zhou Xian might be a good whetstone. After Zhou Xian, would Jin Weifeng's future Blue Cloud sword shine differently? Chapter 55-69. Reeks, sink the tip of the sword 3 inches, shift it 1 inch to the right, strike in an arc. Just as Jin Weifeng felt that he could not deal with it, Lin Yi's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Out of respect and trust towards Lin Yi, Jin Weifeng did not think and subconsciously followed Lin Yi's instructions. The long sword, which seemed to have sunk into a swamp, suddenly smoothly broke through Zhou Xian's shin qi and penetrated through it without any hindrance. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the dead angle of Zhou Xian's armpit, causing Zhou Xian to break out in cold sweat. 9 illusory cloud body. This was the highest level movement technique of the Yinyun sect. Zhou Xian naturally used it with ease. Although Jin Weifeng's sword was unexpectedly fast and unavoidable, it completely missed in front of the 9 illusory cloud body. Jin Weifeng's experience in fighting was indeed not rich enough. When he thought that his sword would definitely hit, he was immediately startled. In a fight between experts, how could such a mistake be tolerated? Moreover, Jin Weifeng's strength was much weaker than Zhou Xian's. Zhou Xian seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, a martial technique coming from a tricky angle. Lin Yi continued to use his qi to quickly transmit, take a step forward, backhand release vacuum sword wave to the right rear, left hand release rocket-like cannon fist to the right front. What Lin Yi said were the more practical middle-level martial techniques of the Green Cloud sect. They might not be very powerful, and in a battle of Yuanying stage, they might not be able to cause much damage, but they were superior in terms of release speed. After Jin Weifeng received the guidance, his body had already moved according to Lin Yi's instructions. After taking a step forward, although he was still within the attack range of Zhou Xian's martial technique, he avoided the most powerful frontal attack. Following that, the vacuum sword wave hit Zhou Xian's martial technique from the side, causing the rest of the attack to miss. Jin Weifeng was completely frightened but not in danger, and survived this attack unscathed. Yu won. Not only that, when Jin Weifeng punched out with the soaring cannon fist Lin Yi mentioned, there was clearly no one there. If it weren't for his trust in Lin Yi, Jin Weifeng would have thought that he had missed. However, at the same time the fist power erupted, Zhou Xian had strangely appeared at that spot, as if he was rushing to get beaten up. Amidst a loud explosion, the 9 illusion cloud body was unable to shake off Jin Weifeng's attack. Zhou Xian, who was caught off guard, was forcibly pushed back 2 steps by the soaring cannon fist, a martial skill that couldn't be considered powerful. Jin Weifeng himself was also pushed back 2 steps by the recoil. On the surface, it seemed that both sides were evenly matched. Only Zhou Xian knew in his heart that he was at a complete disadvantage in these 2 rounds. All his attacks and defenses seemed to be within Jin Weifeng's calculations. If this continued, he would definitely lose. This discovery made Zhou Xian very shocked. Jin Weifeng was just an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, but he couldn't gain any advantage. On the other side, there was an even more unfathomable Lin Yi. Today's matter, no matter how he looked at it, he would definitely suffer a loss. Stop! Zhou Xian saw that Jin Weifeng was still excitedly rushing forward, so he hurriedly took a few steps back and raised his hand to shout. If it was Lin Yi, he wouldn't care what the enemy said. He would still continue to fight. However, Jin Weifeng, this honest child, really stopped and asked with a suspicious look, "What? Do you want to convince him?" Zhou Xian's old face turned red, and he coughed twice. "What do you mean by not convinced?" This old man wanted to say that the time we have here is very limited. Don't waste time fighting here, let's just mine these spirit jades together. This was admitting defeat. Even if he didn't admit it verbally, it was clear that he was admitting defeat. Jin Weifeng was very excited. Martial uncle Lin Yi was truly powerful. With just a few words of advice, he was able to deal with a peak mid-nascent soul cultivator so easily. Lin Yi didn't want to waste any more time, so he immediately waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I'll leave this place to you. There won't be much spirit jades for 5 people to mine." Yi Qingqing was slightly startled. They clearly had the absolute upper hand, so why did he suddenly give this place to the cloud-attracting sect? What he didn't know was that Lin Yi was currently in a hurry to find people. Moreover, this place wasn't far from where the 2 spirit-eating beasts were. Lin Yi wasn't at ease leaving Yi Qingqing and Jin Weifeng here to mine spirit jades. As for whether or not Zhou Xian and Yun Feiyang would be targeted by the spirit-eating beasts, that was none of Lin Yi's business. Sect Master Yi, the most important thing right now is to find your fellow sect members. Let's give the spirit jades here to the cloud-attracting sect. In any case, the nearby spirit jades are quite sparse, and I reckon that this isn't an area where the rich veins are concentrated. Why don't you come with us? Lin Yi glanced at Yi Qingqing and invited him to go with them. This was also for Duan Muyu's sake. Otherwise, Yi Qingqing wouldn't have received such care from Lin Yi. Yi Qingqing reluctantly looked at the broken rich vein and helplessly nodded. Then this junior will follow Master Lin. I hope Master Lin will take care of me. If Lin Yi and Jin Weifeng left, Yi Qingqing clearly wouldn't be able to compete with the 2 from the cloud-attracting sect. Thus, Yi Qingqing was very straightforward. After seeing the situation clearly, he didn't have anything else to say. Zhou Xian clearly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would have admitted defeat earlier. What was the point of wasting so much energy? He had almost died. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with the 2 from the cloud-attracting sect. He called out to Jin Weifeng and led them in another direction. By the way, does Sect Master Yi know of any way to contact others after entering this Spirit Jade Immortal vein? After walking for a while, Lin Yi suddenly thought of how Zhou Xian had run over. Although it could have been a coincidence, Lin Yi felt that wasn't the case. After all, Yi Qingqing was a veteran sect master of one of the 10 minor sections. This wasn't the first time he had come to the Spirit Jade Immortal vein. When he heard Lin Yi's question, he immediately smiled and said, "If you want to talk about contacting others, the only way is to use an immemorial communication pearl. However, this item is quite precious. It isn't as practical as a void bag, but its value is about the same. Very few people have communication pearls." Lin Yi nodded. This communication pearl sounded similar to a mobile phone. If he had the chance, he could use one to play with. Chapter 55-70. Reeks. In this case, the two from the Cloud Guides sect should have a tool that could determine each other's position. It was probably lent to them by the Qinkuan sect. If there was a chance in the future, he could consider borrowing some tools from the Qinkuan sect to study. As the three talked, they had unknowingly walked a long distance. Lin Yi still maintained enough vigilance to prevent another sneak attack from the spirit-eating beasts. This kind of creature was also a very vengeful species. After suffering a loss in the hands of Lin Yi, it would never give up easily. Finally found it. Lin Yi first heard the sound of mining, and then he found the trace of Ling Tianyu in his divine sense. He couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. This kid's luck was pretty good. Although he didn't teleport to a rich vein, he also didn't directly go to a waste vein like Lin Yi. In any case, he found a poor vein. After such a long time, he had already dug out a dozen good spiritual jades. If it was someone with the strength of immemorial invincible realm, he might have already harvested 100 or 80 spiritual jades. Lin Yi turned to Jin Weifeng and Yi Qingqing and said, "Ling Tianyu is in front. You two go and bring him over. I will wait for you here." "Okay, Martial Uncle, please wait a moment." Jin Weifeng immediately ran over without saying anything. Although Yi Qingqing was curious why Lin Yi didn't simply go with him, he didn't dare to raise any questions and could only follow Jin Weifeng. After the two turned a corner, Lin Yi directly took out 50,000 spiritual jades from the space of the jade pendant. These were all brought from the Heavenly Stage Island. The 50 to 60,000 spiritual jades that he had collected before were not completely filled yet. Lin Yi planned to let the three of them divide these spiritual jades. Judging from the rich vein just now, one person could at most obtain 10,000 spiritual jades in 10 days. Yu 1, thinking about how the primordial pugilistic world could only mine 200,000 spiritual jades in a year, and they still had to use it for cultivation, distribution, and circulation as currency. It was indeed difficult to make ends meet. It was no wonder that the purchasing power of spiritual jades was so strong. Wow, so many spiritual jades. Am I seeing things? Jin Weifeng was the first to return. After seeing the spiritual jades all over the ground, he immediately shouted. Lin Yi ignored him and called out to the shocked Ling Tianyu. "Master Lin, did you excavate all these spirit jades? How did you do it so quickly?" Yi Qingqing was completely convinced by Lin Yi's prowess. He wanted to kneel down and worship him. It was no wonder that Lin Yi didn't have any thoughts about that rich vein. Compared to collecting so many spiritual jades, that rich vein was nothing. However, Yi Qingqing didn't understand how Lin Yi could take out so many spiritual jades. Didn't he say that the void bag couldn't be taken out once it was placed inside? Lin Yi didn't explain and just waved his hand indifferently. "These spiritual jades can be divided among the three of you. It should be enough for the void bag to send you out." The three of them didn't ask how Lin Yi had taken out the spiritual jades. In any case, they were already used to Lin Yi's mysteriousness. Instead, the meaning behind Lin Yi's words surprised them. You too, Grand Uncle Master, do you want the three of us to leave first? Jin Weifeng had an unwilling expression. It wasn't easy for him to train by Lin Yi's side. How long had it been before he had to leave? Lin Yi nodded and said in an unquestionable tone, "That's right, something has happened here. You must leave immediately. Otherwise, I won't be able to look after you all. As for the others, I'll also have them leave immediately after I find them." Master Lin, just what happened? Weren't you all fine just now? Yi Qingqing asked carefully. He didn't want to leave immediately either. It was rare for him to have a chance to build a relationship with Lin Yi. Leaving now would be a bit of a waste. There's no point in telling you. Just trust me. Lin Yi didn't want to tell them about the spirit-eating beasts. Just now, with two people following him, Lin Yi was confident he could look after them. But with three people, it would be a bit difficult. He couldn't be sure whether the spirit-eating beasts were secretly watching them or not. The best way was to send them away. Hearing Lin Yi say this, the three of them couldn't say anything else. They divided the spiritual jades on the ground and waited for their void bags to light up before teleporting out. After sending the three of them away, Lin Yi finally relaxed. He went to the poor vein that Ling Tianyu had mined before and stored all the jade waste on the ground into the jade pendant space. This place had obviously been mined many times. There were 50 to 60,000 pieces of jade waste on the ground, more than what Lin Yi had just taken out. It would be too wasteful not to store them. You three, why haven't the two spirit-eating beasts come yet? Is it because the damage caused by the spiritual sense vortex is too heavy, so they can't come for revenge? Lin Yi had been waiting for the spirit-eating beasts to come, but it seemed that the damage suffered by the spirit-eating beasts was more serious than he had imagined. Especially the last explosion, it had lost a lot of vitality. Forget it. It doesn't matter if these two spirit-eating beasts don't come. I'll go find the others first and see what the situation is like. After collecting the jade waste, Lin Yi continued to move forward quickly. However, 3 days passed in a row, and he didn't encounter a single person. This was completely different from the first day when he encountered someone. Standing in another waste vein area, after collecting the jade waste left on the ground, Lin Yi also felt a headache. In the past 3 days, he had been wandering around, and basically all the waste veins and poor veins he had collected were more than 1 million pieces of jade waste, which was not a small amount. However, he couldn't find anyone from the 10 young spirit veins. Logically speaking, in this kind of place with more waste veins and poor veins, he should be able to meet Immemorial Invincible and Soaring Heaven sect. Unfortunately, he didn't. Lin Yi could only continue to move forward in a certain direction. What made Lin Yi feel strange was that in these 3 days, the spirit-eating beasts did not appear even once. This was somewhat not in line with the spirit-eating beast's temperament. Could it be that the spirit-eating beasts had not recovered from their injuries? It was very tiring to be so vigilant all the time. Just as Lin Yi was muttering to himself, his nose faintly smelled a trace of blood. Lin Yi's expression suddenly changed, and he rushed at full speed in the direction of the smell of blood. After turning 2 corners, they saw a broken corpse lying in the middle of the passageway. Underneath the body was a pool of dark red blood. Judging from the degree of coagulation, this person had died not too long ago, about an hour ago.
Chapter 451. The reunion was unexpected. I hope you've been well since we last met. Qin Ruiying heard every word of the conversation between the father and daughter. Although she had lost her memory, it didn't mean that she had lost her mind. So she was very clear about what this conversation meant. In fact, since she woke up, Qin Ruiying had been seriously thinking about everything that had happened in front of her. The reason why she was able to remain so calm and collected was simply because that was her personality to begin with. At this time, although Qin Ruiying didn't wear a sign on her face at all times like Qin Wanqing with the words, "Keep away," clearly written on it, she still gave people a feeling that it was difficult to approach her. After losing the emotional bond between her and Xianxia, she finally showed her true self. After all, a woman couldn't just be gentle to strangers, right? This was the Qin Ruiying that Xianxia knew at the beginning. She was a real goddess. So, she could only be admired from afar and couldn't be touched. Xianxia didn't dare to get close to her. At this time, the little girl also found that her mother had become a little different from before. So, even with Xianxia's encouragement behind her, the little girl still refused to take a step forward. Children were actually very sensitive. When the little girl found that her mother looked at her in a completely different way, it was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on her in the middle of winter. She was completely cold. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she didn't dare. Seeing this, Xianxia had to whisper a few words of encouragement in the little girl's ear. But after the little girl heard it, she still cowered and refused to go forward. Regarding this, Xianxia couldn't help but have a headache. But at this time, a surprising scene suddenly appeared. Qin Ruiying, who had been motionless all this time, actually took the initiative to wave to the little girl, as if to ask her to go over. Seeing this, how could the little girl hold back? Almost instantly she took a step forward and directly pounced on Qin Ruiying. Mother! Mother! You're finally awake. I miss you so much. As soon as he got close to Qin Ruiying, the little guy suddenly hugged her waist and buried his head in her waist, acting very coquettishly. At that moment, Qin Ruiying's body clearly stiffened. But then, she took the initiative to place her hand on the little fellow's head and gently stroked it. Qin Ruiying didn't know why he was so close to this little girl. After being hugged tightly by her, Qin Ruiying faintly felt a strange yet familiar intimacy. Could it be, am I really her mother? Thinking of this, Qin Ruiying couldn't help but turn to look at Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia was smiling from the bottom of his heart because of their reunion. It was fine even if he didn't laugh. This smile made Qin Ruiying's face turn cold. She even began to wonder if she had been deceived by this father and daughter pair. This unique reunion quickly came to an end. Except for the little fellow, Qin Ruiying didn't show any face to anyone. One had to know that there were no outsiders in this house. One was her husband, the other was her father. The two most important men in her life could only stand aside at this moment, looking helplessly at her and the little fellow playing in the courtyard. Although the scene of this reunion might be a little different from what they had imagined. But at least their family was reunited. Xianxia was back and Qin Ruiying was also awake. This family, it finally felt like home again. Then the power of cooking returned to Xianxia's hands. In order to celebrate this reunion, Xianxia used all his trump cards. Whether it was flying in the sky, running on the ground or swimming in the water, everything had to be served on the table today. In short, 9 dishes and 1 soup were served and everything was to be perfect. The little fellow hadn't eaten Xianxia's dishes in a long time, so when the first dish was served she pulled Qin Ruiying directly to their seats, and kept yelling for her father to hurry up and serve the dishes. Qin Ruiying didn't stand on ceremony. Although she hadn't acknowledged Xianxia yet, she didn't feel a trace of repulsion towards this man in front of her. Instead she felt a faint tug at her heart. She was secretly observing Xianxia, but she didn't know that her every move had been seen by Xianxia. Xianxia was very pleased with himself, but he didn't show it on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that his sister-in-law hadn't woken up yet, and he had to go to the spirit mirror again. Xianxia even wanted to spend more time with Ying after she lost her memory. Dinner was quite enjoyable. During the meal, Qin Ruiying didn't say a word, so the little fellow naturally became the communication bridge between her parents. Under Xianxia's instructions she kept yelling for her mother to eat. That silly little look of hers made Qin Ruiying chuckle. Qin Yongyan had never liked to interfere in his children's affairs. Seeing that Xianxia had returned safely, he could naturally take off the burden on his shoulders. Therefore, after confirming that Qin Ruiying's amnesia wasn't a big problem, he hastily ate his dinner, and then went back to his room to shut himself in. After dinner the sky had already darkened. By the time Xianxia finished cleaning up the table and chairs, the little fellow had already pulled Qin Ruiying back to the west wing to watch cartoons. Xianxia hesitated for a moment outside the door. Just as he was about to step into the room, Qin Ruiying's cold voice sounded from inside the room. "Get out." Hearing this, Xianxia could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Well, he didn't even have the right to enter the room now? Xianxia was really depressed. At this time the little fellow didn't forget to add, "Dad, you play by yourself. Mom said you're not allowed to enter the room. I'll sleep with Mom today." Xianxia had no choice but to turn around and walk into the guest room that Xiao Yuan stayed in before. As early as when Xianxia left, Xiao Yuan had already successfully entered a multinational company as an intern under Gu Lao's introduction, so the tea house was completely closed. Xianxia lay on the bed thinking about how to reopen the tea house tomorrow while listening to the movements in the room next door. Although Qin Ruiying lost her memory, she still had a kind of heartfelt care for Nian Yan. This also made Xianxia feel very gratified. Being was still the same Yingying. Although incomplete, she was still the Yingying that he couldn't help but be fascinated by. Qin Ruiying seemed to have forgotten how to cultivate, so when the little fellow fell asleep, she silently lay on the side. Xianxia was on this side of the wall, she was on the other side of the wall. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens God Emperor Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 452. It was night. It was a dark and windy night. Without alerting anyone, Xianxia quietly slipped into the east wing from the guest room. After returning home this time, he actually had a lot of urgent matters to deal with. The first in line was Qin Ruiying, then the second in line was... Naturally it was his sister-in-law. Qin Xueqing was lying quietly in the east wing. The furnishings in the room were almost exactly the same as 2 years ago. Under the protection of Xi's restriction, not to mention thieves, even Wang Chuanju could only look at her daughter through the window. Although Qin Xueqing had a bad temper, her heart was still quite soft. She definitely belonged to the type that was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Therefore, sometimes even Xianxia would suddenly feel that his sister-in-law was quite cute. Therefore, even without Qin Yongyan saying anything, Xianxia had already decided that he must wake his sister-in-law up tonight. As a result, as the brother-in-law tonight under the eyes of his wife, he sneaked into his sister-in-law's room. After all, Yingying was his lover, so Xianxia didn't need any medium at all. He could directly find Qin Ruiying's soul among the thousands of souls. His sister-in-law didn't have this kind of spiritual bond with him, so Xianxia needed some kind of medium to find her soul. This medium was naturally Qin Xueqing's physical body. Qin Xueqing was still wearing the white training clothes that she wore before she fainted. After Xianxia pushed open the door and entered, the first thing that came into his sight were the 2 towering mountains. His wife was in the opposite room, but as the brother-in-law he sneaked into his sister-in-law's room in the middle of the night. Although he did it to do a good deed, this kind of feeling was somewhat strange. Moreover, with Xianxia's cultivation, what difference did it make if his sister-in-law wore clothes in front of him? Of course, Xianxia was not a lecherous and wretched person, so he immediately withdrew his divine sense, then closed his eyes and came to Qin Xueqing's side. Xianxia sat down beside his sister-in-law with his legs crossed and placed the soul mirror flat on her forehead before sending his consciousness into it again. As the saying goes, unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second. With the previous 2 experiences under his belt, Xianxia was already very familiar with the process of entering the soul mirror again. It was still that space of consciousness. But this time, however, the space of consciousness that Xianxia saw was different from the last time. Instead, it was like before the chaos was formed. The dim aurora and the green nether river were gone. All that was left were thousands of unconscious souls drifting about in the chaos. After Xianxia arrived, the thousands of Yin souls immediately fled in all directions as if they were avoiding the god of plague. Seeing this, Xianxia did not have any suspicions. After he poured his inner yuan into Qin Xueqing's body, a glimmer of light appeared between Qin Xueqing's eyebrows. Then a wisp of Yin soul flew out from the thousands of Yin souls, then went straight to Xianxia's side and began to circle around his soul. Xianxia observed carefully, and after confirming that this wisp of Yin soul had Qin Xueqing's aura, he wrapped it with his own soul and brought it out of the soul mirror. After Xianxia released this wisp of Yin soul, it directly disappeared into Qin Xueqing's forehead. Then Qin Xueqing's eyelids trembled slightly. Seeing this, Xianxia did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he suddenly frowned, because he realized that the entire process was unbelievably smooth. It was different from when he was searching for Yingying's soul. This time, it felt as if the soul mirror had taken the initiative to return Qin Xueqing's soul to him. How could Xianxia not find this strange? After all, the soul mirror was a connate treasure. Xianxia would not be surprised if an artifact spirit was born from it. At this thought, Xianxia immediately held the soul mirror in his hand and began to seriously think about everything he saw in the soul mirror. Why was it so easy to find his sister-in-law's soul after he spent so much effort to find a part of Yingying's soul? Also, what was the situation with the Nether River? Why did Yingying's soul appear at the end of the Nether River? Previously he had been anxious to find Qin Ruiying's soul, so Xianxia did not pay too much attention to these details. He thought that these images were just projections of his consciousness. Qin Ruiying was very important to him. After this thought was projected into his consciousness, it naturally made sense that Qin Ruiying's soul was at the end of the Nether River. But the problem was, the soul mirror wasn't his magic treasure. How could it be affected by his consciousness and place Yingying's soul at the end of the Nether River? Moreover, when he brought out Qin Ruiying's soul, the resistance was so great that Yingying lost a part of her soul. So why was it so easy and smooth when he brought out his sister-in-law's soul? The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Abnormal things in the world were strange. This was just too strange. How many more secrets was this broken mirror hiding? At this thought, Xianxia prepared to let his soul out of his body again and explore the soul mirror. However, right at this moment, Qin Xueqing suddenly opened her eyes. The soul state was unconscious, so Qin Xueqing's memory was still stuck at the time before she fell into a coma. Therefore, when she opened her eyes and saw Xianxia sitting by her bed, Qin Xueqing was stunned. Xianxia was so focused on the soul mirror that he did not notice that Qin Xueqing had woken up. Although Qin Xueqing was almost 30 years old, she was still an unmarried virgin. She had never even held hands with anyone. It was already the middle of the night. How could Qin Xueqing not be shocked when a man like Xianxia suddenly appeared by her bed? Brother-in-law sneaked into her room? How was she going to face people in the future? Her sister-in-law had a bad temper. After being provoked, he went berserk on the spot and directly kicked at Xianxia's waist. This kick. She had used 120% of her strength. After all, Qin Xueqing had already stepped into the heavenly man stage and was a genuine golden core stage cultivator. At such a close distance, plus the fact that Xianxia was completely unguarded. Therefore, by the time Xianxia reacted, her leg had already kicked Xianxia's waist. Crack. With a muffled sound, her sister-in-law's right leg was immediately fractured. Then her entire body was thrown away by Xianxia's protective qi like a rag doll that had been casually thrown away. If Xianxia had not used his true essence to catch her in time, Qin Xueqing would have crashed through several walls before falling to the ground. Hey, that. Xianxia tried to explain, but Qin Xueqing did not give him a chance to explain. Instead, she pointed at the door and shouted, "Get out! Get out of here! Hey, don't be agitated, I'll go out now." He had clearly come to do a good deed, but in the end he was like a thief who had been caught red-handed. In this regard, Xianxia could only helplessly shake his head and then run out of the east wing like he was escaping. It was bad enough to be misunderstood by his sister-in-law. Who would have thought? As soon as Xianxia walked out of the east wing, he met Qin Ruiying's cold gaze head-on. How sharp were the eyes and ears of a heavenly man. As soon as Qin Xueqing made a sound, she had already gotten up to check on the situation. After seeing Xianxia come out, Qin Ruiying did not say a word. After a bang sound, she closed the door and went back to the room to comfort the little fellow who had just woken up. Xianxia stood in the courtyard with a helpless expression. He looked left and right at the east wing, then at the west wing, only to feel a chill in his heart. This was great. The yellow mud had really fallen into his crotch. Even if it was not sh*t, it was sh*t. Then Xianxia gloomily set up a soundproof restriction in the courtyard. Please remember the domain name of this book. .com. Wonderful book mobile version website. .com. Chapter 453. There were 8 immortal arts. Pills, talismans, weapon formations and witchcraft. They were pills, talismans, weapon refinement, formations, casting, witchcraft, and puppetry. The first 4 were more commonly used. Basically, every orthodox cultivator would gradually learn and master them as they cultivated. The last 4, on the other hand, weren't all that impressive, so only those with crooked paths would focus on them. No one was perfect, including Xianxia. In online gaming terms, Xianxia was a top laner who focused on head-on combat. Although he knew a little bit of miscellaneous skills, they were merely summoner skills. When it came to weapon refinement, alchemy, formations and so on, the support healer was clearly the true professional. Hence, Xianxia's head hurt. The heaven-bearing efficacious floating mirror was a connate peerless treasure. She didn't know much about connate peerless treasures. It was said that only tribulation ascension cultivators who'd undergone the baptism of heavenly tribulations could refine their own personal treasures with the connate true essence in their bodies. Only then could they truly refine a connate peerless treasure. From this, one could see just how rare connate peerless treasures were. It was for this reason that Xianxia, who'd only been in the soul formation stage, didn't have the right to come into contact with a connate peerless treasure. Of course, even if Xianxia had obtained a connate peerless treasure by chance, that didn't mean he could use it for himself. The logic was actually quite simple. It was like a poor bastard suddenly obtaining the keys to a Ferrari. He probably wouldn't even know how to start the engine after getting in. There were many types of treasures. Judging from how the soul mirror had been activated a few times, it was most likely a support-type treasure. Support-type treasures were usually refined for specific situations and weren't very practical. Hence, after the grand pure divine ancestor passed away, the soul mirror had been placed in the imperial hall to collect dust. The soul mirror was far beyond what Xianxia could grasp. Hence, he couldn't find the correct way to activate it after flipping the mirror over and over again for an entire night. Speaking of which, it was strange. After Xianxia brought out his sister-in-law's soul, the soul mirror suddenly shut down like a phone with no battery. After that, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to let his spirit enter it again. It was as if the soul mirror had been reduced to an ordinary item, and the space of his consciousness had been completely shut off. He couldn't very well try to break open the soul mirror, could he? Magic treasures needed to be recharged. Soul mirror had created a white hole to engulf a large world, then forcibly reversed the orbits of the 9 planets, thereby expending a lot of energy. Was that why it needed some time to recover? Xianxia pondered for a long time before coming to such a conclusion. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. Heaven and earth can bear witness. He really didn't want to use this opportunity to spend a few more days with the amnesiac Ying so that he could have a change of taste. The next morning, following the loud and clear cry of the rooster next door, the little fellow slowly woke up from her sleep. She didn't know what happened last night, but she was keenly aware that her mother didn't give her father a good look during the meal. As such, the smart little fellow wisely kept her mouth shut and put on her little backpack after breakfast. Perhaps it was because his sister-in-law was too embarrassed to see anyone after the farce last night, so she left the courtyard in the middle of the night, and no one knew where she was now. Xianxia wanted to explain the situation to her, but he saw that she was being very unapproachable, so he wisely disappeared from her sight. His sister-in-law had left, but Qin Ruiying was still there. Thus Xianxia made his way to the west wing and politely knocked on the door before yelling into the room, "Nian, let's go. Daddy will take you to school today." The little fellow immediately ran out of the room after hearing Xianxia's call. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she spread open her arms as if asking Xianxia to carry her. After Xianxia picked her up from the ground, the little fellow turned her head and coyly asked into the room, "Mommy, aren't you taking me to school?" The room was quiet, and Qin Ruiying didn't seem to have any intention of replying. The father and daughter waited for a while and couldn't help but look at each other. Thus, the little fellow whispered into Xianxia's ear, "Daddy, did you make Mommy angry?" "How would I dare?" Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hearing this, the little fellow's big eyes immediately started to spin. "Daddy, do you want me to help you coax Mommy out?" This little fellow was so mischievous she actually used the word coax. After Xianxia heard this, he immediately put her back on the ground. The father and daughter looked at each other tacitly. After that, the little fellow seemed to have received some kind of order, and quickly ran back into the room. "Mommy, take me to school. Let's take the bus, it's fun. You haven't been to my school yet. The teacher said she wants to see you. Come on, come on." No matter how the little fellow acted coquettishly, Qin Ruiying didn't reply. In fact, since she woke up, she hadn't said more than 10 words. She was like an observer from outer space, coldly watching everything that happened around her. She only listened but didn't speak. She didn't speak, nor did she chase the little fellow away. The little fellow grabbed her hand tightly, shaking her head and wagging her tail, constantly acting coquettishly. Finally, Qin Ruiying seemed to be convinced. As soon as she stood up, the little fellow began to drag her out with all her might. Of course, if she didn't want to go out, how could the little fellow pull her? Qin Ruoying did go out, but she still didn't give Xianxia a good look. She didn't even look at Xianxia as if such a big person didn't exist. Therefore, the little fellow held her father's left hand and her mother's right hand, like a bridge between the two. Time to go to school. The sun shines in the sky, the flowers smile at me. The little bird says good morning. Why do you carry explosives on your back? Like the most ordinary family of three, the little fellow pulled the couple onto the bus to school. Xianxia and Qin Ruoying didn't speak on the way, but the little fellow seemed to have been injected with stimulants, chattering non-stop along the way, even disturbing the passengers on the side. After Xianxia apologized to the nearby passengers in a low voice, he didn't stop the little fellow from continuing, but motioned for her to speak softly and slowly. Dad was listening carefully. Big things like arguing with others, small things like who borrowed her eraser. The little fellow chattered non-stop and Xianxia listened with interest. And at this time, after getting on the bus, Qin Ruoying, who had been looking out of the window, finally looked like a sculpture that came to life. She turned her head, her eyes paused on Xianxia's face for a second, and then completely focused on the little fellow. Looking at Nianyan's little face that had turned red with excitement. At that moment, Qin Ruoying couldn't help but reach out and pinch her little face. Chapter 454. Qin Ruoying's subconscious affectionate actions were naturally seen by Xianxia. Therefore, Xianxia immediately put on a calm and collected expression, as if to imply that he did not see anything. There were many types of amnesia. The most common situation was not being able to recognize one's loved ones. However, they could still speak, write, draw, and have the ability to take care of themselves in daily life. Therefore, amnesia did not mean that one had lost their intelligence. And it was precisely because Qin Ruoying had lost her memory that everything was so new and strange to her. She was very clear about the meaning of the word mother, but she did not dislike the little fellow calling her mother left and right. Every time she heard the little fellow call her mother, she instinctively wanted to respond. If it was not for the special reserved nature of women stopping her, Qin Ruoying would have already held the little fellow in her arms and caressed him. Of course, Qin Ruoying could accept the little fellow, but it did not mean that she could accept Xianxia. Women always had to be a little guarded against men. The kind of woman who would completely fall into a man's good intentions could only play the role of a victim in a relationship. The one who cannot get is in an uproar, the one who is favored is fearless. No matter where it was, this sentence was absolutely regarded as the supreme truth. Therefore, even though Xianxia had already stepped into the insightful emptiness realm, he was still deeply immersed in it and even somewhat enjoyed it. The capital-affiliated primary school was not far from Hohai, about 7 or 8 stops away. After the family of 3 got off the car, the little fellow, like other children, held his father in one hand and his mother in the other, and skipped towards the school gate. Although the school was chosen by Xianxia, this was the first time he came, so he could not help but use his divine sense to carefully scan the school. And overall it was not bad, at least he did not find any filth hidden under the sanctimonious surface. The management of a primary school was not as loose as a kindergarten, so Xianxia and Qin Ruoying could not even enter the school gate, and could only stand at the school gate and say goodbye to the little fellow. Dad, goodbye. Mom, goodbye. I will listen to teacher obediently. Remember to pick me up after school. Perhaps it was because Xianxia and Qin Ruoying were sending Nianyan to school for the first time, and because the couple was too good-looking, even the guards at the entrance couldn't help but take a few more glances at them. Nianyan was the most popular person in the class. Therefore, after many parents sent their children to school, they could not help but stand at the side and whisper to each other. Is that child the one who dared to hit someone on the first day of reporting? Yes, he's in the same class as our Yang. He's very handsome, but his temper is too bad. He doesn't look like a girl at all. I don't know how his family educated him. Didn't you say you were going to fire her last time? Why are you still here? Expelled? Don't joke around. She's the class monitor now. She got full marks in the first half of the exam. Every parent-teacher meeting she'll be singled out for praise. Oh, this little girl is so powerful. How is she powerful? Isn't it because her family is powerful? At this point, a trace of displeasure flashed across the parent's face. Then, with a look of disdain, she said, I heard that her family has an education system. They're different from us commoners. Her performance in school directly affects the evaluation of the school. How can a child like this not be powerful? I see. Xianxia quietly listened to the conversation from the side. It was because Nian Yan's performance in school was too outstanding that these parents began to suspect that the school had given Nian Yan special treatment. If one thought about it carefully, this kind of narrow-minded thinking could be understood. Every parent wanted their child to be outstanding and stand out from the crowd. Any child who was able to enter the capital-affiliated primary school had at least gone through several rounds of screening. Basically, it could be concluded that they were good seedlings that far surpassed their peers. But it was a pity that excellence was always measured by comparison. Compared to Nian Yan, even the smartest and most outstanding child could only be reduced to ordinary in the end. After all, when it came to comparing fathers, no one could compare to her. When he left the last time, Xianxia was worried that he would take a long time to come back, so he took the initiative to remove the first layer of seal on Nian Yan's body. It was also from then on that Nian Yan gradually became different from other children. Although Nian Yan didn't know how to cultivate, she had already found a sense of qi when she was 5 years old. This innate affinity for spirit energy was something that many people didn't have. This was the so-called talent that was bestowed to her by God. Others couldn't be envious of it. Xianxia had been gone for more than a year, and Nian Yan had also been washed by the tide of spirit energy in the courtyard for more than a year. She was still young, so she couldn't see anything for the time being. But if she continued to develop at this speed, it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before Nian Yan would be able to skip a grade. Skip from 1st grade to 3rd grade, 3rd grade to 6th grade. Skip from 1st grade to 3rd grade and directly enter university in 1st grade. At that time she probably wouldn't be an adult and would have graduated from university. Could it be, in the future would he have to send Nian Yan to the junior class of the Chinese Academy of Science? Xianxia was still seriously thinking about whether to put the seal back. After Qin Ruoying saw Nian Yan's figure disappear, she turned around and walked out along the street. Seeing this, Xianxia had to temporarily put this problem to the back of his mind and then quickly followed. "Hey Yingying, where are you going?" This time there was no little guy in the middle to act as a bridge, so Xianxia didn't dare to follow too closely. Seeing that he was so self-conscious, Qin Ruoying let him be. As a result, the couple who were incomparably loving in the past were now like a couple who quarreled and broke up. One in front and one behind, they were silent and walked aimlessly on the street. Well, in addition to taking care of Nian Yan's daily life, Xianxia also had to pay attention to not let his wife get lost at all times. Back to the cloud-piercing shuttle that accidentally broke into the Tianshu ruins. This cloud-piercing shuttle was not simple. Its source of power was completely dependent on spirit stones. As long as there were enough spirit stones, it could even cross the entire Milky Way. Earth was about 6 billion kilometers away from the Oort Nebula. Even if it flew at the speed of light, it would take nearly 6 hours to reach it. Although the cloud-piercing shuttle's flying speed did not exceed the speed of light, it could perform short-distance space jumps. And this was the embodiment of the true meaning of the word void that Dongshu stage cultivators used. Chenghua and Yizhi. Just like that, the two daring youths piloted the cloud-piercing shuttle towards the direction of the sun. Along the way they discovered many planets, from Pluto to Neptune, then to Saturn and Jupiter. Although these planets were large in size, they were all dead planets. So even though the two of them kept stopping along the way, they quickly arrived at Mars. After Chenghua drove the cloud-piercing shuttle around Mars, an aqua-blue planet came into view. Yizhi was the first to discover that this planet was different from the rest. The planet's environment directly affected its color, so under normal circumstances, one only needed to look at the color of the planet to determine if it was suitable for habitation. Earth was aqua-blue, like a sparkling and translucent sapphire. It was very beautiful. But the most eye-catching thing about it was the spirit qi of heaven and earth that kept flowing out. This was a sacred cultivation ground. She was stunned. After being stunned for a long while, he excitedly pulled on Chenghua's sleeve and shouted, "Chenghua, look, there's spirit qi on that planet." Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 455. Not every planet could nurture life, and not every planet could produce heaven and earth spirit qi. Therefore, planets like Earth that could nurture life and produce heaven and earth spirit qi at the same time were usually extremely rare. Cultivators would call such an existence a holy land for cultivation. The important thing to mention here was, although it could be called a holy land for cultivation as long as it met the above two conditions, The Holy Land for cultivation did not necessarily refer to a single planet. Even if it was just a void crack in the universe or a continent formed after a planet shattered, as long as it could nurture life and produce heaven and earth spirit chi at the same time, it could be called a holy land for cultivation. Because of the effect of gravity, all the planets in the universe were spherical. It was impossible for there to be a situation where the sky was round and the earth was round like in ancient myths. If there was, then this holy land for cultivation would definitely not be a celestial body that existed naturally, but something forcefully created by a high-level cultivator with supreme magic power. For example, a strange existence like a great world. Earth was really too beautiful. It was a natural product from the chaotic universe. How could man-made things compare to it? The Supreme Palace enclosure sounded very powerful, right? It was actually just a continental plate floating in the universe. Enclosure read, Yuan as in broken walls and ruins. Cheng Hua and Yiji had grown up in the Supreme Palace enclosure. Even though they would explore other planets when they had nothing to do, looking for life planets for fun, they had never found a true planet-level holy land for cultivation. The universe was really too big. If the Supreme Palace enclosure was a grape, then Earth, which was much bigger than it, was an apple. A bright red apple. Therefore the two youths were like Columbus who had discovered a new continent. They were so excited that they could not control themselves. The Dubhe Ruins. It really was the Dubhe Ruins. Since it could be called a ruin, then the cultivation heritage on this planet had probably been cut off a long time ago. And didn't this mean that they could create their own heritage here and take the Dubhe Ruins for themselves? Let's go and take a look. After hearing Yiji's words, Cheng Hua carefully sized up the planet. After he confirmed that there were no defensive formations on it, Cheng Hua could no longer contain his excitement. He drove the cloud-piercing shuttle and rushed over. Wait, we haven't confirmed if there's any danger up there. If we barge in rashly like this, we won't be able to deal with any danger with our current cultivation. So I think we should inform our family first and wait for them to send reinforcements. As he spoke, Yiji took out a voice transmission spirit talisman. Seeing this, Cheng Hua couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he pretended to be indifferent and replied, well, okay. Wait a moment, I'll activate the talisman now. Cheng Hua actually took advantage of the time when he was distracted, and snatched the talisman from his hand and fiercely tore it into pieces. Cheng Hua's actions angered Yiji. Just as he was about to teach Cheng Hua a lesson, Cheng Hua completely ignored him. Instead he directly made the cloud-piercing shuttle perform a space leap. Whoosh! Yiji felt his vision blur. When he could see his surroundings clearly again, he realized that he was already in the orbit of the moon. The blue planet was not far in front of him. Because they were so close, Yiji could even see the mountains and rivers on the ground with his naked eyes. Seeing this, Yiji was not happy. Instead he was angry. He hurriedly turned his head and realized that the high-grade spirit stone at the front of the ship had lost its luster. This was a sign that the spirit stone had been used up. Their cultivation levels were too low, so they could only rely on the spirit stone to drive the cloud-piercing shuttle. If they were flying normally, it would be fine. There was no resistance in the universe, so the consumption would be very low. But if they performed a space leap, every space leap was equivalent to the full-strength attack of a Dongshu stage cultivator. Thus, even a high-grade spirit stone of exceptional quality could not support the cloud-piercing shuttle to perform space leaps frequently. The two of them had only brought a total of 2 upper-grade spirit stones with them this time. Now that they had wasted one, how could Yiji not feel distressed? Are you crazy? You want to jump such a short distance? Once the spirit stone is used up, what are we going to do? Don't tell me you really want to fly back slowly. Yiji looked as if he expected better from him. Cheng Hua, on the other hand, smiled cheekily and did not seem to mind. Their cultivations were on par with each other, so it was impossible for Yiji to take him down easily. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Seeing Yiji's impatient expression, Cheng Hua knew that he was really angry this time. Thus, Cheng Hua immediately put away his cheeky smile and said to Yiji in an extremely serious tone, Yiji, have you heard of an old saying? Life and death are up to fate. Riches and honor are found in danger. Since the two of you can obtain this opportunity, why should we be so cautious and overcautious? You and I are both bastards in our families. We are not well liked. Once the news gets out, we will not be able to eat meat and soup. Hearing this, Yiji could not help but interrupt him. He said anxiously, "Do you really think this heavenly pivot ruins is a good place? There might be some great danger lurking within. With the cultivation of the two of us, whether it is dangerous or not, we will know once we explore." Changhua did not wait for Yiji to finish and interrupted him decisively. He had already made his decision. So no matter how much Yiji objected, Changhua had to go and explore today. Yiji wanted stability. Changhua wanted danger. This was the first time the two of them had such a huge difference in opinion. Changhua stiffened his neck and refused to budge. Seeing this, Yiji could only sigh and compromise. "Fine, I am afraid of you. I will listen to you, but you must remember, the moment we discover anything wrong, we must leave this place immediately. I do not want to be buried with you." His anger was real and so was his friendship. Seeing Changhua so determined, Yiji could only let him be. "All right, don't worry. I may be brave, but I am not stupid. Moreover, we still have the cloud-piercing shuttle. Even if we encounter danger, we can easily retreat." Changhua blinked and began to pilot the cloud-piercing shuttle towards Earth. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 456. Which places on Earth had the densest spiritual energy? If one were to look abroad, then Europe's Vatican, the Middle East's Jerusalem, Spain's Santiago, India's Lee Garden, and Nepal's Kathmandu were all places with extremely abundant spiritual energy. As the saying goes, rain and dew are all touched. Earth was so big, so naturally, it was impossible for all the spiritual energy to be concentrated in Wuxia. Therefore, under the constant baptism of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, many legacies similar to cultivators appeared abroad, such as the onmyoges and ninjas of Japan, the knights, sorcerers and vampires of Europe, the pharaohs and mummies of Egypt, as well as the black magic and voodoo of South Asia. These legacies seemed to be varied, but in essence, they were not much different from the legacies of the orthodox cultivators. And this seemed to coincide with the old saying, "The great Tao flowed like mercury and every grain was round." However, perhaps it was because they had only appeared for a short time, so most of the cultivation legacies abroad had not formed a complete system. If they were compared to primitive people who had just entered the Stone Age, then the cultivation legacy represented by Xianxia was obviously a high-level cosmic civilization that could freely travel the stars. The difference between the two was no less than the difference between heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia guessed that the ancient cultivators represented by the Taiching divine ancestor might have come to Earth from a cultivation holy land. Otherwise, how could one explain the existence of Tiandu? The recovery of spiritual energy was a very long process. Just like when it was exhausted, the whole process might last 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. However, even if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on Earth had not reached its peak, just based on the current situation, Earth was already very suitable for cultivators to live and reproduce here. In the eyes of Changhua and Yiji, Earth was like a new continent that had not been discovered by Columbus. The environment here was good and resources were abundant. The only bad thing was, it was probably the indigenous people who had a population of 7 billion. There were indeed too many people. Moreover, most of them had poor aptitudes and were not worth absorbing. Even if they captured these people and brought them back to do hard labor, Changhua would feel that it was a waste of food. The two of them quietly landed on Earth on the cloud-piercing shuttle. The place where they landed, it was none other than Yellowstone Park, where Xianxia had refined the Adumber flower. The spirit chi in this place was surging, and some of the medicinal power left behind by Xianxia when he was refining pills could be faintly felt. Therefore, Yellowstone Park naturally became the first stop of their trip. If I remember the name correctly, this should be a low-level technological civilization? Changhua steered the cloud-piercing shuttle through the skies of the United States. Occasionally, he would lower his head to look at the buildings below. Naturally, the buildings on Earth were extremely strange to the two of them. Although Changhua was young, he could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. Therefore, he recognized at a glance that Earth's development was a little off track. The once glorious Tianshu ruins, how could they have been reduced to a mediocre technological civilization? One had to know that technological civilizations were usually born on planets without spiritual energy. The Tianshu ruins clearly had the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so why did the development of Earth's civilization deviate? In this regard, although Chonghua was somewhat puzzled, he was more pleasantly surprised in his heart. Along the way he did not detect any signs of true origin fluctuations on anyone, so he could basically be sure that this was a cultivation holy land without any immortal cultivator's inheritance. And what did this mean? It meant that even if he was only at the golden core stage he could do whatever he wanted here without any fear. When he thought of this, Chonghua was suddenly very excited. He could not help but want to remove his aura concealment technique and directly descend on Earth as if he was the king of the world. Seeing this, Yiji was still able to remain sober for the time being. Don't get excited, let's find out the truth first. Even if it's a low-level technological civilization, there should be some kind of weapon that can threaten us. The two of us are new here, so it's better not to be too ostentatious. After all, to these natives were guests from the boundless starry sky. Yiji seemed to be advising Chonghua to be careful. In reality, even he could not help but feel a little arrogant at this moment. After all, the two of them were only teenagers. If they were not arrogant when they were young, why would they enter the world? Of course, being arrogant was one thing, but for the sake of caution, Yiji still suggested that they capture one of the natives to understand the situation. "I will do as you say. I'll go capture one of them and ask about the situation." After saying that, without waiting for Yiji to reply, Chonghua could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He actually jumped out of the cloud-piercing shuttle just like that. One had to know that the two of them were now in a small town not far from Yellowstone Park. This was a tourist town. There were not many residents, only about 1,000 or so. After Chonghua jumped out of the cloud-piercing shuttle, he flew straight to the market in the center of the town like Superman. He did not hide his figure anymore. Instead, he deliberately grabbed an unlucky young man in front of everyone in the market. This young man was bound by his true origin. Instantly, he was like a doll in a claw machine, lifted into the air by an invisible hand. "Who is the person in charge here? Tell him to come out and see me." At this moment, the two of them were very much like bandits going down the mountain to rob someone. The target of the robbery was naturally the mansion of a big family on Earth. Yiji's idea was to first disguise as a servant and infiltrate the mansion. After finding out the situation, he would then take over the mansion in one fell swoop. However, Chonghua could not be bothered to do such a thing. When the bandits came to rob, the owner was not at home. Could it be that the bandits would obediently wait for the owner to come back? The most straightforward method was to openly go to the door like Chonghua did. Not only could he immediately find out the strength of the mansion's defenses, but he could also force the owner of the mansion to appear immediately. Wouldn't that be the fastest way to go? Chonghua's attitude was not very friendly. Coupled with his shocking appearance, it instantly scared the people in the market. The people of the United States had always been obsessed with filming superhero blockbusters. But Chonghua right now, wasn't he very much like the villains that often appeared in movies? The unlucky young man was scared witless by Chonghua on the spot. He talked a lot, but Chonghua didn't understand what he was talking about. In this regard, Chonghua was not in a hurry. He directly took out a spiritual talisman from his pocket and slapped it between the young man's eyebrows. The function of this spiritual talisman was very simple, and that was to translate. It did not translate the young man's words word by word. Instead, it copied the young man's words with one's spirit. Almost instantly, Chonghua could learn the language used by the young man. However, just as Chonghua was busy learning English, a very discordant sound suddenly rang out in the market. Bang! 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 It was the sound of a gunshot. Seeing that Chonghua could freely float in the air like Superman and make threatening moves to the town's residents, the town's police patrolling the market directly took out their guns and decisively fired. Chapter 457. This scene was really similar to the movie Superman Man of Steel. But whether it was in the movie or in reality, when the United States police encountered a similar incident, they would definitely do the same decisively, take out a gun and shoot. It couldn't be helped. Who asked the people abroad to live in the abyss of suffering all year round? The police's actions were understandable, but when all this fell into Chonghua's eyes, his reaction was much more intense than the villain in the movie. "You want to die?" A mere 5.56mm bullet naturally could not penetrate Chonghua's protective aura. But this provocative action also successfully provoked Chonghua's anger. He was the pride of the Supreme Palace enclosure. How could he tolerate this group of lowly ants wantonly provoking him? So without any hesitation, Hua directly formed a sword with the fingers of his left hand and pointed at the unlucky United States police below. Then, a small metal sword about 3 inches long suddenly shot out from Hua's sleeve. The small metal sword was extremely fast. The townsfolk next to them only saw a flash of white light in the air. When they turned their heads to look at the police, they saw that there was a 2-finger-wide wound between his eyebrows, and blood kept gushing out from it. The police fell to the ground. The townsfolk were suddenly in a mess. And just as everyone screamed and fled back to their houses, a burst of urgent sirens suddenly sounded on the street not far away. It must be mentioned here that the United States was not only the country with the highest crime rate in the world, but also the country with the fastest police speed in the world. Therefore, just as Hua killed a police officer, the town police station had already received the news and organized a large group of people to rush here. Hua naturally heard the movement in the distance, but he had no intention of hiding. Instead, he just floated over the market and threw the young man he caught before to the ground. One had to know that Hua was now flying in the sky about 4 or 5 stories above the ground. Therefore, when the young man fell to the ground, he immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, Hua didn't seem to hear it. Instead, he was still looking at the various objects and decorations in the market with interest. Such an act of disregard for life was indeed in line with the old saying, "Those who are not of my race are bound to have a different heart." Just a low-level technological civilization. In Hua's opinion, these people were actually more like ants walking upright. So how could he possibly feel guilty for trampling a few ants to death? Hua was deliberately looking for trouble today. The bigger the commotion, the more they could use it to find out the details of the Tianshu ruins. This action seemed a little reckless, but in fact, it was the most direct and effective method. After all, Hua had the cloud-piercing shuttle with him. Even if he really encountered any danger, he could use the cloud-piercing shuttle to escape. It was truly a situation where one could advance to attack or retreat to defend. Before the battle had even begun, one had already obtained the initiative. Hua's provocation with great fanfare quickly attracted the town's police department's encirclement and suppression. Towards this non-human existence, the police chief was very wise not to shout and persuade him to surrender. Instead, he directly ordered Hua to be killed on the spot. The equipment of the United States police was much better than the equipment of the Wuxia police. Following the police chief's shout of fire, the town that hadn't been so lively in a long time suddenly became as lively as the new year. A series of crackling gunshots rang out, more lively than the fireworks of the new year. In an instant, countless bullets shot out from the barrel of the gun and rained down on Hua. The United States police never gave criminals any chance to speak, but unfortunately, Hua wasn't an ordinary criminal. He was a golden core cultivator who could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. How could he be injured by mere bullets? Therefore, Hua was like watching a tiger's performance through glass in a zoo. No matter how the other party bared their fangs and brandished their claws at him, he just quietly flew in the air without moving. The bullets were all blocked by the protective chi around his body. After the first round of attacks, when everyone was busy reloading, Hua's voice slowly rang out above the market. "Are you done? Then it's my turn." The United States people couldn't understand his alien language, but that didn't matter, because they would soon fall asleep forever. Hua waved his hand and dozens of small metal swords flew out of his sleeves. Wherever the small swords passed, blood sprayed out. In just a breath's time, the town regained its tranquility. Hua looked at the pile of corpses below in boredom, but then he lost interest and muttered, "Too weak." He was still floating in the air above the market as if he was demonstrating his power. Not long after the town's police station was wiped out, the news spread quickly layer by layer. In the end, it directly alarmed the higher-ups of the United States military. After hearing that the other party might be an existence comparable to a superhero, the army stationed near Yellowstone Park immediately took action. The United States people's exoskeleton technology was becoming more and more mature. In terms of individual strength, soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor were not weaker than peak-strength martial artists. However, it was this special operations team that had the best individual ability in the U.S. Army that was monitoring their bodily functions was completely disabled the moment they got close to Hua. Warning. Warning. This is a cultivator from Wuxia. His strength is far beyond X level. It was strange. Although Cheng Hua came from outside the solar system, he still had a standard Asian appearance. Moreover, he was different from the emaciated and sallow Asians in Southeast Asia. Therefore, the United States military recognized him as a Wuxia person almost immediately. A celestial from Wuxia. Why did he suddenly come to the United States to cause trouble? One should know that there were many unwritten rules in this world. One of them was, existences above peak strength usually did not step out of the country. The reason was very simple. Once a peak strength grandmaster left the country, the United States people would use all kinds of methods to capture these grandmasters who were close to superpowers for experiments. They wanted to perfect their exoskeleton armor through science and achieve the goal of mass-producing peak strength grandmasters. Japan was the little brother of the United States people. Moreover, the Inyang Liao controlled almost all the practitioners in Japan. Therefore, the United States people rarely captured Inyang masters for experiments. Wuxia and Japan were different. There were too many rogue practitioners in Wuxia. There were simply too many existences like Sunwen. Therefore, they became the main source of experimental materials. Although martial artists and necromancers had combat strength far beyond ordinary people, they were still too weak to fight against the state machine. You know martial arts, I know science. Even peak-strength martial artists knew how to cherish their lives. How could a celestial easily provoke the United States? Other than Xianxia, no one would want to test the power of a nuclear bomb. X level was very powerful and rare. The United States people had been coveting this level for a long time. They just could not find suitable experimental materials. Therefore, when the Pentagon confirmed that Cheng Hua was at least X level, the senior military officials present were collectively excited. As long as they captured this X level, the bottleneck of exoskeleton armor technology would be able to achieve a breakthrough. God bless the United States. Chapter 458. Ever since the end of the Second War of Independence, the United States had never been baptized by the flames of war. It could not be helped. After all, the United States was the only superpower in the world today. Their tyrannical military strength gave the United States great confidence. Therefore, they had always been the ones to behave atrociously in other people's territory. Now, how could they tolerate others to behave atrociously in their territory? Therefore, the moment the Special Operations Team was destroyed, the Department of Homeland Security and the National Guard had already organized and sent a large group of people to the front line. The American army needed to gather, but Cheng Hua did not need to. While he was waiting for the other party's reinforcements to arrive, Cheng Hua was so bored that he started to wander around the town's market. About 20 minutes later, the first batch of National Guard arrived at the scene. The American army first alienated the local townspeople through the broadcast. Then they started to persuade Cheng Hua to surrender. At this time, Cheng Hua could already understand English. However, he ignored all these words and did not take them to heart at all. It was just a low-level technological civilization. Could they really hurt him? Cheng Hua had already seen the power of the 5.56mm bullet. This kind of attack that was like scratching an itch also caused Cheng Hua's judgment of the threat of the Tianshu ruins to drop by several levels. Therefore, Cheng Hua could not help but feel a little arrogant. He even hoped that the other party could give him a little surprise. However, he did not expect that this surprise would come so quickly. Cheng Hua had greatly underestimated the lethality of a technological civilization. Therefore, he did not prepare any defense at all. After waiting for the townspeople to evacuate and there was no response after 3 rounds of shouting, the American army officially launched an attack on Cheng Hua. Swoosh. Following a loud and ear-piercing sonic boom, an anti-tank missile hit the shop Cheng Hua was in. The surrounding shops also instantly turned into a sea of fire in this explosion. The bullet could not penetrate Cheng Hua's protective chi, but the anti-tank missile was different. In his carelessness, Cheng Hua was sent flying by the anti-tank missile. If it weren't for the fact that he still had a defensive magic treasure on him, he was afraid that he would have suffered heavy injuries on the spot because of this. The dust raised by the collapse of the house made Cheng Hua look a little dusty. After a brief moment of shock, Cheng Hua was completely enraged. How infuriating! This was the first time Cheng Hua had been so angry. On one hand, it was because he had almost been injured by the missile. On the other hand, it was because Yiji was lying on the cloud-piercing shuttle and laughing at him. Cheng Hua could not tolerate losing face in front of Yiji, so he immediately flew out from the ruins of the shop. Then he suddenly pulled out a 3-foot-long sword box from his sleeve and threw it into the air. Speaking of which, it was strange. After this sword box was thrown into the air by Xianxia, it actually floated quietly in the air. When the battle command saw that Xianxia flew into the air again as if nothing had happened, they decisively ordered the soldiers to launch another attack. This time, the American army was not trying to test the waters, so they launched a round of artillery fire. In an instant, countless poisonous stingers, battle axes, bumblebees and other sophisticated missiles that were made with a lot of money were crazily thrown at the town where Xianxia was. Seeing this, Xianxia had a murderous look in his eyes. He could not help but grit his teeth and shouted coldly, "You're asking for death." Before he finished speaking, the sword box that Xianxia had thrown into the air before seemed to have received some instructions. A secret door suddenly opened on the top of the box, and then countless small metal swords suddenly shot out from it. These small metal swords were like a school of fish at the bottom of the sea. After they came out of the sword box, the small metal swords started to swim flexibly in the air. Although the missile's flying speed was fast, the small metal swords were obviously faster. Bang! 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 It was accompanied by a series of explosions. The American army's round of artillery fire was actually blocked by the small metal swords just like that. At that moment, almost everyone in the battle command at the back was shocked by this strange scene. Is this the strength of a Super X level? Is this still a human? After the small metal swords intercepted the missiles in the sky, they did not stop because of this. Instead, they continued to fly toward the location where the American army was. These small metal swords were only about 10 centimeters long. Logically speaking, the sword box should not be able to hold many of them. However, what was strange was, from the moment Xianxia activated the sword box, there was an endless stream of small metal swords flying out of it, and they did not stop for even a moment. Therefore, in just a short while, the sky of the town was even covered by the small metal swords released from the sword box. The densely packed small metal swords rushed toward the location where the American army was like a swarm of locusts passing through. When had the ordinary soldiers ever seen such a strange scene? Therefore, they were frightened by the overwhelming number of small metal swords on the spot, and they fired their guns randomly. The muzzles of the guns spat out tongues of fire crazily. The bullets hit the small metal swords, and instantly there was a series of ding-ding-dang-dang sounds of metal colliding. However, it was a pity. In the end, these actions were futile. The small metal swords quickly rushed into the American army's armored battle group. It did not matter whether it was the drivers hiding in the armored vehicles or the fully armed soldiers. In front of the small metal swords, human lives were as cheap as grass. A light cut would instantly cause a large number of them to fall. In less than 5 minutes, this rapid reaction force of 3,000 people had been completely wiped off the face of the earth by Xianxia. Fresh blood stained the ground red. The vast grassland that was bustling with noise and excitement earlier seemed to have turned into a mass grave 10 miles away at that moment. Even from afar, one could smell the thick stench of blood in the air. Such indiscriminate killing. Xianxia, I'm afraid you're going to suffer retribution in the future. Yiji looked at the battlefield below and could not help but frown deeply. He really did not expect that Xianxia was actually so vicious and merciless. Looking at the situation, Xianxia did not seem to treat these golden-haired natives as humans at all. The scene had already been broadcasted through the satellite and was clearly presented on the big screen of the battle command at the rear. At this moment, the entire battle command was silent. Almost everyone was stunned by the tragic and bloody scene in front of them. Nuclear bomb. Request to use nuclear bomb. After coming back to his senses, the supreme commander of this battle seemed to have gone mad as he frantically requested the military headquarters to use nuclear bomb. However, what no one expected was, the military headquarters actually rejected his request very decisively. The Yellowstone Park supervolcano is in an active period. Once the nuclear bomb is used, it is very likely to cause the supervolcano to erupt accidentally. The moment he heard this reason, the colonel despaired. However, what he did not know was, when the military headquarters rejected his use of nuclear bomb, they also submitted another request to the White House. The use of nuclear bomb is restricted. The military situation is urgent. Please inform Wuxia and ask Wu Lian to urgently dispatch X-level military support to us. Chapter 459. From the day the Declaration of Independence was issued, the United States had only been established for 200 years. Therefore, even if the United States was very powerful today, it was inevitable that people would call it a country without a history. This was the so-called heritage. It was also the only thing the United States lacked today. Therefore, after confirming that nuclear bombs could not be used, the military staff decisively turned their attention to Wuxia on the other side of the ocean. Unlike the United States' pale historical heritage, Wuxia had countless talented people since ancient times. Although most of these people were wild cranes, they had always liked to drift with the wind and call the world their home. But this was not a big problem because the international Wulian had been established. In the end, Wuxia was still a country that paid attention to human relationships. Even if they were wild cranes, they still had to have their own home, right? Just like when Wang Chuanju found out that Xianxia was a cultivator, she would always invite Xianxia to join for various reasons. This was a very good virtuous cycle. With the support of the country as the foundation, the power of the country gathered the scattered heritages of the people together, and at the same time, these talented people had the opportunity to interact with each other. Just like universities, as long as there were the best teachers in the world, it would naturally attract more and more cultivators to voluntarily join. Therefore, from the moment the Wulian was born, its strength continued to grow, and now it had already become the most powerful cultivator organization in the world. Wuxia called them cultivators while the United States called them superpowered people. The United States lacked the corresponding heritage, so naturally they could not establish a superpowered organization like the Wulian. And this was the fundamental reason why the United States vigorously developed exoskeleton armor in recent years. The individual ability of a cultivator was extremely outstanding. Even if it was a single person, it might not be a problem for them to fight against a platoon, a regiment, or even a brigade, but what if they had to fight against an entire country? It should be known that the annual military expenditure of the United States was as high as $700 billion, which was equivalent to half of the total military expenditure of all countries in the world. If the United States were really forced into a corner and threw missiles like scattering flowers, how many could Changhua successfully intercept? 1,000? 10,000? Or 100,000? The true essence in his body was limited. Once the true essence in his body was exhausted, what would Changhua use to resist the continuous bombardment of the army? Of course, the premise was that Changhua wouldn't escape on the cloud-piercing shuttle. Therefore, the United States was not considering whether or not they could take down Changhua. Instead, they were considering the price they would have to pay to take down Changhua. If he really wanted to take Changhua by force, let's not talk about whether he could successfully take him down. Once the war started, the United States would definitely suffer a lot of economic losses. Don't damaged tanks need to be repaired? Doesn't a destroyed town need to be repaired? Don't the people who have been affected by the war need the state to step in and provide subsidies? Behind each bullet was a brand new US dollar bill. Behind every soldier who died in battle, there was also a thick stack of compensation money. This was all money. Did they really think that the United States wouldn't know how to settle scores? It wasn't that they didn't know what to do with Changhua. They just wanted to solve this problem in a simpler way. Changhua wasn't a grinning alien. At first glance, they could basically confirm that he was from Wuxia. Since he was an esper from Wuxia, then naturally Wuxia should step in and take him away. The decision made by the military actually meant that they had given up on this great opportunity to capture an X-level esper alive. Thinking about it carefully, it really did hurt a little. Changhua didn't know what the United States were thinking. After destroying this rapid response team, he put away the sword case and leisurely returned to the small town's market. He wasn't in a hurry. After beating up the naughty kid, wouldn't it give him time to go back and find his father? Thus he began to wander around the market without a care in the world. There was a convenience store in the market. Changhua picked up a piece of chocolate and tore open the packaging. After thinking that it was some kind of food, he decisively put it into his mouth. What is this? Why is it so delicious? Iji, I found something good. Come down and try it. In the Taiwei enclosure, where industrial development was almost non-existent, there were no such delicious snacks. Therefore, this bite also completely opened the door to a new world for Changhua. French fries, biscuits, candy, cheese, beef, ice cream. The convenience store wasn't big, but it had everything. Changhua ate enthusiastically, but he didn't forget to ask his companions to come down and eat together. This was a major victory for technological civilization. Even if it was a treasure of heaven and earth, it couldn't compare to the small piece of chocolate in Chenghua's hand. As a result, the two youths from outer space were completely captivated by the temptation of junk food. The drone sent by the military had been secretly monitoring the two of them. Cheng Hua had already noticed the presence of the drone. However, while chewing gum, he swaggered into a nearby bar without any intention of shooting it down. He was waiting. The United States was also waiting. Time slowly passed by. 2 hours later, a supersonic fighter from Wuxia finally landed at Yellowstone Airport. This was the first time Wu Lian was invited to perform a mission in the United States, so Wuxia attached great importance to this mission. The United States was tens of thousands of kilometers away from Wuxia. If it weren't for the cooperation of the two countries that provided several air refueling services for the fighter within their own jurisdiction, this supersonic fighter wouldn't have been able to arrive at Yellowstone Park in just 2 hours. The mission difficulty was X. Only success was allowed, failure was not allowed. The person in charge of receiving Wuxia's personnel was the colonel from before. He was now reduced to a commander without an army, so when he heard that Wuxia sent support, an undisguised anger appeared on the colonel's face. Instead of finding a way to solve their own problems, they actually went to the enemy country for help. The colonel was very dissatisfied with the military's arrangement, but due to the orders of his superiors he had to personally come to greet them. But soon the dissatisfaction on the colonel's face turned into shock. The military rejected his application for a nuclear bomb, and the last solution they came up with, they actually invited a woman from Wuxia for support. A woman. A woman. This was a very beautiful and cold woman. Even though the colonel was used to seeing beauties from different countries at this moment, he couldn't help but feel stunned. The colonel was slightly distracted. The woman had long been used to his loss of composure. Therefore, after a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes, she coldly said, "Where are they?" She spoke the most standard American English. After the colonel heard this, he suddenly seemed to come back to his senses and quickly extended his hand to invite the woman to the Battle Command Center for a detailed discussion. Based on this situation, this woman should be the person in charge of Wuxia? Reinforcements should still be on the way? The colonel pondered and couldn't help but look up and down at the woman. But what he didn't expect was, the woman actually rejected his invitation without any hesitation. No need. After speaking, the woman flew up into the air in front of everyone, and then flew straight to the location of the town. Like a comet, the woman's figure quickly disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, the colonel couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He looked in the direction that the woman disappeared and couldn't help but mutter, "Oh my God. She's Superman." Please remember the domain name of this book, .com. Wonderful book mobile version website, .com. Chapter 460. There was no doubt about it. This extremely beautiful and cold woman who came all the way from Wuxia was obviously Qin Xueqing, who had just woken up from her coma a few days ago. With such a beautiful and capable daughter, Wang Chuanju and Qin Yongwang really benefited a lot from her. As a result, the couple's status in the Wu Lian had been rising steadily in recent years. Qin Xueqing was in charge of external affairs, while Qin Yongwang and his wife were in charge of internal affairs. The family had become a giant within the Wu Lian. And this was without taking into account the mysterious foreign aid, Mr. Chen. Wuxia attached great importance to the United States' request for help this time, so after the Wu Lian received the news, they immediately began to strictly select the candidates for the battle. Qin Xueqing was not the only X-level in the Wu Lian, nor was she the strongest X-level. However, she was the only X-level who took the initiative to apply for the battle. No one knew if Qin Xueqing had eaten gunpowder recently, but after returning to the headquarters in Shangjing, she had a cold face all day long. In addition, she had disappeared for more than a year, so when she came back this time, not many people dared to talk to her. Perhaps it was because of some kind of violence gene hidden in her bones, so after she saw the battle video from the United States, this woman who looked forward to going on a mission all day suddenly couldn't sit still. Before the higher-ups even made a formal decision, Qin Xueqing had already gone to the airport to prepare for departure. Not everyone was as violent as her, and not everyone liked to use war to support war. Since Qin Xueqing wanted to do this kind of thankless task, no one would jump out to compete with her. So Qin Xueqing set off. Although the enemy in the battle video looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, Qin Xueqing didn't underestimate the enemy at all. Instead, she adjusted her state of mind along the way, hoping to be in the best state to face this mysterious celestial being. This was also the first time she had officially fought someone since breaking through to the celestial being level. Qin Xueqing soon arrived above the town that the colonel had mentioned. Her arrival naturally alarmed the two youths who were drinking in the town's bar. Then, with a beer bottle in one hand and a chocolate in the other, Cheng Hua swaggered out of the bar. As soon as he stepped out of the bar, Cheng Hua saw this strange woman with a cold and arrogant face. Qin Xueqing quietly floated above the market. Cheng Hua stood casually at the entrance of the bar. He raised his head slightly and looked at her. Cheng Hua sized up the woman in front of him. Qin Xueqing was also sizing up the young man in front of him. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Cheng Hua seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but grin and then greeted her in the broken English he had just learned. "Hello?" Hearing this, Qin Xueqing didn't immediately reply. Instead, she frowned slightly. Perhaps it was because she had lived in the same courtyard as Qin Shi for a long time, but Qin Xueqing's perception of true essence was slightly better than other cultivators of the same level. Although this young man in front of her was young, his true essence fluctuations were definitely something that only X-level cultivators could have. X-level, which was the level above the celestial being level. At the same time, it was also known as Golden Core level. Biji followed Cheng Hua out of the bar. At this moment, a trace of seriousness appeared on Qin Wanqing's face. Two people. There was clearly something wrong with the information provided by the United States. Iji had always been cautious. Even after leaving the cloud-piercing shuttle, he didn't remove the aura concealment technique on his body. Thus, the drone didn't discover his existence at all. Although Qin Xueqing had a strong personality, she wasn't a reckless person. The two young men in front of her had a similar level of cultivation as her. If she had known that this would happen, she would have brought more people with her. However, it was too late to say anything now. The enemy was right in front of her. Running away before the battle was not Qin Xueqing's style. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, she asked coldly, "Where are the two of you from? Who are you from? Why are you causing trouble here today?" Qin Xueqing thought that the two of them were the disciples of some hidden expert. Thus she didn't hold back. The moment she stepped forward, she acted as if she was going to interrogate them for their crimes. Seeing this, Cheng Hua didn't immediately reply. Instead, he secretly used his divine consciousness to discuss with Iji. "This woman's cultivation level seems to be about the same as ours? If that's the case, the inheritance of the Tianshu ruins shouldn't have been lost." The two of them silently discussed. Qin Xueqing's appearance also successfully stopped the two of them from continuing to act presumptuously. Since the Tianshu ruins still had the inheritance of immortal cultivators, they urgently needed to confirm a question. That was, what exactly was the cultivation level of this woman in front of them considered in the Tianshu ruins? If she was just a small fry, then there must be a very powerful sect behind her. Under such circumstances, the two of them could only give up the opportunity to get the first prize and return to the Supreme Palace enclosure to seek help. However, if the cultivation level of this woman in front of them was considered to be one of the best in the Tianshu ruins, didn't that mean that the Tianshu ruins were already in their pockets? The two of them had the cloud-piercing shuttle in their hands. Could be said that they could attack or retreat as they wished. Therefore, after a short discussion, even the usually conservative Iji had the intention of directly taking this woman down. The two of them were still young and had been cultivating in seclusion. Naturally, they didn't understand the beauty of women, let alone what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Thus, after the two of them exchanged a look, they suddenly rushed toward Qin Xueqing. "Let's take her down first?" "Let's do that." Qin Xueqing had been waiting for them all this time. After seeing the strange expressions of the two of them, she directly raised her essence, energy, and spirit to the peak. Therefore, the moment the two of them moved, Qin Xueqing's movements were actually slightly faster than theirs. Before receiving guidance from Qin Shi, Qin Xueqing was already a grandmaster in the gang state. Therefore, she could be said to have entered the Dao through martial arts. Martial artists mainly focused on close combat, while necromancers were more proficient in long-range combat using the 5 elements Dharma. Qin Xueqing had been practicing martial arts all her life. Walking, sitting, and lying down were the principles of martial arts. And as she stepped into the realm of oneness of heaven and man, after converting all the vital qi in her body into vital essence, her combat power increased exponentially. It was fine if she didn't move, but once she moved, It was like a thunderbolt breaking through bamboo. Qin Xueqing's figure was slender and graceful. However, when she moved, she was like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain, instantly setting off a strong and unparalleled momentum. Immortal cultivators were beyond the scope of ordinary people, so it was rare for them to fight in close combat. This could be seen from the situation when Qin fought with others before. Cheng Hua had fought with others many times, but he had never encountered such a way of fighting that focused on close combat. Therefore, when he saw Qin Xueqing pouncing in front of him, Cheng Hua was stunned. This woman doesn't play by the rules. However, in the time it took for him to be distracted, Qin Xueqing directly condensed all the vital essence in her body into her hand, and then slammed it hard on Cheng Hua's protective qi in front of his chest. Bang! The moment the vital essence collided, a strong wind suddenly blew over the market, smashing all the houses on the side. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 461. How ferocious would a battle between Golden Core Stage cultivators be? Qin Xueqing didn't have any magic treasures. Her hands and feet were her most powerful weapons. Although Qin had taught her some pretty good techniques, Qin Xueqing didn't have any intention of learning more about them. She was a martial Dao grandmaster. Even though she had become a diviner, Qin Xueqing was still constantly tempering her martial arts attainments. The highest realm of martial arts was oneness of heaven and man. Oneness of heaven and man was the end of the martial Dao. Qin Xueqing had already reached the end. There was no road ahead. If there was still a path ahead of them, then this path was obviously the immortal road. Qin had already taught Qin Xueqing the cultivation method. However, due to Qin Xueqing's cold and arrogant temperament, Qin rarely gave her guidance. He would only check on her situation from time to time. As long as there weren't any major problems, Qin didn't bother to stick his hot face to her cold butt. Qin hadn't carefully studied his sister-in-law's situation, so he hadn't discovered it. Qin Xueqing had actually already walked on a different road. The sea was boundless, the sky was the shore, and the mountain was the peak. Immortal cultivation methods were indeed very powerful. There was a world of difference between them and mortal martial arts. However, until today, Qin Xueqing was still very stubborn. She still believed that the martial Dao she had been pursuing all her life had no end. She was a martial Dao grandmaster. After achieving oneness of heaven and man, she was still constantly polishing her martial arts attainments through immortal cultivation methods. Since there was no road ahead, she would walk on a brand new road. Cultivators focused on the cultivation of the soul. Qin Xueqing wanted to do the opposite and focus on the cultivation of the physical body. With this unique cultivation method, who knew what she could do in the future? The reason why Qin could easily flatten her was that the gap between their realms was too big. If the two of them were put on the same level, would this brother-in-law be able to beat his sister-in-law? This has become a big problem. Qin had never seriously fought with Qin Xueqing, and Qin Xueqing had never seriously fought with a cultivator of the same realm. Therefore, after seeing Cheng Hua make a slight move, Qin Xueqing immediately used all of her strength. Like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, she viciously pounced on Cheng Hua. Like a scholar encountering a soldier, Qin Xueqing's gorgeous and smooth series of attacks stunned Cheng Hua on the spot. He wanted to counterattack, but Qin Xueqing's hands always easily bypassed his defense and easily hit his protective shield. Cultivators rarely experience such a tangled fight. If it weren't for the fact that Cheng Hua had a defensive magic treasure on him, which reduced the majority of Qin Xueqing's strength, Cheng Hua would have been slapped into the ground by Qin Xueqing. Cheng Hua. Yi watched anxiously from the side. He wanted to help, but the two of them were too close. He was afraid that he would accidentally hurt his companion, so Yi didn't dare to rashly make a move. However, Cheng Hua wasn't stupid. After dozens of palms, he finally found a gap. At the cost of taking a palm from Qin Xueqing, he successfully shook off Qin Xueqing's entanglement. This time Cheng Hua finally learned to be smart. When he saw that Qin Xueqing still wanted to go forward, he darted back to Yi's side and hurriedly took out his sword case from his sumaru mustard seed bag. Cheng Hua, be careful. This woman's technique is very strange. It seems like she likes to fight in close quarters. As he said that, Yi also took out his magic treasure. Hearing that, Cheng Hua's face was full of anger and hatred as he said, I know. I almost fell into her trap just now. Don't interfere first. Let me deal with her. Chenghua's magic treasure was the sword case in his hand. The case was 3 feet long and yellow all over. The tail was inlaid with a group of charred black ornaments, so it was called Phoenix Perch Scorched Tail. It was a 9th-grade spirit treasure and was really rare. Once the Phoenix Perch Scorched Tail case was in his hand, the battle flames in Chenghua's heart immediately burned fiercely. Don't look at how Qin Xueqing's palm technique made him unable to fight back at all. In reality, Chenghua didn't suffer any substantial damage at all. After all, Qin Xueqing's current moves were figured out by herself. Now that she was still at the stage of deliberation, how powerful could they be? It was like a boorish man with nothing but brute strength. So even if Qin Xueqing had an extraordinary accumulation of vital essence, she still couldn't fully utilize the power of this vital essence. After a bout of fruitless fighting, Qin Xueqing clearly understood her disadvantage. Therefore, she didn't want to give Chenghua any chance to catch his breath and directly rushed over again. But this time, Chenghua, who was already prepared, directly threw out the sword case in his hand. Different from Qin Shi's all swords in one, the small metal swords in the Phoenix Perch Scorched Tail case were all real objects. Each of the small metal swords could freely attack under the guidance of Chenghua's divine telekinesis. The sword case was the mother sword and the small swords were the child swords. The child swords were kept in the mother sword and constantly nourished, while the small swords were infinite. And this was the so-called hidden swords in the case. Of course, with Chenghua's current cultivation, he actually couldn't control all the child swords in the sword case as he wished. But this was already enough. At Chenghua's command, countless small metal swords instantly flew out of the Phoenix Perch Scorched Tail case. These small swords were like crows, covering half the sky the moment they appeared. Seeing this, Qin Xueqing was calm and unafraid. Although she didn't have any Dharma treasures, her martial intent was already above that of ordinary Dharma treasures. Afraid before the battle? Impossible. Forever impossible. If she was afraid, then she wouldn't be her. Qin Xueqing poured all the vital essence in her body into her limbs and bones, and her body instantly became as hard as iron. Her joints moved and her whole body immediately emitted bursts of thunder. And this was the performance of martial arts cultivation at the peak, bones and tendons piercing tiger leopard thunder. And as Qin Xueqing punched out, an ear-piercing sound suddenly rang in the air. Streams of vital essence visible to the naked eye were like tornadoes, instantly knocking away all the small metal swords in front of her. Facing the sky full of sword rain, Qin Xueqing angrily went against the flow. At this moment, she was like an unsheathed sword. She actually tore a crack in the sky full of sword rain. Still barehanded at this time, are you here to die? Seeing that she still didn't take out her Dharma treasures under such circumstances, Chenghua instantly made a judgment in his heart. Tianshu ruins. As expected, it still declined. The woman in front of him with a decent cultivation but an ordinary cultivation method was probably the only powerhouse in the Tianshu ruins that could be taken out. Otherwise, how could she not be able to take out even a suitable magical artifact? Thinking of this, Chenghua couldn't help but have a fierce look in his eyes. He immediately clasped his hands in front of his chest and then quickly formed a hand seal. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 462. At that moment, thousands of small swords seemed to have turned into a huge dragon made of metal blades. Countless sharp blades shone with cold light under the sun. The densely packed small metal swords covered most of the sky. Under Chenghua's command, these small metal swords were like obedient fish. They gathered together, and the tip of the sword was pointed at Qin Wanqing, who was charging towards him at high speed. Seeing the flying swords like rain, Qin Xueqing was not afraid at all. She brazenly faced them with her bare hands. Warriors did not need weapons because their bodies were the most powerful weapons. Qin Xueqing infused her vital essence into her limbs and bones, so that a layer of faint light appeared on her originally slightly white skin. From a distance, she was like a bodhisattva carefully carved out of cold jade. It was exactly like the old saying in books: skin of ice, bones of jade, makeup of jade. Do not fear the angry eyes of the bodhisattva. Although Qin Xueqing's momentum was strong, but it was a pity that her exploration of martial arts was still at the beginning stage. Now, with only her mortal body, How could she resist Chenghua's phoenix perch scorch tail box? Countless small metal swords kept hitting Qin Xueqing's protective shield. At first, Qin Wanqing could still rely on the quintessential essence in her body to repel the small swords. However, as wave after wave of flying swords continued to attack, Qin Wanqing's protective shield couldn't help but begin to weaken. Soon, a small metal sword successfully pierced through her protective shield. Qin Xueqing could not dodge in time. This small sword immediately left a shallow wound on her face. This was just the beginning. As soon as the protective shield was broken, the small metal swords swarmed up like crazy bees. Seeing this, Qin Xueqing decisively abandoned her own defense. At the price of sacrificing the protective shield, she instantly increased her speed by a lot. Of course, the result of this was obvious. Countless small wounds suddenly appeared on Qin Xueqing's body. Chenghua had been deliberately keeping a distance from Qin Xueqing. Every time Qin Xueqing took a step forward, he would decisively take a step back. Seeing Qin Xueqing suddenly accelerate, Chenghua didn't react in time, and Qin Xueqing successfully closed in on him. "Bitch, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Chenghua was also quite experienced in facing enemies. Seeing that Qin Xueqing was too strong, he didn't panic at all. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and then he suddenly pulled out a 3-feet-long sword from the phoenix perch scorch tail case. This was the primordial sword and also one of the most important parts of the phoenix perch scorch tail case. Very few people knew about the existence of the primordial sword. Ever since Chenghua obtained the phoenix perch scorch tail box, he had been using it as a killing move. Chenghua had always been arrogant because of his talent, and his heart was higher than the sky. How could he tolerate Qin Wanqing chasing after him like a dog? Today he was also forced into a corner by Qin Xueqing. Therefore Chenghua no longer retreated. After pulling out the primordial sword, he slashed at Qin Xueqing, who was swinging her palm at him. In the rain of swords, Qin Xueqing was about to attack. Chenghua pulled out his sword to meet her. Bam! With a loud sound, the vital essence caused by the collision of the two instantly tore the small town below into ruins. Yiji nervously waited at the side, so he clearly saw the entire process of the two fighting. Therefore, as soon as the two separated, Yiji hurriedly rushed to Chenghua's side. "Chenghua, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Chenghua gloomily wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "I almost fell into this B***'s trap again." In the moment when they exchanged blows, Qin Xueqing suddenly changed her move. Her left hand pressed against the long sword and her palm hit the spine of the sword, trying to knock the long sword out of Chenghua's hand. At the same time, she immediately raised her other hand and slapped Chenghua's chest. Chenghua had taken the full brunt of this palm, so even now he could still feel his blood and qi churning in his body. "It's nothing serious, don't worry." Yiji wanted to heal Chenghua, but Chenghua shook his head and refused. Then he lowered his head to look at the ruins below. That D****B***. Wasn't she lying in the ruins of the small town covered in blood? Although she had successfully injured Chenghua with her reckless fighting style, she had also paid a heavy price for it. Speaking of which, Qin Xueqing was once again at a disadvantage because she didn't have a magic treasure. She hadn't expected. Chenghua's true killing move wasn't the twin sword in his hand, but the phoenix perch scorch tail box beside him. The phoenix perch scorch tail box was refined by a Dongshu cultivator. It didn't look big, but it contained nearly 10,000 small metal swords. With Chenghua's cultivation, he could only use a third of them. The rest of the sub-swords were all hidden in the sword box. Although Chenghua couldn't control the remaining sub-swords normally, he could still detonate the phoenix perch scorch tail box and release all the sub-swords in the box in an instant. Just like the principle of a fragmentation grenade, once the phoenix perch scorch tail box exploded, it would not only set off a powerful shockwave, but also release countless sub-swords to increase the destructive power of the explosion. A 9th-grade spirit treasure could explode just like that. Chenghua had really put in a lot of effort this time. But then again, a 9th-grade spirit treasure in exchange for the life of a golden core cultivator. This seemed to be a good deal. Division Chief Qin. Division Chief Qin. Are you okay? Please answer. Please answer. Whether it was Wuxia or the United States, the satellites of the two countries had been monitoring the small town from afar. But because Chenghua and Qin Xueqing both had vital essence protecting their bodies, The satellites couldn't directly capture the situation of their battle. Now that the battle was over, Qin Xueqing's figure finally appeared on the surveillance satellite. The keyhole satellites of the United States had reached a resolution of 0.05 meters. They could basically see license plates directly, so the moment Qin Xueqing appeared, the surveillance satellite immediately locked onto her. However, the moment she saw the big screen, Wang Chuanju was stunned. She saw Qin Xueqing lying in the ruins, covered in blood. Her clothes were stained with blood, and at the same time her face was also blurred. She just lay quietly in the ruins of the small town. She didn't move at all. No one knew whether she was dead or alive. Qin Xueqing? At that moment, Wang Chuanju felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't even stand properly. If it weren't for the staff members' quick reflexes, this famous Iron Lady would have fallen to the ground on the spot. Qin Xueqing had lost. This news seemed to have grown wings. It didn't take long for the news to spread all over the Wu Lian. Wang Chuanju sat on the chair with a dull look in her eyes. Although she liked power, she wasn't the kind of ruthless person who would abandon her family for power. Qin Xueqing had only fought with her permission. Because she had confidence in her daughter. Who would have thought the result would be like this? At that moment, Wang Chuanju's heart was dead. Leader, why don't you rest for a while? The higher-ups have already sent reinforcements. The 3 big shots are moving together. They should be able to make it. Director Qin is strong. Even if she's injured, it's not a big deal. You don't know the exact situation here, so don't worry too much. We have to have confidence in Director Qin. The staff carefully comforted Wang Chuanju. However, Wang Chuanju seemed to have lost her soul. She stared at the screen without moving. After a long while, she seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She actually jumped up from the chair excitedly. The staff at the side was shocked by Wang Chuanju's actions. He was about to go up and comfort her when Wang Chuanju pushed him away. Then she quickly took out her phone from the cabinet. Please remember the domain name of this book. .com. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 463. These few days, Qianxi's life was quite fulfilling. In addition to taking care of the little girl's daily life, he also had to be careful not to let his wife get lost. Speaking of which, Qin Ruing was really like an old person with Alzheimer's. She didn't talk much. Every day after sending the little girl to school with Qianxi, she would wander aimlessly on the streets. No matter how Qianxi tried to strike up a conversation with her, Qin Ruing didn't care at all. They used to be very close, but now they were gradually drifting apart. Of course, these seemingly estranged situations were, in fact, only superficial. In fact, every time when the little girl was out of school, Qianxi only had to say that Nian Nian was out of school, and Qin Ruing would immediately stop and look back at him silently. At this time, Qianxi would immediately call for a taxi, and then the couple would take a taxi back to school to pick up the little girl. Day after day, the cycle repeated itself. Although Qianxi was still a little worried about Qin Ruing's situation, he didn't panic because of this. Anyway, the soul mirror was in his hands, and Yuhuan Tianzuan was imprisoned in Saturn Ring by him. They had been separated for too long, and now that they were finally reunited, how could Qianxi leave so easily? In addition, the soul mirror seemed to have run out of energy recently. No matter how he tried, the soul mirror didn't respond. Therefore, Qianxi planned to wait for a while until his life gradually stabilized. Then he would find time to return to Saturn Ring to have a good chat with Yuhuan Tianzuan. At that time, wouldn't Yingying's situation be solved? But then again, after returning home this time, Qianxi obviously felt that his life was a little different from before. The reason was the little girl. Nian Nian was more than 6 years old. Generally, from this time onwards, the burden on the shoulders of the parents would become a lot lighter. After all, the child spent half of her time in school every day. The school shared a portion of the responsibility for the parents, so the parents naturally didn't have to work as hard as before. At this stage, the child's academic performance and performance in school would become the main concern of every parent. And what was Nian Nian's greatest strength? Wasn't she smart and sensible? Whenever the school arranged an exam, the little guy's results would always be the first in his grade. As for her performance in school, there was no need to mention it. Some time ago, at the request of the school, the teacher gave each child in the class an application form for joining the Young Pioneers. After Nian Nian submitted her application, the school quickly approved it. Because they were still in the first grade, there were only 10 places in each class. With Nian Yan's usual performance, there was naturally no problem for her to enter the first batch. Therefore, as the class monitor, she led her classmates to stand under the national flag and made a declaration to join the team. At the same time, she stood on the podium with the same batch of young pioneers and sang the Young Pioneer song. We are the successors of communism. Inherit the glorious tradition of our revolutionary forefathers. Love the motherland, love the people. A bright red scarf fluttering in front of our chests. Needless to say, from then on, the way her classmates looked at her was a little different. Perhaps it was because Nian Yan had hit someone when she first entered the school, so the children in the class were a little afraid of her. After she became a young pioneer and wore a bright red scarf, her classmates were no longer so afraid of her. Instead, they became very respectful of her. Although she was the class monitor, she never tattled to the teacher. Because even the most mischievous of classmates didn't dare to jump in front of her. Nian Yan almost became the leader of the class. Whenever her classmates went overboard during class or made loud noises during self-study, she only needed to glare fiercely at them, and the students she stared at would instantly wilt like eggplants that had been hit by frost. All of these behaviors were seen by the teacher, who didn't like outstanding children. Although Nian Yan was only a first-grade student, by the time she reached the second grade, the title of 3 good students was basically guaranteed. Nian Yan was so worry-free, so she naturally didn't have to worry too much. Therefore, as the child grew up day by day, he, as the father, became more and more free. On this day, she sent Nian Yan to school as usual. When he was about to leave, he happened to meet Nian Yan's class teacher. The teacher pulled him aside and praised him, which almost made she burst out laughing. Ying, did you hear that? Every teacher is praising our Nian Yan. This child is really becoming more and more sensible. After parting with the teacher, she was still very proud of himself. Qin Ruing walked quickly in front, and he bragged about his daughter's excellence behind her. There was a detail here that was worth noting. In the past, she could only hang about 10 meters behind Qin Ruing. He didn't expect that after a few days he would be able to stick to Qin Ruing's 2 to 3 meters behind her. Qin Ruing's attitude towards him didn't seem to change much, but the distance between the two was constantly closing. Therefore, he successfully climbed onto Ying's bed. This became Qi's main goal at the moment. In order to achieve this goal as soon as possible, Qi worked hard. And the little sweetness that constantly emerged in the process of this struggle was really not worth mentioning to outsiders. Ying, you went to Dongzaimen yesterday. Hey, that's Pan Garden, you've been there too. Look, you've already walked around this ring, why don't I'll take you to the Summer Palace today, okay? That place used to be a royal garden, there are mountains and rivers and there's a lot of vegetation. It's much better than this reinforced concrete. Qin Ruing didn't speak the whole time. No matter how she tried to talk to her, she acted as if she didn't hear him. However, when she gave her directions, Qin Ruing reacted, so she didn't continue to walk down Chong'an Avenue. Qin Ruing stopped walking as if she was thinking about where she should go now. Seeing this, she suddenly thought of something and quickly added, "Oh yeah, I've taken Yan Yan there before, she really likes it there, so I guess you'll like it too." Hearing this, Qin Ruing turned around and looked at him. She seemed to be moved by Qi's suggestion, so for the first time ever she said, "Let's go." She was overjoyed. He quickly waved his hand to hail a taxi, then he helped Qin Ruing into the car. However, just as he was excitedly introducing Summer Palace to Qin Ruing, an ear-piercing ringtone suddenly rang. "Hey Ying, hold on, I need to take this call." She picked up the phone, but there was no number displayed on it. He hesitated for a moment, then considering that he usually didn't receive any harassing calls, the caller should be someone he knew, so he finally pressed the answer button. "Hello? Who is this?" "It's me. Second aunt." As soon as the call connected, Wang Chuanju's slightly anxious voice sounded from the other end of the phone. When she heard the sobbing tone in her voice, she immediately frowned and asked, "Auntie, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Qing was injured by someone. Those people might even take her life. "Second aunt, I beg you, please save Qing. Please remember the domain name of this book. .com. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 464. Something happened to Qing. The moment she heard this, even she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. His sister-in-law had only left home for a few days. How could something have happened to her? Xianxia was well aware of Qin Xueqing's abilities. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even if his sister-in-law met Jiang Yan, she could still barely last 2 or 3 moves against him. Although his sister-in-law was no match for Jiang Yan, if Jiang Yan really wanted to take her down, he would still have to put in a lot of effort. After all, Qin Xueqing was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. If she couldn't beat him, wouldn't she know how to run? Could it be that her bad temper was acting up again? Why did he end up in such a hopeless situation because he had to compete with others? Wang Chuanju had always been strong. Now that she was calling Qianxia, her voice sounded like she was about to cry. So even if Qianxia used his butt to think, he could tell that the situation might be serious. Even if the entire Wu Lian family was mobilized, they probably wouldn't be able to solve this problem in a short period of time. His sister-in-law was family after all. Qianxia naturally couldn't refuse. Thus he quickly replied, "Second aunt, don't worry. Send me the location. I'll rush over and see what's going on." Hehe. After hanging up, Wang Chuanju immediately sent the location of the town to Qianxia's phone. At this moment, Qianxia seemed to suddenly remember something. He quickly said to Qin Ruiying, "Ying, something happened to Qin Qing. I have to go and see." Qin Ruiying glanced at him indifferently. She didn't seem to know who Qin Qing was at all. Seeing her cold expression, Qianxia could only shake his head and sigh. What should he do? Bring Ying with him? She probably wouldn't agree at all. But if he left Ying here alone, Qianxia would feel a little uncomfortable. He wasn't really afraid that Ying would get lost, but he was afraid that she would feel lonely. In such a big city like Shangjing, she was unfamiliar with the people and the place. Where could she go by herself? Qianxia was a little hesitant. Qin Ruiying seemed to have suddenly understood his difficulties. She suddenly said, "You go, I'll go by myself." Just 7 words. This was the longest sentence that Qin Ruiying had said to Qianxia during this period of time. Hearing this, Qianxia couldn't help but smile. After he quickly signaled the driver to stop by the side, he quietly left a restriction on Qin Ruiying. At the same time, he didn't forget to remind her, "Ying, don't run around. I'll come back to find you as soon as I'm done here." Yin gets out of school at 4 o'clock. We'll pick her up together. You know that kid's temper. If she doesn't see you after school, she'll definitely be angry with me again. Qianxia leaned on the car door and kept muttering. When the driver was a little impatient, he reluctantly got up and waved goodbye to Qin Ruiying. "Oh right, Ying. I put a lot of cash in my bag. If you see anything you like, buy anything, don't save money. It's okay if you run out of cash. You have a payment app on your phone. There's money in it." The taxi gradually went away. Qianxia was still standing on the side of the road. He kept waving in the direction of the car. It was only a temporary separation, but he made it seem like a separation of life and death. This made the passers-by stunned. It wasn't until the car merged into the traffic and completely disappeared from his sight that Qianxia slowly retracted her arm and turned to walk into a side alley. At this time, Qin Ruiying, who had already left in the car, seemed to have just noticed the wallet that Qianxia deliberately put on the seat. She picked up the wallet and opened it. Good Lord, it was full of $100 bills. The wallet was stuffed to the brim. It was as if it was not filled with money at all, but with Qianxia's concern for her. "Girl, I can see that your husband is really good to you. It's rare to see a man as considerate as him these days. You two have children already, right? Uncle is experienced. Husband and wife quarrel at the head of the bed, but make up at the end. So I'll take the liberty of advising you. It's about time you give him a way out. This man, although loosening and tightening, can firmly tie his heart. You have to do it in moderation, right?" The driver was an old man. He had been secretly observing the two of them ever since they got on the car. According to his understanding, this must be a young couple having a conflict, so he smiled and put in a good word for Qianxia. Qin Ruiying sat in the back without saying anything, so the driver did not notice that a faint smile had already appeared on her lips. In the sky above the small town, after Cheng Hua detonated the Phoenix Perch charred tail box to knock down Qin Xueqing, he and Yiji discussed how to deal with this woman. Why don't we just kill her? Although he succeeded in seriously injuring Qin Xueqing, Cheng Hua actually did not feel good. After all, he took a solid hit from that palm, so Qin Xueqing's true essence kept wreaking havoc in his body. This true essence was extremely rich. Not only did it disrupt his breathing, but it also left some internal injuries in his body. It was a good thing that Qin Ruiying did not have a magic weapon. Otherwise, this palm would have directly hit his internal organs and caused him to be in pain. No, we haven't figured out the details of the Tianshu ruins yet. We can't kill her so rashly. Yiji reached out to stop Chunghua. After thinking for a while, he frowned and continued, "The commotion just now was too big and you're already injured. Since the inheritance of the Tianshu ruins is still there, then we should do things more safely. Now that the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, it's a big taboo for a military strategist. So let's take this woman and retreat first. Find a place to wait for you to recover first." Yiji's analysis was very reasonable. After hearing this, Chunghua thought for a while, then nodded and replied, "Okay, I'll listen to you. But where should we go now? Where should we go?" His voice fell. Not only was Yiji stunned, but even Chunghua, who said this, was stunned. Because the first, "Where should we go?" was said by him. But the second, "Where should we go?" was definitely not said by him. The two, "Where should we go?" sounded almost at the same time. Chunghua and Yiji were stunned for a full 2 or 3 seconds. Then they lowered their heads to look at the source of the sound. They saw a strange man suddenly appear in the ruins of the town. The man stood so casually beside Qin Xueqing, but Chunghua and Yiji did not know when he came. "Who are you?" Chunghua was shocked and subconsciously wanted to attack this man. But at this time, Yiji pulled him behind him, then directly took out his life source magic weapon, the Tianluo umbrella. Once the Tianluo umbrella was taken out, it was like a cloud suddenly shrouded the ruins. The sky instantly darkened. Yiji's expression was stern. Almost without any hesitation, he directly launched the fiercest attack on this man, and the first move was a killing move. Crown Cloud Shadow, hidden killing intent. The Tianluo umbrella expanded at the speed of the naked eye, then like a large net from top to bottom, directly enveloped the man. Seeing this, the man chuckled coldly. "Didn't the teacher teach you? Children are disobedient. You'll get beaten up. This is too much. Once I start writing my daily routine, I say I'm water. Then I'll have to trouble you big bosses. Next time you see someone leave a comment saying I'm only a cultivator and not a stay-at-home dad, help me explain properly. This is King Water. How am I going to write my daily routine? The above is all a joke. To be honest, I've greatly reduced the daily routine. Now I'm writing the main content. It's fine to say I'm water, but at least I'm writing with a purpose. In any case, it's more than 1,000,000 words. I can't just write a chapter over and over every day, right? But if I continue to cut it, then I really won't have a daily routine. After all, I can't have my cake and eat it too. This is all I can do. Please remember the domain name of this book. .com. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 465. This man who had appeared out of nowhere was obviously Qinshi. Wuxia was about 12,000 kilometers away from the United States. It would take about 20 hours to get there by civilian airliner. That sounded very far away. But with Qinshi's current level of cultivation, that distance was nothing. In his words, he could just walk out the door and take a turn to get there. The so-called true meaning of the word void included the concept of space. Therefore, it also made space jumping a method of travel that could be controlled by immortal cultivators. This was a qualitative change. It also marked that cultivators had officially stepped into the third stage from the second stage. And this third stage was understanding and using the laws of heaven and earth. Compared to Yiji, Chunghua's reaction was much slower. Qinshi had appeared right under their noses. Chunghua didn't understand the crux of the matter. Instead, he stared blankly at the person in front of him. "Chunghua, we can't stay here for long. I'll hold him back. You go and activate the cloud-piercing shuttle. Hurry." Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Yiji immediately used his best move. At the same time, he pushed Chunghua far away. At this time, Chunghua seemed to have just woken up. He finally understood that the cultivation of the person in front of him was definitely far above theirs. Otherwise, how could they not have known when this person had arrived? The heavenly Luo umbrella covered the ruins of the town. From afar, it looked like a black umbrella had been placed on a pile of building models. This was an 8th grade spirit artifact, the heavenly Luo umbrella. Although the grade of this magic weapon was 1 grade lower than that of Xianghua's Phoenix Perch Scorchtail box, its actual power was slightly stronger than that of the box. After all, it was a complete artifact. It wasn't a combined artifact like the Phoenix Perch Charred-tail box. Naturally, it was easier to use. Although the two of them usually bickered, the boat of friendship could capsize easily. When they were in real danger, Yiji didn't hesitate at all. He immediately shielded Changhua behind him and used all his strength to cover his retreat. This mysterious man in front of him was too scary. This was because Yiji couldn't sense any trace of true qi fluctuations from him. What did this mean? This meant that this person's cultivation level had reached perfection. He wasn't someone the two of them could deal with. And this was clearly the true danger hidden in the Tianshu ruins. At that moment, many thoughts flashed through Yiji's mind. He regretted not stopping Changhua. But as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Yiji felt a black shadow flash in front of him. And then, his buttocks were ruthlessly kicked by someone. Who told you to be disobedient? Who told you to be unscrupulous? Since your parents didn't educate you properly, Uncle will educate you on behalf of your parents today. He was a golden core cultivator, but now he was like a child who had made a big mistake and was being punished by his parents. Xianxia kicked Yiji far away. You. She was stunned. He endured the pain from his butt and looked down at the Tianluo umbrella. Then he pointed at Xianxia and exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost, "How did you escape?" Once the Tianluo umbrella was opened, nothing could escape. Right now, the heavenly Luo umbrella was perfectly fine above the ruins, but Xianxia suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. How could Yiji not be shocked? Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, yuanying, soul formation, dongshu. From golden core to dongshu, there were several big realms between. Therefore, in Xianxia's eyes, Changhua and Yiji were two naughty kids who hadn't even grown their hair yet. The two of them were not old, about 15 or 16 years old. Cultivators had the ability to slow down aging and retain their youth, but this was also based on a solid foundation of cultivation. Therefore, it was obvious that their background was not simple. In order to facilitate the interrogation later, Xianxia did not kill them directly. Instead, he used a more gentle way of physical punishment. But the young man was very proud. How could he be willing to endure such humiliation? When Xianxia kicked Yiji's but for the third time, Yiji could not help but explode. Damn it! You deserve to die. With a loud shout, Yiji, who had always been elegant and cautious, was now like a mad bull fiercely charging at Xianxia. Yiji's courage was commendable, but unfortunately, anger could not solve any problems. Seeing Yiji's expression of wanting to eat him alive, Xianxia could not help but laugh coldly. Yiji's speed, which he was so proud of, was as slow as a turtle in Xianxia's eyes. Therefore, when Yiji aggressively rushed in front of Xianxia, Xianxia did not care what move he used. He raised his hand and slapped him. Pop! With one slap, Yiji was slapped until the sky turned dark and he saw stars. Like a spinning top that was whipped, Yiji quickly spun a few rounds in the air before falling heavily. Kid, Uncle will give you a word of advice today. A young man who has achieved success should not be arrogant. You still have a long way to go. As he spoke, Xianxia looked back at Changhua, who had already flown far away. Naughty children had to be educated one by one. His sister-in-law was seriously injured, so Xianxia naturally would not let the two of them go so easily. Now that Yiji had fallen to the ground and could not get up, where could Changhua run to? Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but smile. He straightened his fingers and pointed his sword at Changhua. However, just as he was about to shoot out the sword light, Changhua suddenly let out a fierce howl. Immediately after, a strange-looking ship with a dragon head at the bow and a phoenix tail at the stern appeared out of thin air above the town. This time it was Xianxia's turn to be stunned. He did not put these two naughty children in his eyes at all, so after coming here he was too lazy to use his divine sense to carefully scan the surroundings. Who would have thought, how could there be such a strange ship hidden right under his nose? Xianxia. Xianxia was an essential item for cultivators to travel the starry sky. Due to its size and use, Xianxia had already surpassed the category of ordinary magic treasures. This item was extremely rare. On one hand, it required too many materials. On the other hand, it required at least the cultivation of the Dongshu stage to refine Xianxia. Just the latter point alone meant that Xianxia was destined to be precious. Xianxia knew what was good for him. Thus, the moment he saw the cloud-piercing shuttle appear, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He could not help but look at Yiji with an astonished expression and hurriedly asked, "You two are not from Earth?" Xianxia was somewhat bewildered, but Changhua was not idle. After climbing onto the cloud-piercing shuttle, Changhua directly slapped a spirit stone on the control panel. Then he turned the ship around and rushed towards Yiji. Yiji, let's go. Please remember the domain name of this book. .com. Wonderful Book House. Com. Chapter 466. It was no wonder that Xianxia would be surprised. After all, this was a Xianxia. This item was a must-have item for cultivators when traveling or killing people. Based on Earth's current situation, it was obviously impossible to produce such a high-end item like Xianxia. Could it be an antique left behind from the ancient times? Xianxia carefully observed the Xianxia in front of him and realized that its condition was extremely good. From the outside there was almost no wear and tear. If he were to use the jargon of the second-hand car market to describe it, then this Xianxia was obviously a new car. It was impossible for it to be an antique that had been buried in the soil for tens of thousands of years. After eliminating this possibility, the problem was naturally simple. This Xianxia in front of him, either it came from Tiandu or it came from the distant outer space. The former was almost impossible because Tiandu had already been destroyed by Xianxia. Yuan Tianzuan and his family were still watching the stars on Saturn's ring. Thus, there was only one last possibility left. However, in that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. Taking advantage of Xianxia's momentary daze, Changhua drove the cloud-piercing shuttle and directly caught Yiji from below. Then they flew into the distance like a wisp of smoke. This set of actions could be said to be like moving clouds and flowing water. The overall coordination could be said to be flawless. Just like that, the two of them put on an extremely gorgeous performance of running for their lives right under Xianxia's nose. The moment Yiji boarded the ship, the cloud-piercing shuttle's speed was instantly pushed to the limit by Changhua. If it wasn't for the fact that the mid-grade spirit stone couldn't support the cloud-piercing shuttle's space jump, Changhua would probably have escaped to the moon by now. When the cloud-piercing shuttle rushed out of the stratosphere, the two of them instantly widened their field of vision. Only then did Changhua look at Yiji silently with a look of lingering fear. Perhaps it was because they were lucky enough to escape death, but now the two of them seemed to be in a somewhat depressed mood. Neither of them had the intention to speak. The two of them stared at each other in silence. After a long while, Yiji felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he couldn't help but break the silence. The two of us are lucky to be able to escape this time. Yiji's tone was filled with relief. When Changhua heard this, he was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. His hands gripped the rudder tightly and he remained silent. Even though he wasn't the one getting beaten up. However, the image of Xianxia toying with Yiji was still like a nightmare that lingered in his heart and did not subside for a long time. That man was really too scary. He could actually pinch Yiji in his hand and play with him as he pleased. From this, it could be seen how high this person's cultivation was. This matter had completely exceeded the scope of Chenghua's imagination, so much so that he didn't even dare to think about it any further. After all, young people had always been impulsive. Usually they would only realize fear after killing someone. Changhua was in such a situation now. When he thought about his rash actions, Changhua felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He only felt a chill run down his spine. He blamed himself for his ignorance and recklessness. When Yiji saw this, he didn't reprimand him. Instead, he pretended to be relaxed and comforted him. "Haven't we already escaped? What are you still afraid of? Don't worry, I still have a high-grade spirit stone here. Even if that person wants to chase us, he definitely won't be able to catch up to us." As he spoke, Yiji took out the high-grade spirit stone that he had kept for a long time. He raised the spirit stone, indicating that Changhua didn't need to worry. However, at this moment, an extremely abrupt voice suddenly rang out from the cloud-piercing shuttle. "Is that so?" The moment he heard this voice, the smile on Yiji's face froze. He turned his head stiffly. Following the direction of the voice, he saw the weird uncle, who always hit people's buttocks. At this moment, wasn't he standing proudly at the stern of the shuttle with a faint smile on his face? You what? Call me uncle." Xianxia rudely interrupted Yiji's words. However, he didn't give Yiji a chance to speak again. With a light wave of his sleeve, he directly pressed the two youths who were about to fight onto the deck of the shuttle. "That's enough, stop struggling. The two of you have been captured by me." Xianxia's appearance also officially announced that the two youths' escape plan had failed. Then the cloud-piercing shuttle turned around and headed back to Earth. Unlike when they first arrived, the two youths on the shuttle were now like two roosters who had lost a fight. They lowered their heads and obediently knelt in front of Xianxia. Looking at how defeated they were now, they probably wouldn't be able to be proud in the future. Xinyuan Chenghua Dongfang Yiji, right? After a series of torture with spanking as the main punishment, Xianxia successfully got the names of the two youths. Both of them had two surnames. One was Xinyuan and the other was Dongfang. Sounded like it had a special charm. Okay, now that I know your names, tell me more about the Supreme Palace enclosure. Xianxia used to be so focused on returning to Earth that he didn't notice at all. There was a place called the Supreme Palace enclosure at the edge of the solar system. Therefore, when Xianxia heard this name from Yiji, his interest was instantly piqued. Supreme Palace enclosure? What kind of place was that? Since the Supreme Palace enclosure was at the edge of the solar system, why didn't other cultivators come to Earth before? Xianxia was a little confused. Therefore, he pondered this question while waiting for the two to answer. However, what he didn't expect was, after hearing his question, Chenghua and Yiji immediately looked at each other. Neither of them had any intention of answering. I'm asking you a question. Seeing this, Xianxia didn't hold back. He lifted his leg and gave both of them a kick in the buttocks. One look and one could tell that the two of them were very proud people. People with such personalities were usually amenable to coaxing but not coercion. But regrettably, they just had to meet Xianxia today. What kind of personality did Xianxia have? What a coincidence. It just so happened that he was also amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Xianxia didn't waste any time talking nonsense with them. Not going to speak, right? Then I'll kick you until you speak. Bang. 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 Muffled sounds could be heard from the cloud-piercing shuttle. Xianxia kicked them one after another. Luckily, their cultivation levels weren't low. Otherwise, their flesh would have been torn apart by Xianxia's kicks. Of course, to these two unlucky kids, being beaten up was a small matter. Being humiliated was a big deal. The two of them had never been humiliated like this since they were young. Therefore, after being kicked by Xianxia more than 10 times, Chenghua finally stopped cowering like a quail. He straightened his neck and shouted angrily, "Don't blame me for not warning you. I Xinyuan Chenghua swear right here and now. If you kick my buttocks one more time, I will definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces." Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He laughed as he walked in front of Chenghua. He reached out and patted Chenghua's cheek. Then he asked jokingly, "Are you angry?" Chenghua didn't say anything. He wanted to spit at Xianxia, but he was trapped by Xianxia's true yuan. Other than answering the question honestly, he couldn't do anything else. "If you're angry, then hit me. You even swore that you would cut me into 1,000 pieces. Ah, little guy, are you a clown sent by the monkeys?" At this moment, Xianxia no longer had the demeanor of an expert. He laughed proudly and his words were full of ridicule and mockery. When had Chenghua ever been humiliated like this? As a result, this young man who had always wanted to compete with the saints of the all heavens, broke down on the spot. The rims of his eyes turned red and in front of Xianxia and Yiji, tears silently fell from his eyes. Chapter 467. You're crying. Seeing Chenghua suddenly cry, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The psychological quality of young people these days was really bad. That's enough. What's a man like you crying for? Someone like you still dares to go around and do evil? It would have been better if Xianxia hadn't said that. Now that he did, Chenghua's tears were like floodwaters that had been opened. He couldn't stop them. While Chenghua was crying like a girl, Yixi's eyes were darting around non-stop. He saw that Xianxia didn't seem to have any intention of harming their lives, so he mustered up his courage and begged for mercy. "Sir, we know our mistakes. Sir, please be magnanimous. Can you let us go today? I promise. We definitely won't barge into the Tianshu ruins again." Tianshu ruins? Xianxia softly repeated this name. Then he flicked his sleeves and turned to walk to the helm of the ship. "You've caused such a huge mess and you still want to leave? I can ignore the grudges between you and the United States, but do you know who the woman you injured is?" Hearing this, Yixi's heart skipped a beat. Then he asked anxiously, "Who?" "She's my sister-in-law." After saying that, Xianxia didn't give Yixi a chance to explain. He directly used his inner energy to lift the two of them off the cloud-piercing shuttle. The cloud-piercing shuttle had already returned to the ruins of the small town. When Xianxia had arrived, he had already helped Qin Xueqing suppress her injuries. So, in the time it took for them to return, Qin Xueqing had already shakily stood up from the ground. It had to be said that her sister-in-law's current appearance was quite pitiful. What she was wearing was just the most common training suit. It was neither a defensive magical equipment nor a high-tech cloth that could not be torn or broken. Therefore, after being bombarded by Cheng Hua at such close range, Qin Xueqing's training clothes were only left with a few rags. Blood continuously gushed out from the hideous wound. The dark red blood splattered on her snow-white skin, like plum blossoms blooming at the peak of a snowy mountain. Fortunately, the phoenix perch scorched tail box had exploded behind her, leaving her with a few pieces of cloth to cover up her embarrassment. But even so, his sister-in-law had exposed herself today. As for whether or not Qin had peeked at him when she came, only the heavens would know. Do you have any healing elixirs? Give it to me. Qin didn't stand on ceremony with these two brats. Although he told them to take it themselves, in reality he directly took out a summer mustard pouch from each of them. Seeing this, Yi couldn't help but open his mouth, intending to take the initiative to take medicine for Qin in exchange for better treatment as a captive. Who would have thought? Before he could open his mouth, Qin casually tore open his summer mustard pouch as if it were a plastic bag, tore it open. After seeing this scene, not only Yi but even Cheng Hua, who had tears in the corner of his eyes, couldn't help but open his eyes wide. It must be known that the Sumeru mustard pouch was a magical equipment that could only be used after the owner had dripped a drop of blood on it. If the owner of the magical equipment didn't do it himself, then the bloodline imprint on it had to be erased through refining before the Sumeru mustard pouch could be successfully opened. But now, Qin opened their Sumeru mustard pouches so easily in front of them, then lowered his head and started rummaging through them. You. This time Yi was really frightened. After stuttering you 3 times in a row, he still couldn't squeeze out a complete sentence. You what? Call me uncle. Qin glared at him, then ignored these 2 unlucky brats. After taking out a faintly glowing elixir from the Sumeru mustard pouch, he walked straight to Qin Xueqing. Qin Xueqing was resting by a broken pillar at this moment. Seeing Qin walking over with the elixir, she didn't stand on ceremony and swallowed it in one gulp. Needless to say, these 2 brats really had a lot of good stuff on them. The quality of this elixir was pretty good, probably almost a third of the medicinal properties of the Adumbra flower. Therefore, after Qin Wanqing took it, her originally pale face immediately became rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you. Oh, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've learned to be polite. Qin replied with a smile. After carefully observing her condition, he immediately felt relieved. Her condition was still pretty good. After all, his sister-in-law was at the golden core stage. As long as her golden core wasn't broken, her physical injuries would naturally heal after a period of time. Qin started to help his sister-in-law recover, while Cheng Hua and Yi still hadn't recovered from their shock. My father said that only important people who have comprehended the true meaning of the word void can casually tear open the Sumeru mustard pouch. You're actually a paragon? Because they were too shocked, even the usually steady Yi couldn't help but raise his voice when he said this. It sounded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It was only now that the 2 of them finally realized. The man in front of them, who didn't have the slightest demeanor of an expert, was actually a paragon with unparalleled cultivation? A paragon from the Tianshu ruins? Was there a mistake? The 2 of them were completely shocked by this sudden conclusion. Thinking about how he had just made a heart demon oath to kill a paragon, Cheng Hua couldn't help but tear up again. A newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger. That was because the calf didn't know how scary a tiger was. Once it realized how scary a tiger was, how could it not be afraid? Looking at the mysterious man in front of him, then looking at the woman who was covered in wounds, a sense of despair instantly spread rapidly in Yi's heart. It's over, this time it's really all because of you. Back to the Aote Nebula. Just as Cheng Hua and Yi were captured by Qin, a gigantic Xianxia arrived at the place where the 2 of them had been before. Compared to Cheng Hua's Xianxia, the Xianxia in front of them was like a cruiser. There were many people standing on the ship. As soon as the Xianxia stopped, a man who was obviously the leader turned around and walked into the cabin. Second madam, we're here. There was a very beautiful woman sitting in the cabin. She was about 30 or 40 years old, but she didn't look old at all. Furthermore, the unique charm of a mature woman gave her an indescribable and strange charm. The man didn't seem to dare to look at the woman. As soon as he entered the cabin, he quickly lowered his head and silently waited for the woman to speak. However, the woman didn't say anything. She got up and walked to the window. After looking through the window at the densely packed meteorites outside, she suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask softly, "This is the place where Hua was last seen?" "Second, madam, yes." Hearing this, the woman fell silent. After a long time, her voice slowly sounded in the cabin. "Silly child. Do you think you can prove that you're stronger than your brother by risking your life like this? Silly, you're really too silly." After hearing the woman's muttering, the man hesitated for a moment before carefully asking in a low voice, "Second, madam, why don't I send 2 men of sacrifice in to check it out?" "Go in." The woman seemed to have heard a joke. After chuckling, she waved her hand with a tired face and then muttered in a low voice, "No need. Since the Tianshu ruins is known as the Heavenly Venerable Forbidden Area, even if you send 2 Heavenly Venerables in, you'll just lose 2 lives in vain." "Silly child, it's fine if you don't cherish your own life. As the head of the guards in the family, don't you understand this principle? This subordinate knows his mistake." "Right, I'm tired. Let's go back." "Yes." The man quickly walked out of the cabin. At this moment, the woman changed her face like a master of Sichuan opera. Her originally gentle and calm expression suddenly became extremely gloomy and fierce. She glanced coldly outside the window and muttered in a low voice with a gloomy face, Don't worry. If something happens to you, Mother will definitely bury the entire Xianyuan family with you." Chapter 468. After Qin Xueqing recovered a little, Qin was ready to depart with the 2 unlucky kids. However, just as they were about to leave, there was a small episode. The Americans, who didn't even see a shadow during the fight, saw that Qin had settled everything and was ready to leave. They eagerly sent a messenger to negotiate with him. The United States hoped that Qin could hand over Changhua and Yiji to them. In exchange, the United States were willing to provide Wuxia with some cutting-edge exoskeleton armor technology. After witnessing the power of the X-Class, how much did the United States want Changhua and Yiji? They were eager to dissect and study these 2 X-Class soldiers of unknown origin. They were even willing to give up years of research results in exchange. The United States had always been used to taking whatever they wanted. They only treated the world as their backyard. This time they actually offered enough sincerity in exchange. How could Wuxia not be tempted? After all, in terms of cutting-edge technology research and development, Wuxia and the United States were at least 20 years apart. After hearing the instructions from the top, the Wu Lian executives nodded and agreed. But what no one expected was, after the order was passed to Qin Xueqing, Qin only used one word to send the messenger away. F***ck off. Qin attitude was very bad. After the messenger heard this, he was as obedient as a grandson. He didn't even say a word and left on the spot. This kind of behavior really fit the old saying, "These days whoever has the biggest fist has the final say." Without the nuclear bomb as a trump card, the United States couldn't even deal with Changhua and Yiji. How would they dare to provoke Qin, who easily captured the 2 brats? Therefore, the thousands of American soldiers could only wait obediently at the side and watch as Qin and the others swaggered onto the cloud-piercing shuttle. Fuck. Chink. God. Damn it. In the battle command center, the colonel in charge of this battle was crazily smashing things. No wonder he was so angry. After all, not only did the target fly away, but the colonel also lost a complete rapid reaction force, causing him to become a commander without an army. No one would be able to swallow such an unlucky thing. However, other than screaming hysterically, what else could he do? Thinking of this, the colonel couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. And the appearance of the mysterious man was deeply imprinted in his heart. With Qin's massive energy as the driving force, the cloud-piercing shuttle finally showed Changhua and Yiji its true speed. In the blink of an eye, the cloud-piercing shuttle brought them back to Shangjing City. Ever since the 2 unlucky brats found out that Qin was at least a supreme martial artist, they behaved extremely obediently. They didn't make a fuss and just quietly knelt on the deck with their heads lowered. Needless to say, this submissive and sorrowful appearance really won the 2 of them the generous treatment of captives. Qin couldn't be bothered to deal with them personally. After temporarily sealing their cultivation, he directly handed them over to Qin Xueqing. Since the injuries on Qin Xueqing's body were caused by the two of them, whether he wanted to kill or torture them, he had to listen to the opinions of the victims first, right? She originally thought that with his sister-in-law's temper, she would kill the two of them on the spot to vent her anger. Who would have thought? After Qin Xueqing seriously considered it, she said with a serious face, "My martial cultivation has already reached a bottleneck. Right now, I need to continuously train myself through actual combat in order to successfully break through. Both of their cultivations are pretty good. They're very suitable for practice." After hearing this, Chonghua and Yiji couldn't help but raise their heads and look at each other. Then a trace of despair flashed across their eyes. Was she going to use them as human punching bags? It's over. Their future days would probably be worse than death. Qin Xueqing was injured and still needed to rest for a period of time to fully recover. Hence, She brought her back to the courtyard and instructed her not to run around before turning to leave. It was now 2:30 in the afternoon. There was still an hour and a half before Nianyan's school ended. It was rare that Qin Ruiying was in the mood today. She originally wanted to accompany Yingying to walk around Summer Palace and cultivate their relationship so that he could climb into her bed as soon as possible. In the end, he was delayed by the two brats. Wasn't it already too late? She was very depressed. After finding Qin Ruiying through the road sign that he left on her body, he directly rushed towards Qin Ruiying's direction. Qin Ruiying did indeed go to Summer Palace. But when Shi arrived, she had already left the park and was alone in a taxi. Where is Yingying going? Didn't we agree to wait for me to come back to find her? Logically speaking, Qin Ruiying would not run around. But she stood her up first, so even if Qin Ruiying was angry and ran around, it would still make sense. Now that Qin Ruiying had already gotten into the car, it was obviously inappropriate for Shi to appear to look for her. Thus, Shi could only follow behind the taxi, wanting to see where Yingying was going. After getting into the car, Qin Ruiying sat in the back without saying a word. She quietly looked at the traffic outside the window. She secretly flew not far from the taxi, silently looking at the beautiful face that he yearned for day and night. The car continued to move forward in the rolling traffic, but the hustle and bustle of Shangjing City had nothing to do with them. Finally, the car stopped. She looked up and realized that Yingying had actually returned to the capital high school. At this moment, there was still half an hour before Nianyan's school day. After Qin Ruiying got out of the car, she quietly stood by the side of the road, waiting patiently like many other parents. Yingying is going to pick up Nianyan from school. After seeing this scene, she could not help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. He really did not expect. Even if she had lost her memory, even if she did not have his company, Yingying actually knew to pick up Nianyan from school on time. Thinking of this, she could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart. He hurriedly deactivated his breath control technique and then pretended to be a normal person. After panicking, he appeared from the corner of the street and ran straight to Qin Ruiying's side. "Yingying, I couldn't accompany you to Summer Palace today, I'm sorry." She smiled and explained. Hearing this, Qin Ruiying silently looked at him, then turned to look at the school building in the distance. Not sure if it was an illusion or not. At that moment, she seemed to have seen Qin Ruiying lightly nod her head. She seemed to have heard his apology. Chapter 469. Between heaven and earth, life is like a white steed passing by a crack suddenly. After this matter, Shi and his family's life gradually returned to normal. The long river of time hurriedly passed by. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year. Today was February 3rd. The day before New Year's Eve. Although it was not yet a legal holiday at this time, most of the migrant workers had already returned home. Without the support of the people at the bottom, the big Shangjing suddenly became deserted. There weren't many people in the first place, but today it was raining and snowing. As the cold wind blew, it gave the capital of the country a bleak feeling. Why was the new year feeling more and more faint? In recent years, housing prices had skyrocketed, so many people had to bear a huge mortgage because of this. People like Shi, who stood at the top of the pyramid and did not need to worry about their lives, were a minority. The general public still had to worry about their livelihood every day. Life was not easy. Even during the New Year holidays, most people hoped to be able to work overtime to earn a sum of money. After all, the New Year overtime pay was high, right? Under such great pressure, how could people show the usual heartfelt smile on their faces? Hohai ice rink was deserted and the bars on the street were basically closed. In the past they looked forward to the new year. Now they were enduring the new year. Xianxia did not want the little girl to suddenly feel that the new year was the most boring time of the year when she thought about it many years later. Therefore he used the new year shopping and buying new clothes as an excuse to invite Xianxia to go shopping together. Through careful observation during this time, Xianxia had already figured out Yingying's current style of doing things. She did not care about anything but she cared about the little girl. Therefore, as long as Xianxia used the little girl as an excuse and let the little girl act like a spoiled child on the side to assist him, there was a great possibility that he could persuade Xianxia to go shopping with him. Although there were not many people on the street, there was a sea of people in the shopping mall. Nian hadn't been as happy as she was today since she started going to primary school. Although the little fellow's IQ was constantly improving, she was still young after all. So when she saw the children's air cushion toys in the middle of the mall, the little fellow couldn't wait to pull Xianxia and run over there. Although Nian was now the class leader and was incomparably awe-inspiring in class, she was still like an ordinary child in this inflatable castle. Even a simple inflatable slide could be played back and forth several times. The vigorous exercise soon made the little guy sweat profusely. She seemed to be very excited and a bright smile hung on her rosy cheeks. Xianxia smiled and called her to his side. After handing her a bottle of mineral water, the little thing hugged the bottle and gulped it down. Drink slowly. Be careful not to choke. While talking, Xianxia stretched out his hand to tidy up the scattered hair on the forehead for the little fellow. The little fellow lay on the edge of the air cushion bed. After rolling her eyes, she set her eyes on Xianxia. Xianxia stood not far away. Obviously she was in the downtown area, but she gave people a sense of detachment. To put it bluntly, she was absent-minded. The little fellow was now mischievous. When she saw her mother's idle look, she immediately pouted and said to Xianxia, "Dad, I don't want to play. It's not fun." "Then what do you want to play? How about Dad take you downstairs to eat?" "No. I want to watch a movie." "Okay, then let's discuss it with Mom." The father and daughter looked at each other. After blinking their eyes, a knowing smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Then Xianxia carried the little fellow out of the air cushion bed, and then came to Xianxia's side. He asked in a negotiating tone, "Nian said she wants to watch a movie. How about we take her to see it?" After Xianxia's voice fell before Xianxia could reply, the little fellow had already pulled on her sleeve and began to act coquettishly. "Mom, I want to watch a movie. Take me to see it, okay?" Hearing this, Xianxia looked down at her, and then looked up at Xianxia as if to confirm which one of them wanted to watch a movie. Perhaps the little fellow's coquettishness worked. Xianxia didn't think for long. She nodded gently and responded, "And let's go. Mom is so nice." The little fellow happily rubbed her head against her hand a few times. Then she secretly turned her head and stuck out her little tongue at Xianxia. Looking at this posture, this little fellow seemed to be asking for credit from Xianxia. Xianxia took out his phone to look at the recent movies. He found that only White Snake Origins was suitable for a family to watch, so he decisively booked 3 tickets. Before the new year, everyone was busy going home to celebrate the new year. In addition, the New Year's movies were squeezed to be released on the first day of the new year. Therefore, in this huge theater there were only 2 or 3 audiences sparsely seated. After Xianxia's family sat down, the little fellow held the popcorn and excitedly twisted it. The last time she watched a movie was last year during the new year, so she couldn't help but be a little excited. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the theater. Otherwise, wouldn't this little fellow disturb the other audiences? Then the movie began. Although the little fellow didn't quite understand the plot, the exquisite scenes still left a deep impression on her. The red leaves of Snake Catcher Village were like fire, and the scenery was picturesque. Yongzhou City was brightly lit and full of colorful lights. The moment the white snake revealed its true form, the little fellow couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Although the story was still the same old story, after the movie ended, Xianxia didn't immediately get up and leave with his wife and daughter. Instead, he sat in his seat and silently reflected on it. He didn't expect that a random movie would coincidentally hit the soft spot in his heart. The movie might not be very good, but it happened to reflect the viewer's heart. The mountains and rivers are easy to shake. This feeling is like a chisel. 1,000 years in a glance, the love of the previous life. In particular, the sentence, "Thank you, husband," at the end of the Easter egg unintentionally and deeply touched Xianxia. That's right, for real lovers. A mere 500 years. What was the big deal? No matter where he is in the world, no matter what he looks like, no matter whether he remembers me or not, I have to find him because I remember. This sentence was what Xianxia wanted to say the most. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Qin Ruoying next to him. Wasn't the face that had haunted his dreams right in front of him right now? He didn't know why. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly reached out for Qin Ruoying's hand as if at the behest of gods and demons. It was warm and moist. Xianxia was stunned. Because he just realized, Ying didn't want to dodge? Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little surprised, so he subconsciously squeezed her soft and boneless hand, as if he wanted to make sure that he wasn't dreaming. There was no doubt that his behavior obviously annoyed Qin Ruoying on the spot. She snorted coldly and immediately stood up from her seat. Then she carried the confused little fellow and quickly left. "Hey Ying, wait for me." Xianxia didn't have enough fun and Qin Ruoying turned hostile. Xianxia had no choice but to put on a bitter face and began to think about how to absolve himself of his rogue behavior. Chapter 470. By the time Xianxia and his family returned home, the originally gray sky was already covered with a layer of darkness. Looking at the situation, it was estimated that the sky would be completely dark before 5 o'clock. The taxi stopped at the entrance of Dongming Alley. As soon as she got out of the car, the little girl couldn't wait to carry her bag and then ran into the alley like a wisp of smoke. She was in a hurry to go home and change into new clothes. "Yin, run slower. Be careful not to fall." Xianxia smiled and reminded her, then went to the back door. With one hand holding the door, he pretended to be a gentleman and bowed to make a please gesture. Seeing this, Qin Ruoying acted as if she didn't see him. After getting out of the car from the back, she slightly raised her delicate chin and walked into the alley with a cold face. Needless to say, Ying must still be angry with him at this moment. Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he hung all the bags of New Year's goods on his body and walked into the alley alone. However, the moment he stepped into the alley, the little girl's clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the alley. "Uncle, who are you looking for?" The little girl blinked her eyes and looked at the uncle in front of her who seemed to be familiar. After looking up and down, she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. "Ha, Uncle specially came today to give you a New Year's greeting." "What? We haven't seen each other for only a few months and you don't recognize your uncle?" She was not a peeping Tom, so naturally, it was impossible for him to use his divine sense to observe the surrounding movements at all times. So when he heard the little girl's voice, he released his divine sense to observe carefully. The visitor who was called uncle by the little girl. It was actually Jiang Yan, who hadn't shown up for a long time. Like Xianxia, Jiang Yan was also carrying bags of various sizes. However, the bags in his hands were not as exquisite as the ones in Xianxia's hands. However, it was also these seemingly ordinary woven bags that faintly emitted an indescribable and peculiar fragrance. The little guy smelled the fragrance in the bag, so he couldn't help but poke his head in, as if he wanted to know what was inside. "Yin, look, Uncle brought you a lot of good things today." As he spoke, Jiang Yan bent over and opened the bag. He took out a luminous pearl the size of an adult's fist and handed it to the little guy. "Wow. So beautiful." This luminous pearl was slightly different from ordinary luminous pearls. Its light was not the common blue and green, but an extremely rare milky white. The little guy held the night luminescent pearl in front of his eyes. After looking at it carefully as if he had found a treasure, he ran excitedly to Qin Ruoying's side and held the night luminescent pearl up high as if he was presenting a treasure. "Mom, look, it's a night luminescent pearl." The little fellow loved this luminous pearl so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. Seeing this, Qin Ruoying looked at Jiang Yan cautiously. She didn't know Jiang Yan. However, her instincts told her, the person in front of her was not a good person. Therefore, Qin Ruoying took a step forward without leaving a trace and shielded the little fellow behind her. How smart was Jiang Yan? After seeing Qin Ruoying's vigilant action, he immediately smiled and took a few steps back, indicating that he definitely didn't have any ill intentions. You wouldn't know if you didn't compare, but you would be shocked once you compared. Qin Ruoying's attitude towards Xianxia was already bad enough, right? However, to a stranger like Jiang Yan it was even worse. She didn't even bother to look at Jiang Yan. She hugged the little guy and walked into the courtyard. Luckily, just as Jiang Yan was feeling awkward, the person in question appeared. Oh, where's the rare guest? Just like a cook who had just returned home from grocery shopping, Xianxia glanced at the woven bag beside Jiang Yan and said to Jiang Yan casually, "What's the matter? Let's talk inside." Just like neighbors greeting each other, Xianxia casually greeted Jiang Yan and turned to enter the house. He didn't stand on ceremony at all. However, Jiang Yan felt uncomfortable. They hadn't seen each other for half a year, but this old man acted as if he didn't know Xianxia. Jiang Yan timidly wanted to follow him, but just as he took a step, he suddenly retracted his leg as if he had been electrocuted. Xianxia noticed that something was wrong with him, so he turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing this, Jiang Yan quickly squeezed out a smile and said with a forced smile, "Nothing, I just came to give you a New Year's greeting. Looking at your wife, she seems to have just woken up? If that's the case, I won't disturb you. These are all gifts I brought from Daiyu Island. They're just some cheap local specialties. I hope you can accept them as a token of my sincerity. I wish you a happy new year in advance." Xianxia and Jiang Yan were considered acquaintances, so he always felt that Jiang Yan's behavior today was a little strange. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was strange, but he vaguely felt that Jiang Yan seemed to be a little afraid of him. "Okay, I'll accept these things. If you don't come in and have a seat, then I won't keep you. Go ahead and do your thing." Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony with him. After waving his hand and sending all the local specialties brought by Jiang Yan to the courtyard with his true essence, he turned around and walked into the courtyard. Xianxia entered the house. After the door was gently closed, a strange expression suddenly appeared on Jiang Yan's face. Jiang Yan looked deeply at the door in front of him as if there was still a lingering fear in his heart. After that, he quickly walked out of the alley without batting an eyelid. It was the same as last time. After Jiang Yan walked out of the main street, Jiang Jingqing's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. However, it was different from last time. This time, before Jiang Jingqing could speak, Jiang Yan grabbed his arm and dragged him forward quickly. "What's wrong?" Jiang Jingqing was a little confused. Just as he was about to ask, Jiang Yan growled and stopped him. "Shut up, let's go." After saying that, Jiang Yan waved his sleeves and directly pulled Jiang Jingqing away from Shang Jing as fast as he could. Jiang Yan dragged Jiang Jingqing along for half an hour before finally coming to a stop. After that, Jiang Yan said to Jiang Jingqing in a very serious tone, "I saw him." "Oh. What's the situation with him now?" "If it weren't for the news from the United States, I'm afraid we wouldn't even know that he's back." At this point, Jiang Jingqing seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but mutter in confusion. The news from Celestial Capital said that he fought with the 3 Celestial Venerables on Dragon Head Peak. Although he was severely injured, he was lucky enough to escape. Logically speaking, it's easier to go to heaven than to go to hell. If he didn't obtain the soul mirror, why would he suddenly return to Earth? The 9 Serenities information was passed down from Celestial Capital, so they were very clear about the situation when Xianxia and Yuhuan Tianzuan first fought. While Jiang Yan induced Xianxia to become enemies with Celestial Capital, he also led people to intercept and kill Wuxia. Wasn't his goal to incite a war between Xianxia and Celestial Capital? He had achieved his goal. But what Jiang Yan didn't expect, even in his dreams, what happened next was completely beyond the scope of his imagination. When Xianxia fought with Yuhuan Tianzuan for the second time, not only did he capture the 10 Celestial Venerables in one fell swoop, but he also took the entire Great World with him. The once glorious Celestial Capital. Wasn't it just like a pile of mud that had been casually thrown into Saturn's ring? The 9 Serenities had no way of knowing all of this. However, although Jiang Yan didn't know what happened after that, the moment he saw Xianxia again, he already knew Mr. Qin was no longer an existence that the 9 Serenities could afford to provoke. Perhaps this was just his intuition. But Jiang Yan was willing to trust his intuition for once. Therefore, he didn't care what Jiang Jingqing was muttering and directly ordered in an irrefutable tone. "In the name of the leader of the 9 Serenities, pass down this order. As long as Mr. Qin is still in Wuxia, all members of the 9 Serenities are prohibited from setting foot on Wuxia. If there are any violators, kill without mercy." Chapter 471. As for Jiang Yan's visit, Xianxia didn't take it to heart. Although he still had some doubts about Jiang Yan's performance today, if he were to secretly follow him and find out what Jiang Yan was up to through tracking, monitoring, eavesdropping and other means, Wouldn't that be giving Jiang Yan too much credit? Xianxia wasn't that bored. After all, no matter how shrewd Jiang Yan was. For the current Xianxia, Jiang Yan was just an ant that needed a little effort to crush. No matter how strong an ant was, it was still an ant. The difference between a high-level cultivator and a middle-level cultivator was vividly displayed here. The two couldn't be described in the same sentence. If it were to be described in the words of a scientist, then Xianxia and Jiang Yan were obviously not living in the same dimension. The essence of cultivation was evolution. Through continuous cultivation, even the weakest mortal might have a day where he could grasp the sun, moon, and stars. Back to Xianxia's side. When he returned to the courtyard with big and small bags, an extremely strong true essence fluctuation suddenly came from the courtyard. Xianxia looked up. Wasn't it his sister-in-law who was driving Xianxia back? Qin Xueqing's injuries had already healed. Following her recovery, Changhua and Yizhi also ushered in the darkest period of their lives. His sister-in-law was very stubborn. She clearly had a perfect cultivation method, but she just didn't use it. Instead, she only cared about exploring and studying it every day, hoping to use her own strength to open up a path of martial arts that belonged to her. This was a brand new path. At the same time, it was also a bumpy road full of thorns. Therefore, Qin Xueqing, in addition to constantly cultivating and accumulating true essence every day, also needed to test the results of her cultivation through a lot of actual combat. As for the actual combat opponents, weren't they the two brats who had been down on their luck for 8 lifetimes? The four-way courtyard couldn't be used, so the sister-in-law would take the two brats out on a Xianxia every day. Once they arrived at a remote and inaccessible place, she would have a good spar with them. Of course, rather than calling it a spar, it would be more accurate to call it a one-sided trampling. It should be known that Changhua and Yizhi's summer mustard seed bags had already been confiscated by Xianxia. Without the help of their magic treasures, how could the two of them be a match for Qin Xueqing by relying only on the 5 elements magic and some superficial martial arts? Xianxia was a little worried before. He was afraid that his sister-in-law would be held hostage by the two of them, so he secretly followed them to observe. Who would have thought? The moment the sister-in-law came up, she started a series of smooth close-range combat, beating the two of them on the spot until they cried for their parents. It wasn't that Changhua and Yizhi hadn't planned to escape. But once they thought about the fact that behind Qin Xueqing stood a supreme martial artist like Xianxia, the two of them suddenly felt that their legs couldn't exert any strength. They couldn't beat her and they couldn't run. What else could they do? They could only be beaten up every day. Fortunately, the two of them were young, strong, and had good foundations. Otherwise, wouldn't they have been torn apart by Qin Xueqing? The cloud-piercing shuttle stopped right above the courtyard. For this reason, Xianxia had specially set up a large-scale concealment array. After getting off the shuttle, Qin Xueqing went straight to the east wing. After that, Changhua and Yizhi were like seriously ill patients. After helping each other off the shuttle, the two of them obediently walked to the rear wing. The main entrance of the courtyard was one gate, and the Chuihua gate was the second gate. As captives, the two of them naturally didn't have the right to step into the Chuihua gate. Now that they were able to stay in the rear wing, it was already considered a favor from Xianxia. Hey, the two of you, come over here for a moment. Xianxia was sorting through the packages in the courtyard. When he saw Changhua and Yizhi return, he immediately called out to them. Changhua had just been beaten up, so he was naturally in a bad mood. Thus he pretended not to hear him and walked to the rear wing. Seeing this, Yizhi grabbed Changhua and quickly squeezed out a smile. He turned around and replied, "Mr. Qin, what can I do for you?" After spending some time together, Yizhi had a better understanding of Xianxia's temperament. It was different from what he had imagined. Xianxia usually didn't put on any airs. If he hadn't seen Xianxia's ability before, Yizhi wouldn't have believed it at all. The man in front of him who was busy taking care of the children and cooking all day was actually a supreme martial artist. What made Yizhi feel even more strange was, the supreme martial artist had always been elusive in the supreme palace enclosure, and was comparable to a mythical existence. However, in this strange family, Xianxia was the easiest to talk to. He was as amiable as the uncle next door without any dignity or airs. Otherwise, how could Xianxia tolerate Chenghua's attitude in front of him? After the two of them walked to the center of the courtyard with their heads lowered, Xianxia said to them, "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Do you know about New Year's Eve? It's a day for the family to reunite here. It only happens once a year." Yiji didn't understand the customs of Wuxia, so he naturally didn't understand what Xianxia meant. Thus he asked carefully, please forgive me for being slow-witted. What do you mean by this? According to our customs here, no matter what you do outside on New Year's Eve, you should go home for the new year. Hearing that, Yiji couldn't help but be delighted. He hesitated for a moment before suppressing the excitement in his heart and asked with a nervous expression, Sir, are you letting us go home? Go home? Xianxia looked at Yiji in surprise. He couldn't help but wonder if this child had been beaten silly by Qin Xueqing. How is that possible? Even if I agree, Xingqing won't agree. Don't think about going home. Just stay here and practice martial arts with Xingqing. It's good for both of you anyway. At this point, Xianxia seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but rub his chin and began to wonder if his way of treating the captives was too friendly. Why did it feel like he was educating someone else's child? Forget it. It's rare that we're here for the new year. I'll let both of you enjoy the festivities. I'll go and talk to Xingqing later. She won't beat you for the next 2 days. Both of you can stay at home and have fun with Nian. Just treat it as a holiday so that she won't hurt you. After that, Xianxia waved his hand, indicating that the two of them could return to the house. The two of them came in confusion and left in confusion. However, before they stepped out of the Chuihua gate, Xianxia's voice suddenly rang out. Oh right, both of you should come for dinner tonight. It's a reunion dinner. The more the merrier. At this moment, she was stunned. Changhua was also stunned. The two of them felt like they had misheard. After looking at each other, they couldn't help but turn to look at Xianxia. Xianxia noticed their strange behavior, so he put down the bag in his hand and looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. The two of them looked at each other across the yard. What's wrong? No, nothing. Then Yiji acted like a thief who was caught. He pulled Changhua and hurriedly ran back to the back of the house. After the two of them closed the door and set up an almost useless soundproof restriction, Yiji said with a complicated expression, Changhua, I miss home. Me too. Do you want to go back? After hearing Yiji's question, Changhua suddenly fell silent. After a long time, he finally replied in a muffled voice, It's fine if I don't go back. Hearing this, Yiji was not surprised. He laid on the bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze as if he was thinking about something. I suddenly feel, even if I'm a prisoner here, it seems like a good choice. I'm afraid that if there are too many blessings tomorrow, you won't care about my greetings. I'm afraid that the firecrackers on the first day will be too noisy, you won't hear my blessings. I'm afraid that the dishes on the second day will be too fragrant, you won't see my messages. Therefore I chose to send you my blessings today. I wish you a happy new year and all the best. I also wish your family's happiness, health and wealth. Bai is here. I wish you all an early new year. 3. Chapter 472. February 4th, New Year's Eve. This day was always the busiest day in the courtyard. This was Nian's third New Year's Eve in the courtyard. Although last year's New Year's Eve was also very lively, without Xianxia and Qin Ruiying, the house always felt like something was missing. So at that time, the little fellow's heart was inevitably a little empty and chatty. But fortunately, those were all in the past. This year's courtyard was much livelier than the year before. Early in the morning, the little fellow twisted the two brats and insisted that they play hide-and-seek with her in the courtyard. As a result, the two 16 or 17-year-old youths carefully followed behind the 6-year-old child, afraid that she would accidentally fall. Changhua and Yiji now understood. Wasn't the one with the highest status in this family the little fellow who looked like a porcelain doll in front of them? Since she was the daughter of the Supreme Being, then when she grew up, wouldn't she be in existence comparable to the divine sons and saintesses? The only thing that made the two of them feel a little strange was that Nian didn't have any signs of spiritual energy fluctuations on her body. If it weren't for the fact that she had several extraordinary treasures on her, perhaps the two of them might even have the idea of holding her hostage because of this. Other people's children tempered their bodies at the age of 1 and built their foundation at the age of 3. However, when it came to Xianxia, Nian was still like an ordinary child at the age of 6. He couldn't see anything different about her at all. Regarding this, Changhua and Yiji could only sigh silently in their hearts. The way the Supreme Being educated children was indeed not something that ordinary people like them could guess. New Year's Eve. It was nothing more than a reunion dinner, fireworks, and watching the Spring Festival Gala. Year after year, there really wasn't anything new to play with, so there was no need to go into detail here. The only thing worth noting was, perhaps it was because Nian was too young, so it was indeed difficult for her to get the excitement of the Spring Festival Gala. Therefore, after sitting for a short while, the little thing began to wander around the room, scratching its itch. Chenghua and Yiji had never watched TV before. Therefore, from the moment the Spring Festival Gala started broadcasting, the two of them never looked away from the television. The more the others watched, the more bored Nian was to watch by the side. Thus, after the little thing rolled her big eyes around, she moved closer to Xianxia and said coquettishly, "Daddy, I want to watch a movie." As soon as she finished speaking, she pursed her lips and deliberately put on an aggrieved look. Movie? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He looked up at the Spring Festival Gala skit that was playing on the TV, and then looked down at the little fellow who was looking forward to it. He thought she wanted to watch cartoons, so he picked up the remote control and asked, "What do you want to watch? Daddy will give you some." However, after the little guy heard his words, he quickly shook his head and muttered unhappily, "I don't want to watch it at home. I want to go to the cinema. Let's watch a big movie." Some time ago, White Snake left a deep impression on the little fellow. He did not expect her to be addicted to watching movies because of it. Today is New Year's Eve. Everyone has gone home for the new year. I don't know if the cinema is open for business. Xianxia would never refuse the little fellow's request. Therefore, after pinching the little fellow's nose, he smiled and took out his phone to check it out. According to his understanding, at this time, not to mention the cinema, even the barbecue stall would have to go home for the new year. However, what Xianxia did not expect was, it was the new year and the cinema was still open. Wandering Earth? Xianxia looked at the movie schedule and found that many cinemas only had this one movie schedule. He handed the phone to the little fellow and let her decide whether she wanted to watch it or not. "Let's watch this. I want to watch Earth." The little fellow was not shy. After seeing the Earth on the movie poster, she immediately twisted Xianxia excitedly and shouted loudly, "Okay, let's watch this then." As he spoke, Xianxia gently patted the little fellow. This was an exclusive secret signal between the father and daughter. After all, in this family the father did not have the final say. It was the mother's approval that counted. After the little fellow received the order, she immediately went to Qin Ruing's side and then began to act coquettishly with her. "Mom, I want to watch a movie. Take me to the movie." Okay. In this regard, Qin Ruing agreed very quickly. Almost without hesitation, she nodded gently. After receiving the official's approval, the family of three set off in the middle of the night. Naturally, Chenghua and Yiji accompanied them. Of course, the two of them were not really curious about the movie. The reason why they followed Xianxia out in a panic was purely to avoid sitting under the same roof as Qin Xueqing. It could be seen that the two of them were traumatized by their sister-in-law. There was not a single soul on the streets, but the movie theater was full of people and was very lively. The audience had great expectations for Wandering Planet, which was known as the sci-fi masterpiece of Wuxia. It had to be said that the Wuxia audience's tolerance was indeed very high. No matter how bad the movie was, as long as a few celebrities were involved, they could earn back the box office no matter what. The audience had long been scared of being deceived, so when they bought tickets they were a little nervous. They were afraid that they would accidentally fall into the trap of a trashy director. Fortunately, it was not a scam this time. It was finally worth the ticket price. Didn't Chenghua and Yiji just pass by Jupiter a while ago? Therefore, when the two of them saw the realistic and spectacular special effects on the big screen, they were immediately shocked by everything in front of them. Yiji, is this the entertainment method of a low-level technological civilization? It seems to be very different from what we imagined. Well, it seems that a low-level technological civilization is not without merit. Even if there is no supreme existence like Mr. Qin, with the accumulation of their own civilization, they would probably be able to control the entire Tianshu ruins within 1,000 years. While watching the movie, the two of them secretly communicated with their divine senses. It was only at this time that the two of them could speak freely and say what they were thinking. The two of them only thought that they could use a secret technique to block Qianxi's perception, but they did not think that, since they could use a secret technique to block Qianxi's perception, how could Qianxi not use a secret technique to eavesdrop on their conversation? Supreme Palace Enclosure. Unlike Earth, the Supreme Palace enclosure was not spherical. Instead, it was a continental plate floating in the universe. At the end of the land was the universe. This was the so-called square sky and square earth. In addition, an existence similar to the Supreme Palace enclosure was actually very common in the universe. When Xianxia was in the heavenly jade realm, he had once been in charge of a sacred cultivation ground similar to the Supreme Palace enclosure. That was why he was given the title of Divine Lord. Divine Lord Xianxia was the actual ruler of this sacred ground. Therefore, sometimes one only needed to directly judge the level of a sacred ground based on the ruler's title. Sacred cultivation grounds were also divided into good and bad. Among them, the best was naturally a mother planet like the heavenly jade realm that could continuously produce spirit chi of heaven and earth. A little lower was the current earth, which was the Tianshu ruins that Changhua and Yiji spoke of. Next was the Supreme Palace enclosure. Just like the Great World, the Supreme Palace enclosure itself was not a planet. Therefore, no matter how prosperous it was now, it would inevitably fall into desolation one day, just like Earth when its spirit chi was exhausted. The day the spirit chi was exhausted was the moment the Supreme Palace enclosure welcomed the arrival of doomsday. Of course, this process of exhaustion usually took tens of thousands of years, so there was no need to worry too early. The reason was very simple. After all, no matter how long cultivators lived, how many of them could successfully live for tens of thousands of years? Yesterday was the reunion year, today was the reunion year, and the day after tomorrow was the reunion year. Originally, he wanted to relax for the next few days, but after thinking about it, he still felt that he should not stop updating, so he forced himself to get up and continue writing. In short, I wish everyone a happy new year. Remember to use the tickets if you have them. Monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, rewards, I will not reject any of them. I have never asked for these things. After all, with my current results, even if you vote for me, I won't be able to get on the list. However, it's the new year, so the data should look better, right? It's just for the sake of celebration. Thank you in advance. Big shots. Moi 3. Oh right, Wandering Earth is really not bad. There are flaws, but it's still acceptable. After all, this is just the beginning. I used to write science fiction and have always liked watching science fiction movies, so I'm very happy that China can produce such a science fiction movie. If you encounter a troll during the movie who keeps picking on you and saying things that are unscientific and unreasonable to disgust you, then please respond to him decisively. Autobots transform. Do you believe that I, Thanos, will destroy you with a snap of my fingers? Chapter 473. The movie was pretty good. At least the little girl didn't fall asleep. After watching the movie, she even excitedly twisted around Xianxia and said, "Daddy, space is so beautiful. When are you going to bring me to pick the stars?" In response, Xianxia didn't just brush her off. Instead, he told her seriously, when she turned 18 he would definitely fulfill his promise and bring her to pick the stars and the moon in space. Daddy is the best. Could this promise be fulfilled? For the little girl, this wasn't important at all. In reality, she just wanted to hear her father make a promise to her seriously. Every time this happened, her face would naturally reveal a pure smile that could melt a person's heart. She was happy because her father agreed to her request. The little girl was extremely happy, but Changhua and Yiji were like mute people who had eaten Chinese medicine. They felt bitter and frustrated. After all, a good cloud-piercing shuttle was stolen just like that. Anyone would be depressed, right? This movie was 2 hours long, so when Xianxia and his family left the theater, it was already 2 in the morning. February 5th, early morning. A new year had quietly arrived. The little girl yawned and then laid on Xianxia's shoulder like a koala bear. She soon fell asleep. Hearing the sound of steady breathing, Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. The wind on the street was very light. It was as if everything was silent. Shangjing, known as the city that never sleeps, finally quieted down. Only the roar of cars could be heard from time to time, telling the passers-by about the city's past glory. This New Year's Eve was still considered perfect and happy. At the beginning of the new year, everything was renewed. After the bustling new year, the little girl started her school life again. Once the child went to school, the parents naturally had more free time. Xianxia originally planned to go back to his old business, but without a capable manager like Qiao Yuan, he didn't want to waste time and effort running the tea house, so he just closed it. Now, other than sending Yan Yan to and from school every day, Xianxia didn't have a reason to go out anymore. Therefore, he stayed at home all day thinking about how to win over his wife. Although he said he was trying to win over her, he was actually strolling around with Qin Ruoying every day. Today they strolled from the west gate to the east gate. Tomorrow they strolled from the south gate to the north gate. They really went through every nook and cranny of Shangjing. During this time, it wasn't that Xianxia didn't think about how to retrieve Yin Ying's memories. But the soul mirror was like a dead phone. No matter what Xianxia did, she couldn't activate it. Xianxia had no choice but to make a trip to Saturn's ring and conduct a friendly interview with heavenly venerable Yu Huan. Although Tiandu had lost its hometown, it still retained most of its high-end combat power. Therefore, Yu Huan Tianzuan tried to use the secret of the soul mirror as an exchange in exchange for better treatment as a captive. One had to know that Saturn didn't have abundant heaven and earth spirit qi. If they were trapped here for a long time, even Yu Huan Tianzuan would end up like a lamp that had run out of oil, let alone a divine general with a lower cultivation. Yu Huan Tianzuan thought that his request wasn't excessive at all, but he didn't expect. He had just made the request, but Xianxia had flatly refused. Her attitude was very firm and there was no room for negotiation. Impossible, don't mention this again. As long as I'm here, you'll never be able to return to Earth. Because of this, Yu Huan Tianzuan's face alternated between green and white. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Xianxia, he would have already turned hostile and rushed up. Fortunately, Xianxia was not a homicidal maniac who treated human lives as worthless. Therefore, before Heavenly Venerate Yu Huan could do anything in his desperation, Xianxia had directly proposed the solution that he had thought of previously. Don't think about Earth, the moon is a good place. You know the moon? It's the moon in the sky. Before I came, I already confirmed that as long as there is a spirit qi tied on Earth, a part of the spirit qi will surge to the moon. Although it's not much, it's enough to maintain your daily cultivation. Yu Huan Tianzuan was naturally very dissatisfied with Xianxia's arrangement. But, so what if he was dissatisfied? As the saying went, one had to lower their heads under the eaves. If he really angered Xianxia, it wouldn't be a problem of whether there was enough spirit qi, but a problem of whether Tiandu could continue to exist. Yu Huan Tianzuan compromised. Therefore, Xianxia undid the seal that was previously set, and then led the group of Tiandu people to fly to the moon. At the same time, the Haute Nebula at the edge of the solar system suddenly welcomed a visitor. The visitor was a young girl. She was about 15 or 16 years old, in the prime of her youth, so she looked really pretty. Although the young girl was not old, she was quite brave. She actually dared to drive Xianxia alone to this ancient forbidden area that everyone talked about. Of course, daring to come didn't mean that she was not afraid. Even before she got close to the meteorite belt, the young girl's face was already a little pale from nervousness. Brother Dongfang, are you there?" As if to drive away the fear in her heart, the young girl stood at the bow of the ship and shouted loudly toward the forbidden area. There was no medium to transmit sound in the universe. Therefore, rather than saying that she was shouting, it was better to say that she was constantly instilling vital essence into the forbidden area. The universe was really too big. One had to know that the Haute Nebula was like an eggshell. It included the entire solar system, so how big was its volume? Compared to it, the young girl was so small that she could be ignored. So even if she used the voice transmission secret method, how far could her shout be transmitted? The young girl was extremely scared. She kept shouting, but there was no response from the forbidden area. No, Brother Dongfang will be fine." After shouting continuously for about 4 to 5 hours, the young girl finally despaired. In fact, from the moment she heard the news, she was already in despair. The reason why she still came here was to use facts to convince herself and to shatter the last trace of fantasy in her heart. "Brother Dongfang, you said you would wait for me to grow up. You said you would marry me," the young girl cried out in despair. Bean-sized teardrops continued to slide down her cheeks, coupled with her beautiful and lovely appearance. The ignorant young girl in front of him gave off a poignant feeling like a pear blossom in the rain. Young people didn't understand love and were always the most infatuated. In fact, it was only at the age when one didn't understand love that one could love someone to death. "You said you would marry me." After muttering this sentence a few times, the young girl finally seemed to have made an important decision. She gently wiped away the tears on her face. Then a bright smile appeared on her face. "Brother Dongfang, I'm coming for you, wait for me." After speaking, the young girl closed her eyes and drove the Xianxia to the Haute Nebula at full speed. Jutian Divine Emperor. Chapter 474. For the people in the Supreme Palace enclosure, the solar system was the supreme forbidden land in ancient myths and legends. The so-called forbidden land was naturally a place that everyone kept a secret and even changed their expressions when talking about it. Even if there was no one guarding it, there were always few people there, so many people might have never been there in their lives. However, although many people had not personally explored the forbidden land, if the forbidden land was mentioned, they could open their mouths and describe it in more detail than those who had seen it with their own eyes. There was an ancient saying, 3 people make a tiger, gossip is a fearful thing. This was the terrifying part of rumors. After the exaggerated narration by the busybodies, the Tianshu ruins became synonymous with the horror of today. Especially after a heavenly venerable died in front of everyone's eyes, the various rumors about the Tianshu ruins seem to have been confirmed. Tianshu ruins. Heavenly venerable forbidden land. Even heavenly venerable level big shots could not step into it, who would complain that their life was too long and insist on breaking into the forbidden land again. Unless they did not want to live anymore. Therefore, when this infatuated girl confirmed that her brother Dongfang had entered the Tianshu ruins, she was so desperate and helpless. Was this love? Who knew? Anyway, there was no reason to be in love. Perhaps when she grew up, she would laugh at her foolishness today, but she would never regret her decision today. After all, she just happened to be at the age of the first awakening of love and met the person she liked. The girl gently closed her eyes. Then, with a calm smile on her face, she drove Xianxia quickly to the meteorite belt not far away. She was even mentally prepared to be smashed into pieces and her soul destroyed in the next moment. But she never thought. She closed her eyes and waited for a long time. When she opened her eyes again, what entered his eyes was not a land of death that was filled with danger and death. Instead, it was a boundless sea of stars that was quiet and peaceful. When one looked up, the stars in the sky were all stars. The universe was very big and the solar system was very small. There was only one star in the entire solar system, and that was the sun. Because it was too far away in the eyes of the young lady, the sun was like a star, silently hanging in the pitch-black sky. She turned back to look at the Haute Nebula behind her. The dense comets blocked her view like a natural moat, completely separating the Supreme Palace enclosure from the Dubhe ruins. The girl stood at the bow of the ship and looked around, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could she enter the Tianshu ruins so easily? After a long period of calmness, the girl finally accepted the reality in front of her. Since she was fine, it meant the Tianshu ruins were not as dangerous as the legends said. Perhaps big brother Dongfang had already explored it. The girl instinctively wanted to chase after him. However, after thinking about it for a while, she suddenly turned the ship around and rushed back to the Haute Nebula. This place is too big. If I want to rely on my own strength to find brother Dongfang, this is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. No, I have to bring this news back. Unlike Chenghua's recklessness and greed, the young girl did not care about the final ownership of the Dubhe ruins. Therefore, when she confirmed that the Tianshu ruins were not dangerous, she wanted to bring this news back as soon as possible so that more people could help her find her brother Dongfang. While the girl hurried back to the Supreme Palace enclosure, Xianxia was not idle either. He arranged the Tiandu group on the dark side of the moon. Therefore, from this moment on, Tiandu was really floating in the sky. The thing to note here was, because while the moon revolved around the Earth, the moon itself was also rotating. In addition, its rotation period was the same as its rotation period, so no matter where you stood on the Earth and looked up at the sky, humans would always only see one side of the moon. As for the other side that could not be seen, it was called the dark side of the moon. In order to prevent Yuhuan Tianzuan from sneaking to the Earth, Xianxia also set up a large ceiling formation on the dark side of the moon. There were still a lot of high-end combat power in Tiandu. If they combined their strength, they might be able to break this formation by force. However, this place was too close to the Earth. Even if Yuhuan Tianzuan wanted to break the formation by force, Xianxia could immediately rush over to stop him. Therefore, after setting up the formation, Xianxia was completely relieved. At this time, Yuhuan Tianzuan seemed to have accepted his fate. Ever since the collapse of the big world, causing Tiandu to be forcibly relocated to the solar system, Yuhuan Tianzuan was like a defeated rooster. He was dejected all day long and was no longer as elegant as before. It stood to reason that a proud person like Yuhuan Tianzuan would not completely lose his fighting spirit because of one failure. Xianxia guessed that there must be some secret. Therefore he arranged for the Tiandu group to be on the moon. After fulfilling his promise that he would treat the remnants of Tiandu well, he took the soul mirror and talked to Yuhuan Tianzuan again. Qin was prepared to extort a confession by torture, but he did not expect. Yuhuan Tianzuan was much more straightforward than he thought. Perhaps Qin was overthinking, but in short he felt that Yuhuan Tianzuan was not too hostile to him now. Instead he seemed to have a lot to say to him. Mutual appreciation? I'm afraid not. The two flew side by side to a nearby ring-shaped mountain top. Looking at the sparkling blue planet not far away, Yuhuan Tianzuan's tone was no longer as overbearing as before. Instead there was an inexplicable sense of desolation. It turned out that, as early as 10,000 years ago, the Tai Ching ancestor left a prophecy that Tiandu would be destroyed one day. At that time, only the soul mirror could ensure that Tiandu's incense would continue to burn and pass down. In this regard, the 10 celestial lords of Tiandu naturally believed in it. It was precisely because of this that when Yuhuan Tianzuan learned that the spiritual qi of the lower realm had begun to recover, he began to plan to build a soul bridge and lead everyone back to Earth. The ancient immortal cultivators were forced to leave Earth, so it was natural for them to return now. Everything should have gone according to plan. Unfortunately, Qian's appearance caused Yuhuan Tianzuan to be forced to activate the Sun-Moon Star Array. And everything that happened afterward completely refreshed his worldview. It wasn't until the moment the 9 stars aligned that Yuhuan Tianzuan suddenly realized. Things were not as simple as the previous celestial lords had imagined. The Tai Ching ancestor must have hidden some shocking secret. In fact, there weren't many records of the soul mirror and the sun-moon star array in the ancient books left behind by the great ancestor. Even an outsider like Qin could see the extraordinariness of the sun-moon star array at a glance. How could the previous celestial lords of Tiandu not see through it? Therefore, the previous celestial lords all thought that the sun-moon star array was the last life-saving straw that the Tai Ching ancestor had prepared for Tiandu. Who would have thought? The price of activating the array was so painful. Could this be the so-called trump card? Without needing the enemy to make a move, he would first destroy the foundation? During this period of time, Yuhuan Tianzuan had been thinking about why the Tai Ching ancestor would make such an arrangement. Combined with the ancient records that he had read in the Imperial Hall, coupled with his own personal experience, Yuhuan Tianzuan suddenly remembered a terrifying rumor that had been circulating since ancient times. The content of the rumor was actually very simple. That was, the reason why the Tai Ching ancestor led the ancient immortal cultivators to the great world to establish Tiandu was not to save the common people from suffering, but to satisfy his own selfish desires. This Tai Ching ancestor, who was regarded as a god by the ancient immortal cultivators. In fact, he was a despicable person who pretended to be righteous. The holiday is over. The new year has begun. I will strive to write more words. At the same time, I wish everyone good luck in the coming year and get promoted and rich as soon as possible. Chapter 475. The divine ancestor had once said that when Tiandu was in danger, the formation could be activated to ensure the continuation of Tiandu's inheritance. Although the sun-moon star formation was very powerful, the most crucial part of it was obviously that seemingly useless Khanate supreme treasure, the sky-bearing mirror of floating dawn. In addition, there were many different opinions about the origin of this Khanate supreme treasure within Tiandu. Some said it was the divine ancestor's natal magic treasure, while others said it was inadvertently found in the depths of the void. As for which was true and which was false, perhaps only the divine ancestor himself knew. Successive celestial venerables had carefully studied the soul mirror, but no one could discover any secrets from it. Over time, this Khanate supreme treasure was completely reduced to a useless decoration. Yuhuan Tianzuan was ambitious and naturally would not easily believe that the soul mirror was useless. From the day he became a celestial venerable, he had been constantly thinking about how to take the soul mirror for his own use. In order to achieve this goal, Yuhuan Tianzuan had even flipped through all the ancient records related to the divine ancestor. In addition to some obviously official biographies, he had even searched for many unofficial histories from the people. Thus, Yuhuan Tianzuan gradually understood some of the secrets of the ancient times. What needed to be mentioned here was that as long as there was political power, there would inevitably be opponents. Tiandu was no exception. The divine ancestor was not a national treasure and could not be liked by everyone, so it was inevitable that there would be some thieves with evil intentions spreading rumors to slander the divine ancestor. It was from these traders that Yuhuan Tianzuan had obtained this unofficial history that was close to a rumor. According to the unofficial records, the divine ancestor was not as glorious and great as people imagined. Instead, he was an out-and-out hypocrite, 10,000 times more disgusting than Mount Hua. History was always written by the victors. 10,000 years had passed, so how much of the past could the people of later generations remember? Wasn't it still just reading the ancient records left behind by the predecessors? In the official history, the divine ancestor's greatness did not need to be repeated, because he had long become a god worshipped by everyone in Tiandu. But in this unofficial history, the image of the grand pure divine ancestor was completely different from what everyone knew before. Even if his cultivation was unparalleled, he still had the heart of 5 poisons that everyone had: greed, anger, stupidity, hesitation, and doubt. It was precisely because of this that the grand pure one in the unofficial history was no longer a flawless ancient myth. Instead, he was more like a living person. In fact, whether it was official history or unofficial history, these were all written by people who had come before them. As long as it was recorded by someone, it would definitely have a certain degree of subjectivity. Not to mention, this unofficial history that could be said to be treasonous came from the Jiang clan's ancestor that had long since been listed as a sinner. The ancestors of the Jiang clan had always been enemies of Tiandu, so it was naturally impossible for them to respect the divine ancestor like the common people of Tiandu did. Therefore, Yuhuan Tianzuan originally did not take these fabricated unofficial histories seriously. It was not until the destruction of Tiandu that Yuhuan Tianzuan suddenly woke up. Could it be that the contents of this unofficial history were true? Unofficial history? Show it to me. Hearing this, Xianxi's gossipy soul couldn't help but burn up. Just like how modern people were always full of curiosity about ancient emperors. Such a stunning figure like the Grand Pure One would naturally make Xianxi yearn for him. He couldn't help but want to learn more from the mouths of others. After hearing Xianxi's words, Yuhuan Tianzuan hesitated. After all, he was the head of the 10 celestial venerables and the current actual ruler of Tiandu. Wasn't the act of slandering the divine ancestor the same as smearing feces on him? Could it be that he had to praise, well smeared, so fragrant? Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Just show it to me. I'm not a person of Tiandu. Are you afraid that I'll rebel after seeing it? Seeing that Yuhuan Tianzuan was somewhat hesitant, Xianxi kept urging him. There was no other way. Yuhuan Tianzuan really couldn't persuade Xianxi. He could only take out a palm-sized jade slip from his mustard seed bag with a hesitant expression. The so-called jade slip was the carrier that cultivators used to record important information. The content was neither words nor sound but consciousness. Xianxi snatched the jade slip from Yuhuan Tianzuan's hand and poured his divine sense into it. The information recorded in the jade slip immediately poured into his mind. Tasting. After silently digesting the information in the jade slip, the corners of Xianxi's mouth couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Just as Yuhuan Tianzuan said, the information in the jade slip was filled with a large amount of slandering of the Grand Pure One sacred ancestor. However, after excluding these slanderous words, the most important information was actually about the ancestor of the Jiang clan. Although the Jiang clan was very weak now, in ancient times, the ancestor of the Jiang clan and the Grand Pure One sacred ancestor were fellow disciples. The Grand Pure One sacred ancestor was so amazing. As his junior brother, how weak could the ancestor of the Jiang clan be? This even Jiang Yan didn't know much about. The name of the sect that the Grand Pure One sacred ancestor belonged to was no longer known, but there was no doubt that the earth of that era was indeed very powerful, far surpassing the current Tianxian. Of course, the earth at that time wasn't called Earth but was called Dubhe Realm. In short, it was an era where heroes came forth in large numbers. If it wasn't for the sudden depletion of the spirit chi of heaven and earth, there probably wouldn't be any modern humans. Logically speaking, since the ancestor of the Jiang clan and the Grand Pure One sacred ancestor were fellow disciples, how could his descendants be labeled as sinners by the sacred ancestor? There must be some secret hidden within, but this jade slip didn't record it in detail. Other than some meaningless slander, Xianxi couldn't find a single useful piece of information. This kind of feeling was like someone exposing a celebrity's scandals on the internet. No matter what the rumor mongers said, how could they convince people without concrete evidence? Xianxi held the jade slip in his hand and rubbed it carefully as if he was thinking about something. One had to know that jade slips had always been used to record important information. How could they only record some baseless slander? In the words of the netizens, that was, how could there be no real evidence? Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but pour his divine sense into the jade slip again, and try to find some useful information from it. This time he looked very carefully. He carefully studied the jade slip from the inside to the outside. And it was precisely because of this that Xianxia actually managed to find a seal in this seemingly ordinary jade slip. The seal was very strange. It actually contained some of the true meaning of the word void, so that others couldn't discover its existence at all. In other words, only cultivators at the Dongxi realm could successfully read its contents. Yuhuan Tianzuan's cultivation was only at the mid-deity transformation stage, so even if the jade slip had been in his hands all this time, he didn't know that there were other contents hidden in the jade slip. Therefore, the moment Xianxia discovered this seal, he already realized what he was about to uncover could be a shocking secret that had been covered in dust for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 476. The information in the jade slip was transmitted through consciousness. Therefore, from Xianxia unlocking the seal to him knowing all the contents in it, all this happened in the blink of an eye. Although Yuhuan Tianzuan's cultivation couldn't be compared with Xianxia's. But at that moment he was still keenly aware of a slight expression change on Xianxia's face. What's wrong? One had to know that Yuhuan Tianzuan was not an easy person to deal with. So this old guy immediately pretended to be concerned and asked, "Did you find any problems?" "Nothing, I just feel that the empty slander above is a bit funny." Heavenly Venerate Yuhuan tried to discover something from Xianxia's face, but Xianxia merely smiled and shook his head. Then he pretended to be at ease and threw the jade slip back to Heavenly Venerate Yuhuan. After Yuhuan Tianzuan took the jade slip, he quickly checked it with his divine thought. After confirming that there was nothing strange in it, he was slightly relieved. "Okay, that's it for today. I have to go back and pick up the children from school. You stay here and preside over the reconstruction work of Tiandu. If you guys perform well, maybe I'll consider accepting your immigration application. But before that, you all stay here obediently. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Once I find out that you are trying to escape from here, I think you should be very clear about the consequences." After Xianxia gave a series of orders in a bureaucratic tone, the expression on Emperor Yuhuan's face was marvelous. "Are you really treating us as captives?" Yuhuan Tianzuan cursed in his heart. But due to Xianxia's abuse of power, he could only snort softly and vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. Xianxia left the moon. But he did not immediately return to the courtyard, but flew aimlessly outside the atmosphere, looking at the boundless starry sky while silently sorting out the information he got from the jade slip. The information in the jade slip could be divided into two parts. On the surface, the content was to insult the Grand Pure One and slander him. The content hidden under the seal was a complete description of what had happened in the past from the perspective of a bystander. There was too much information in the jade slip. In addition, the person who left the jade slip didn't have a very firm position, so Xianxia could only sort it out bit by bit. First of all, it could be concluded that the contents of the two sections were not left by the same person. Xianxia guessed that it was very likely that the true owner of the jade slip was a descendant of the Jiang clan's ancestor, or even a close relative within 3 generations. In other words, it was in existence like a son, grandson, disciple or grand disciple. The hidden content under the seal was left behind by this person. As for the content outside the seal, there was a high probability that it was randomly added by the descendants of the Jiang clan. They didn't know what had happened back then, so they could only try their best to slander the sacred ancestor. From this, it could be seen that the Jiang clan's ancestor did not tell his descendants everything that happened back then. Thinking about it, this was also a form of protection. According to the records in the jade slip, the Grand Pure One and the Jiang clan's ancestor were indeed from the same sect. At that time, the overall strength of the Heaven's Pivot Realm was very powerful. According to the description in the jade slip, the Grand Pure One and the Jiang clan's ancestor had already reached the legendary Half-Saint realm. Half-Saint? Xianxia pondered for a long time before he made a rough judgment in his heart. Yuanying was equivalent to a divine general. Soul formation was equivalent to a heavenly venerable. Insightful void was equivalent to a supreme. The owner of the jade slip was a supreme. Then the Grand Pure One, who could be called a half-saint by him, should at least be a big shot at the Dao integration stage, right? Thinking of this, Xianxia lowered his head to look at the azure planet again. He was slightly excited and could not calm down. Earth was still the same Earth. However, the Earth of that era was completely different from the Earth of today. As the saying goes, heroes are created by the times. That era was simply a glorious era where stars gathered and heroes emerged in large numbers. But unfortunately, no matter how good the era was, it would eventually come to an end. As the spirit chi on Earth began to weaken rapidly, the glory of the heavens pivot realm was no longer the same as before. The ancient immortal cultivators had no choice but to start looking for a new cultivation holy land in order to continue their legacy. Just like in sci-fi movies, once the apocalypse arrived, everyone would make different choices. Thus, some people proposed to give up on the heavens pivot realm. With the half-saint as the leader, they would lead everyone across the void and find another place to live in the universe. In today's words, this group of people were typical radicals. This was because at least at the Golden Core stage could fly. Only at the Yuanying stage could one live freely in the universe for a long time. Since they could make such a suggestion, it actually meant that they wanted to give up on cultivators below the Yuanying stage. What kind of terrifying suggestion was this? Who didn't have relatives, friends, parents, and relatives in their life? Take Xianxia as an example. He was already lonely enough, but how many people above the Yuanying stage did he have by his side? Cultivation was about talent and fate. Sometimes in life one must have it, and when not in life one should not force it. Yuanying was not so easy to get married. Once this decision was made, it was equivalent to giving up on most people on Earth. Even if the half-saint could lead many people across the void at the same time, he could not take everyone on Earth with him. What about the rest of the people? Let them perish on their own? Thus, this suggestion was quickly rejected. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but feel a little puzzled. Didn't Changhua and Yizhi come from the Supreme Palace enclosure? Wasn't the Supreme Palace enclosure near the solar system? With the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor's realm, even if he used a stupid method that was close to moving a mountain, he could still bring everyone to the Supreme Palace enclosure, right? Could it be that the ancient immortal cultivators did not know that there was such a good place as the Supreme Palace enclosure near the solar system? Xianxia really did not understand this point. But fortunately, this question was not important, so he quickly put this question to the back of his mind and then went on to sort it out. After the radical faction's suggestion was rejected, the conservative faction led by the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor and the Jiang Ancestor proposed a compromise. That was, integrate all the forces in the Tianshu realm and send out the strongest people from each sect. Then these people would be led by a half-saint to find a suitable cultivation holy land in the universe. After they found it, everyone would come back to discuss how to move everyone on Earth over. This suggestion was unanimously approved by everyone. At the very least, they would not just pack up and leave, right? Thus, the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor and the others set off. But what no one expected was, when they left, they were gone for as long as 20 years. The people who stayed on Earth looked forward to the stars and the moon every day, almost always looking forward to their return. Finally, the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor and the others returned. It was important to note that when the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor set off, his cultivation was not much different from the others. He was only a half-saint. But by the time he came back, the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor had stepped into an unprecedented realm, a saint. This was an extremely good thing. After all, even though the Tianshu realm was unparalleled at that time, it had been tens of thousands of years since a saint had appeared. The Grand Pure Divine Ancestor's breakthrough was really good news for the ancient cultivators who were shrouded in the shadow of doomsday. But, before they could rejoice, bad news followed one after the other and everyone was dumbfounded. Although the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor had successfully entered the saint realm, the 5 half-saints and more than 10 supremes who had traveled with him had all died. Everyone was dead. Only the dying Jiang Ancestor was left. If the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor had not done his best to save him, even the Jiang Ancestor would have died on the way home. At that moment there was only one question left in everyone's hearts. How was this possible? The 9 Heavens Divine Emperor.